Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 351 News Leak. In the original time and space, Mel Gibson was boycotted by the entire Hollywood after the anti-Semitic speech incident, but in fact he was not completely killed. Dustin Hoffman, who had accumulated resources and connections, was no less than Mel Gibson at his peak. Simon could not completely ban him. Terry Semel and Peter Guber came in person, and Simon also relaxed. In Madonna's mansion, seeing Simon walking to the dance floor with Janet, Terry Semel and Peter Guber achieved their goals and did not intend to stay at the party any longer, and walked out together. When they came to the front yard, Peter Guber said in a relaxed tone, "I thought this matter would be a bit troublesome. It seems that Westeros still knows how to stop." Terry Semel noticed the smile on Peter Guber's face, but he didn't think so in his heart. If the young man was really so easy to talk to, Meg Ryan would not be in the current situation. After The Rocketeer at the end of last year, Meg Ryan has not been able to get a film contract in Hollywood so far. Recently, I heard that she went to the UK and wanted to start a new career there. Terry Semel was not optimistic about the actress's move. British film companies of some size were trying to break into Hollywood. How could they easily offend Deaneries Entertainment, which was in the limelight, because of Meg Ryan? As for the current matter, everyone knew that it was impossible to ban a Hollywood actor with 2 Oscars. Westeros just went with the flow. However, if Westeros was going to let Dustin Hoffman and others go, Semel, who had had many contacts with the young man, did not think so. You know, after becoming a first-line star with the When Harry Met Sally, Meg Ryan was unwilling to be constrained by Deaneries Entertainment's original contract and wanted to terminate the contract. Westeros initially let go of the actress and only asked the other party to pay a penalty for breach of contract. The whole of Hollywood saw what happened next. Terry Semel even thought of Captain Hawk that Sony was going to produce. This project had been circulating in Hollywood for several years until Sony recently offered a high price, and Spielberg and Robin Williams agreed to join. Deaneries Entertainment has been constantly collecting various copyrights since Westeros started to prosper. If the project Captain Hawk has enough box office potential, Deaneries Entertainment has no reason to let it go. The fact is that Deaneries Entertainment has never expressed any interest in Captain Hawk. Although the magic of Ghost, which opened last week, is no longer there, it seems that many people in Hollywood have seen a glimmer of hope that Deaneries Entertainment will also fail. However, just one movie, Pretty Woman, in the Valentine's Day schedule in February is enough to prove that Westeros' vision in movies has not faded at all. As of last week, the total box office of Pretty Woman in North America has reached $161 million, and it is expected that the total box office of the film in North America will be close to $180 million before it is released. Not only that, the box office performance of Pretty Woman in overseas markets is even better than that in North America. Although many overseas countries have not allowed the release of Pretty Woman for the protection of their own summer season, the box office of countries and regions such as the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, and Australia, which have already released the film, has easily exceeded $130 million in recent months. When the film is released in important markets such as Japan, France, and Spain, the global total box office of Pretty Woman is expected to hit $500 million. With a production cost of $10 million and a global box office of $500 million, any major Hollywood film company, even if it only has one successful film like this in a year, is basically enough to support the performance of the whole year. Those who feel gloating because the box office and reputation of Ghost are just average, can probably only be regarded as self-consolation. Since Westeros still maintains its own excellent vision in movies, the young people are indifferent to Captain Hawk, and Terry Semel does not think this project is a good choice for Sony. What's more, Sony is too generous this time. In addition to the fixed salary for Spielberg and Robin Williams, Sony also promised them 20% and 10% of the net profit of the project respectively. With Dustin Hoffman joining the team, he will take at least 10%. The film has not yet started shooting, but 40% of the profit has been promised. Considering that the production cost of this film cannot be less than $50 million, Terry Semel feels that even if Sony does not lose money this time, it will not make any promotions, and it is more likely to be a humiliated scapegoat. This scapegoat happened to be Peter Guber, who was next to him. Terry Semel and Peter Guber each got into their own cars. Before leaving, Semel couldn't help but take a look at the luxurious Rolls-Royce that Peter Guber had just replaced. In the more than half a year since they took charge of Columbia, the luxury and extravagance of the two heads, Peter Guber and Jon Peters, were simply envied by the heads of other Hollywood studios. Not only did the two arrange a large number of cronies and confidants to the company, they also had no scruples when it came to spending Sony's money. It is said that in recent weeks, Jon Peters has been flying back and forth between Europe and Los Angeles every week on Columbia's private jet just to date his new girlfriend. Not only the private jet fee, but also the hotel and restaurant expenses and even the purchase of luxury goods for his girlfriend during the period are reimbursed by Columbia. If it were other studios, this would definitely not work. However, the person in charge of Columbia Pictures' finances is actually Peter Guber's ex-wife. Many Hollywood natives are watching Sony's excitement, curious about how much tuition this Japanese electronics giant will eventually pay, and how long it can last before leaving Hollywood in disgrace. Simon knows this number: $2.1 billion. In the original Time and Space, this was the asset impairment loss figure announced by Sony that year after Peter Guber and Jon Peters left Columbia. Because of this shocking huge loss, Sony's founder Akio Morita had to step down and completely withdraw from Sony's management. On the dance floor, Simon recalled these pasts, and Janet, who was hugging his neck, came over and whispered, "Are you really going to let those guys go?" Because Janet was too close to his ear, Simon subconsciously tilted his head slightly. Janet had a sequelae from Simon's wrist holding, and Simon now had a psychological trauma from Janet biting his ear. Noticing Simon's evasion, Janet deliberately moved closer and bit the man's ear a few times, making a slight ding-ding sound. Simon turned his head and kissed Janet on the cheek, moving the woman's teeth away from his ear, hugged her waist and said, "I have never been a person who is good at forgiving, but some things can't be done overnight, so I can only remember them temporarily." Janet nodded and teased softly, "You really hold a grudge?" Simon just smiled. After dancing for a while, the two stayed at the party for a while and left Madonna's mansion. Back to the villa on the west side of Cape Tourmaine, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Janet has never been a person who likes to stay up late, so she took Simon to take a shower and went to bed quickly. The next day was Sunday. It was already summer, and the golden and brilliant light was cast into the bedroom facing the sea early. Simon got up at 6 o'clock, gently got out of the woman's arms, washed up, changed into a set of sportswear and went to the gym. At 7 o'clock, he went to the bedroom again, changed his clothes, and called Janet to get up. After sending the dazed woman to the bathtub filled with warm water, Simon went to the restaurant. With the four girls ABCD, Simon no longer needs to be busy with breakfast himself. Claire, the girl C who looks very OL in a white shirt and black trousers, saw Simon appear and took the initiative to hand over today's newspaper. Simon said good morning and took a look at the girl standing next to him without disguising. White shirt and black trousers are the work clothes of the four girls. Simon did not have the bad taste to let the four girls wear maid clothes, feeling that he would look like an old British landlord. This OL-style dress is just right. The four girls are all about 175 centimeters tall, with slender figures, plus the uniform dress, which completely conforms to Simon's uniform obsessive-compulsive aesthetics. With Simon's current wealth and status, it is difficult for him to have a strong desire for women, because they are too easy to get. With four exquisite vases like these placed around him, most people would have all kinds of ambiguous associations, but for Simon, apart from letting them take care of some daily life, he just wants to enjoy the sight. Claire Gain, whom Simon calls C, noticed his gaze, moved slightly towards the man, and whispered, "Boss, maybe you should take a look at the entertainment section of today's Los Angeles Times." Simon was stunned for a moment, and he quickly nodded and smiled, "Okay." As he said that, he turned the newspaper in front of him and found the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. A white and slender finger reached out and clicked somewhere. Simon looked over and couldn't help but frowning slightly. Another big deal. Michael Ovitz may lead Panasonic to acquire MCA. As far as I can remember, The news of Panasonic's acquisition of MCA was not officially announced until August, and it had been in secret contact before that. What's going on now? Is Panasonic going to start early? With this in mind, Simon began to read the text, and then he was somewhat amused. It turned out that this news was purely an accident. In order to avoid some media storms caused by the last Sony acquisition of Columbia, Michael Ovitz's acquisition was indeed very confidential. However, man proposes, God disposes. Just the Friday before, Michael Ovitz led his team back to Los Angeles from Tokyo, and unexpectedly met Hollywood actor Charlie Sheen and his group. Charlie Sheen is not a star under CAA, so he naturally has no obligation to keep Ovitz confidential. Then, this matter was leaked, which became the evidence that Ovitz was operating Panasonic's acquisition of MCA, which the media had been speculating. Although Deaneries Entertainment has not yet started contact with MCA, it has never stopped preparing for this acquisition in private. Simon plans to enter the game after the war breaks out in the second half of the year and Panasonic officially announces the acquisition of MCA. Now, if Panasonic has to launch an acquisition offer in advance because of the leak of this news, things may be a bit tricky. After the small collapse of the North American stock market last year, MCA's stock price slowly recovered to more than $45 in the first half of the year, and its market value fluctuated between $4.5 billion and $5 billion. If you make a move now, with the two competing, it will be difficult to snatch MCA without $8 billion. I remember that Panasonic acquired MCA for $6.6 billion, and in the following years Universal Pictures also produced super-selling works such as Jurassic Park. However, Panasonic later had to reduce the price to sell it, which shows that MCA is not worth such a high price. Therefore, let alone $8 billion, as long as the price exceeds $7 billion, Simon would rather withdraw than be the sucker. $7 billion is the price limit that Simon set for this planned acquisition. Simon was thinking about how to deal with the change in front of him. Janet, wearing a water blue dress, walked into the restaurant in high spirits. She came over, hugged Simon's neck and kissed him, then sat down next to him. She casually glanced at Claire, who was still standing next to Simon, but asked Simon, "What's the matter?" Claire noticed Janet's seemingly unintentional look, dodged her eyes guiltily, and walked towards the kitchen quietly. Simon didn't notice the little look of the woman next to him just now, and showed her the newspaper in his hand, saying, "Panasonic may announce the acquisition of MCA in advance." Janet scanned the press release quickly, with a gloating look on her face, saying, "Panasonic should not be ready either. It will not do them any good to launch an acquisition invitation in advance. It will only drive MCA's stock price up. I guess both CAA and Panasonic will publicly deny this report." Simon nodded. "This possibility is also very high." Thinking of another thing, Simon said to Janet, "Cersei Capital, don't touch MCA's stock this time. With the news, Wall Street arbitrage capital will definitely start to enter the market to absorb MCA stocks. Cersei Capital is also involved in short-term arbitrage transactions. If it starts buying now, it is likely to be investigated by the SEC for insider trading." "I know." Janet agreed, and Claire and Deborah brought breakfast. Originally planned to rest at home for a day, suddenly such a thing happened. Amy and James called, and Simon rushed to the studio after breakfast. After sending the man out of the house, Janet returned to the villa. Allison and Becky, who lived nearby, came later, and the four girls ABCD gathered. Janet directed the four girls to clean the villa, and check the kitchen and each bedroom bathroom. She personally made a list of some daily necessities that needed to be purchased in the new week, and sent the two girls about to purchase. After arranging these, she made several phone calls in succession to discuss some trivial matters of Westeros's properties, such as the need to add a speedboat to the mansion on Mercer Island in Seattle, whether the latest manor in Rome, Italy has been equipped with the latest alarm system, etc. Janet had already started doing these things when she was still Janet Johnston, and now that she has become Janet Westeros, it is even more legitimate. She really enjoys the feeling of being a hostess. Moreover, because she can always hand over most of the things to others, Janet can always handle the seemingly complicated and trivial housework with ease. Her little brain is also used to keeping 7 points of operation: lazy, light, leisurely, and never tired herself. She was so busy until noon, and before Simon went home for lunch, she could curl up on the sofa in the living room to look through the information on Cersei Capital. Leon Black's team at Apollo Management Company will participate in the bidding for a $1.5 billion bond asset under the name of Columbia Savings and Loan Bank next week. This business will cooperate with Citibank and Australia Union Bank, each of which will invest $500 million. $500 million, which is half of the $1 billion fund previously raised by Apollo Management, naturally needs to be very cautious. The $1.5 billion in bond assets are actually the valuation after the continuous collapse and shrinkage of the U.S. bond market in the past 6 months. The book value of this batch of bonds is close to $3.5 billion. If this business is successful, the $500 million invested by Apollo Management can more than double the income after the bonds are repaid as agreed in the next 3 years, with an average annual return rate of more than 30%. Which is a very impressive return rate for any private equity fund. In addition, there are some other investment projects that are being sought. For example, the acquisition of a mattress production company called Simmons. Simon seems to be very interested in this company, so Janet is even more concerned. Chapter 352 Your uncle is still your uncle. The merger of giant companies is very cumbersome. It usually takes at least several months or even 1 or 2 years to complete the feasibility assessment of early financial and legal aspects, the negotiation of detailed acquisition plans after the formal launch, the review of corporate assets and debts after the agreement is reached, etc. Panasonic began to contact Michael Ovitz after Sony merged Columbia Pictures at the end of last year, also hoping to acquire a major Hollywood film company. The Japanese stock market has fallen by more than 30% in the past 6 months. But Panasonic, which has accumulated a large amount of US dollar cash in recent years, has not given up the idea of acquisition. In the past 6 months, in order to keep it as confidential as possible, Michael Ovitz led the team to and from Tokyo and Los Angeles many times, and even prohibited the staff from revealing the specific business trip itinerary to their families. One of his deputies once brought a kimono for his wife when he returned from Tokyo, and had to pretend that it was bought in London. Unexpectedly, the matter was leaked in advance. CAA headquarters in Century City. Michael Ovitz was busy yesterday. He communicated with Panasonic, found reasonable excuses, contacted the media, and unified his statements with team members. He determined the plan to deny the report of the Los Angeles Times. Finally, he personally reviewed the media release. It was already late at night. Today, he rushed to the company before 8 o'clock again. After finishing the routine high-level meeting of the new week and discussing today's media feedback and the next response plan with the members of the acquisition team, the time came to 9:30. Back in his office, Michael Ovitz browsed today's work schedule while asking his assistant whether lunch with Dustin Hoffman was arranged. Last year, under the pressure of Simon Westeros, Ovitz terminated the contract with Hoffman and others on the surface, but he has been trying his best to help them maintain their careers, and it is free, which greatly reduces the negative impact of the termination on CAA. Dustin Hoffman's joining Captain Hawk this time, and Terry Semel and Peter Guber personally came forward to speak for him, are all the results of Ovitz's behind-the-scenes operation. Of course, only 3 of the 4 people who terminated their contracts last year were actually saved. Westeros was suppressing Meg Ryan without leaving any room for maneuver in order to make an example of her on the long-term contract issue, and Ovitz had no idea what to do about it. After discussing the lunch arrangements, Ovitz was about to start other work today when his assistant handed him a box office report from the past weekend and said, "Mr. Ovitz, maybe you should take a look at this." Michael Ovitz took the box office report, sent the assistant away, looked down, and soon showed a surprised look on his face. Last weekend, because the box office performance of the 2 new films Presumed Innocent and The Jungle Book was not outstanding, Total Recall, which was in its second week of release, fell 41% year-on-year, but still easily won the top spot on the weekend 3-day box office chart with a box office of $15.06 million. 10 days after its release, the cumulative box office of Total Recall also broke through the 50 million mark in one fell swoop, reaching $51.14 million. Of course, such data did not surprise Ovitz. What Michael Ovitz did not expect was the name of the second place on the list, Ghost. Entering its second week of release, the Deaneries Entertainment's summer opening film Ghost did not meet many people's expectations in terms of word of mouth and box office in the first week of release. In the second weekend, the box office not only did not fall sharply like Total Recall, but rose against the trend. Compared with the first 3 days of the first week of release, the box office of Ghost fell by 2.7% in the second weekend, and collected another $12.52 million, 2.7%. This number seems insignificant, but Michael Ovitz is very clear that it is very difficult for a movie to achieve a reverse decline when the film critics and word of mouth are only average. Ghost did it. Once again. Last year's The Sixth Sense naturally achieved a reverse decline in the second week because of its explosive word of mouth and super high topic. Now, what's the matter with Ghost? Exclamation mark. Michael Ovitz's doubts are probably the issues that the whole Hollywood is paying attention to early this morning. You know, just such a seemingly insignificant reversal of the decline directly propped up the box office curve of Ghost. This film, which was originally predicted by many media to have only $60 million in domestic box office, is now almost certain to hit the $100 million box office club. It may even eventually surpass Total Recall. This is really surprising. Therefore, the media and other Hollywood studios began to pay attention to why this happened. The plot of Ghost made countless audiences cry. Unrestrained melody resonated with many people. Another word-of-mouth effect. In short, the audience likes this movie. This is the most important and direct reason, the reason that countless filmmakers have been looking for. When the media rushed to report on the viewing of Ghost and Hollywood was looking for ideas similar to this movie, many people remembered their initial mentality when Ghost was released, and they couldn't help but laugh at themselves. For Deanery's Entertainment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. On Sunday, Simon discussed with Deanery's Entertainment's top management what to do if Panasonic launched an early acquisition of MCA. With CAA's denial in the media, Simon's mind turned back to other matters. However, although CAA publicly denied it, MCA's stock price rose from Monday to a high of $52 in the following days. Obviously, a lot of capital has already entered the market. If Deanery's Entertainment had no intention of acquiring MCA, Cersei Capital could now start to buy a large number of shares of the company, and when Panasonic's acquisition of MCA is completed, it will definitely make a lot of money. Now, such an opportunity can only be abandoned. To be precise, as long as no one takes it seriously, this is not actually insider trading. However, Cersei Capital is already too eye-catching in the eyes of many people. Simon believes that if this is really done, someone will definitely take Cersei Capital seriously. In Silicon Valley, because the number of AOL users in May exceeded expectations, AOL management predicted that the number of users accessing the World Wide Web through the company could reach 500,000 in the second half of this year alone. Moreover, other internet service providers outside of AOL's service area have begun to contact Egret, which holds the core patents of the World Wide Web. After so many years of accumulation, the base of internet users in various parts of the United States is actually very large. If all of them turn to the World Wide Web, by the end of this year, the number of World Wide Web users nationwide will definitely be far more than 500,000. Therefore, AOL and Egret have begun to plan to expand their own data centers and line networks. Egret's current 2 data centers on the east and west coasts can only handle 400,000 user visits. This time, Egret plans to build 2 more data centers with 300,000 users on the east and west coasts respectively, so that the number of visits that the company's servers can carry can be expanded to the million level. AOL mainly expands its own basic line network. Although it is impossible to build a nationwide network transmission channel without a billion-dollar investment, AOL's own funds are still sufficient to support the investment in the backbone fiber optic network on the east and west coasts. Simon does not plan to inject capital to dilute the equity of other shareholders in the short term. If necessary, AOL's next stage of financing will be in the form of loans. As for internet cafes, after confirming the internet cafe model and business model, 100 internet cafes are expected to be opened around the end of July. AOL holds 60% of the shares of the Internet Bar subsidiary, and the basic cost of each internet cafe is more than $100,000. However, AOL's own investment is actually only $3.5 million, and the rest is borne by sponsors and IBM's investment fund. Deanery's Studios in Malibu. The time is Wednesday, June 13th. Ghost unexpectedly sold well at the box office. Although it was nearly $3 million behind the first-place Total Recall on the 3-day box office of the weekend, after entering the weekday, Ghost has surpassed Total Recall in a single-day box office due to the continuous improvement of media attention and audience reputation. Simon did not relax. The first of Deaneries Entertainment's 10 film plans last year, Sleeping with the Enemy, will be released on June 15th. However, the film had been screened several times internally before, and the media people who participated in the screening gave very low evaluations. The ordinary audiences did not get very good feedback. Deaneries Entertainment's 10-film plan is highly anticipated by both Hollywood and ordinary audiences. Now, Ghost, which is operated by Deaneries Entertainment alone, has shown signs of being a big hit. If the box office of Sleeping with the Enemy, which is a co-production with the outside world, fails, not only will the audience lose expectations for the subsequent films of the 10-film plan, but other Hollywood studios will inevitably have different ideas. Simon certainly has no way to control the audience's feedback on the film. However, up to now, many Hollywood studios have been tied to the same boat by the 10-film plan. This time, it is not a big problem to manipulate the media's reputation for Sleeping with the Enemy and ensure an evaluation above the passing line. Therefore, as soon as the new week arrived, Simon began to contact the media contacts accumulated by Deaneries Entertainment in recent years, and also asked Fox and other participants in the 10-film plan to work together. Everyone knows that Sleeping with the Enemy has a bad start, and the other 10 planned films that have already created a brand effect in the minds of the audience will be affected. In the top-floor conference room of Office Building No. 1 on the 5th floor of the cinema's administrative area, the distribution teams of Deaneries Entertainment and Fox Films are discussing this matter. Simon, Amy Pascal and Joe Ross of Fox all participated in the meeting. After a few days of busy work, with the help of Deaneries Entertainment and other Hollywood connections, Fox's distribution team has already settled the film review trends of mainstream North American newspapers such as the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the Chicago Tribune and the San Francisco Chronicle. Professional paper media platforms such as The Hollywood Reporter and Variety have also promised to give a relatively lenient evaluation. In addition to the more influential paper media platforms, the team has also contacted a group of well-known film critics such as Roger Ebert, who have also agreed. Overall, there may not be too high an evaluation, but a passing score of more than 6 points is absolutely no problem. Simon was not worried that this manipulation of film reviews would be leaked. To put it bluntly, this was actually a kind of public relations, and it was not the first time that Hollywood had seen this happen. Moreover, although he was still only a new player in Hollywood, Simon knew that this kind of thing must not be abused. Therefore, before Sleeping with the Enemy, other films produced by Deaneries Entertainment had not conducted similar public relations. Once in a while, as long as it was not too frequent, newspapers and film critics were actually happy to give Hollywood giants a face. Even if it was exposed, because it did not involve actual money transactions, there was no shameful inside story, it was just a tacit understanding formed by everyone drinking coffee or talking on the phone, and it would not cause too much waves. There are many paper media platforms in the United States, but only a few have great influence. In fact, small and medium-sized paper media platforms are also easily affected by the direction of large paper media. By getting large media such as the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times, the reputation of Sleeping with the Enemy is guaranteed. In the trivial busyness, another week passed quickly. June 8th to June 14th. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Total Recall still topped the weekly box office charts with a 41% drop in box office revenue, earning another $21.32 million. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $57.4 million. However, compared with Ghost, whose reputation and popularity rose against the market, the advantage of Total Recall is very weak. In its second week, Ghost reversed its weekly decline by 4% and earned another $20.55 million. The gap with the weekly champion Total Recall was less than $1 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of Ghost has reached $40.31 million. Because of the unexpected box office performance of Ghost, Deaneries Entertainment responded quickly and increased the number of screens for the third week of the film's release to 1,866. Compared with the 1,521 screens at the beginning of the film, more than 300 screens were added at one time. It is expected that the box office of the film in the third week will not fall too much. 2 other new films. Harrison Ford's Presumed Innocent ranked third, with a first-week box office of $11.71 million, but the average box office in each theater failed to exceed $10,000. Back to the Future 3 ranked fourth, and earned another $10.84 million in its third week, with a cumulative box office of $52.72 million. Disney's re-release of The Jungle Book ranked fifth, with a first-week revenue of $7.7 million. Outside the top five, Firebirds was released at the same time as Back to the Future 3. In its third week, the single-week box office of Firebirds has plummeted to $1.78 million. In 3 weeks, the cumulative box office of Firebirds is only $12.01 million. It is expected that after its release next week, most of the screens will be removed, and the final box office can only stay at around $15 million. Paramount cannot even recover the cost of publicity and distribution by relying on the North American box office. On June 15, a new week, 2 new films were released in North American theaters at the same time, namely Sleeping with the Enemy, a collaboration between Fox Film and Deaneries Entertainment, and T.C. Dick, a comic adaptation film starring Warren Beatty and Madonna from Disney Pictures. Chapter 353, Counterattack. No movie can be completely worthless. Moreover, since the original version of Sleeping with the Enemy was able to achieve a North American box office of more than $100 million, there must be some elements in this movie that can arouse the audience's interest. After the joint word-of-mouth public relations of Deaneries and Fox, when the film was released on June 15, the mainstream media's comments on the film were either optimistic about the performance of the new version of the protagonist Michelle Pfeiffer, or praised the film's lens soundtrack, or explored the film's deeper exposure and accusation of domestic violence. In short, it was basically positive. When the comprehensive media rating statistics were released, the score of Sleeping with the Enemy of 6.7 points even exceeded the 6.4 points of T.C. Dick in the same period, and was far higher than the low score of less than 5 points estimated by the distribution team based on the feedback from the preview before the film was released. In addition, Sleeping with the Enemy is the first of the 10 foreign cooperation films of Deaneries Entertainment that the media and fans have been paying attention to for a long time, and the popularity foundation has been laid before the filming of the film. In the end, in the first 3 days of the opening weekend, Sleeping with the Enemy earned $18.86 million with a screening scale of 1,719 screens. The average box office of 3 days exceeded 10,000, making it one of the best-selling movies. In comparison, Disney's Dick Tracy, which had a box office of $22.54 million in the first 3 days, exceeded Sleeping with the Enemy, but the number of screens for this movie reached 2,332, and the average box office of 3 days on the weekend was not as good as Sleeping with the Enemy. The first 3 days of the opening earned $18.86 million, which is equivalent to the first 7 days of the opening of Ghost, which earned $19.76 million. According to the ratio of weekend box office to 60% to 70% of the first week, Sleeping with the Enemy is expected to reach $27 million to $30 million in the first week. Even if Sleeping with the Enemy cannot achieve the beautiful long-term trend of Ghost due to its reputation, subject matter and audience, it is still quite easy for Sleeping with the Enemy to hit the 100 million yuan mark in North America as long as the decline in the second week does not exceed 30%. Moreover, even if it cannot break 100 million, compared with a total production cost of $15 million and the publicity budget of $7 million for Sleeping with the Enemy, even if Fox only accounts for half of the investment, including the 10% distribution commission, the return on investment of this film can easily exceed that of Die Hard 2 scheduled for June 29. Unlike Sleeping with the Enemy, which has a total production and publicity investment of $22 million, Die Hard 2 starring Bruce Willis has a production cost of $70 million. Including the huge domestic and overseas publicity budget, the global box office of the film needs to reach at least 3 times the production cost, that is, $210 million, to break even. In Simon's memory, the global box office of Die Hard 2 is roughly at the level of more than $200 million. In the new week, in order to guest star in Madonna's concert on Saturday, Simon flew to the East Coast on Monday, June 18. Originally, he decided to take a year off and relax last year, but because there were always too many things at hand that could not be done, Simon simply regarded this guest appearance as a relaxation. After the guest appearance, Simon will fly to Melbourne to follow up the filming of Batman: The Dark Knight in person. During this period, Simon has maintained very close communication with Madonna's team. Madonna only sold the live broadcast rights of the concert for $6 million, which is equivalent to 5 times her ticket revenue for each concert at the Brenda Barry Arena, and is equivalent to 10% of the total ticket revenue of this round of concerts. In order to achieve the best stage effect and make all parties feel that the cooperation is worth the money, after 2 free movie guest appearances were forced on Deanery's Entertainment, Madonna got 2 new songs from Simon. Of course, they were originally her own. If Simon didn't want to, it would be impossible to get songs from him. However, Madonna's debut time is not too long after all, and there are not many songs suitable for live guitar performance. Although Simon regarded this guest appearance as a break, he didn't want to go on and off in a mediocre way, so he agreed. Although Simon did not ask for a venue fee for his guest appearance, he still had to pay for 2 new songs, and the previous song Bad Romance that Madonna planned to keep until the next album as the main song, so the share of the profits should be calculated. Of course, Simon does not need to worry about these things personally. Madonna ended her tour in Toronto on June 17. If Simon had not participated, she would have only needed to do appropriate rehearsals to familiarize herself with the performances in New York. However, because of Simon's participation, this week, except for the night concert that opened on the 20th, all the daytime time was used to rehearse and polish the 3 songs that Simon participated in. Considering that the live broadcast income earned from a concert is equivalent to 1/10 of the total box office revenue of her 60-show tour, Madonna is also very motivated. In the busyness, time soon came to Friday again. The full weekly box office data from June 15 to June 21 was also officially released. Disney's T.C. Dick finally won the box office championship this week with a box office of $34.74 million. Following closely behind, Sleeping with the Enemy, which opened in the same week, had a box office of $27.62 million in the first 7 days, ranking second. Such box office data has clearly exceeded the initial expectations of the distribution team. It is expected that after next week, the film will be able to recover all production and distribution costs with the North American box office, and then just wait for profits. Although the 2 summer films related to Deanery's Entertainment have not won the weekly box office champion, Ghost, which ranks third, is even more eye-catching than Sleeping with the Enemy, which ranks second. In the 3rd week of its release, after a significant increase in the number of screens, Ghost fell only 12% compared to last week, and the single-week box office collected another $18.01 million. In 3 weeks, this fantasy romance film, which started less than expected, has accumulated a box office of $58.33 million. Deanery's Entertainment has begun to generate profits. Moreover, the box office curve that has been almost flat for 3 consecutive weeks indicates that the total North American box office of Ghost is likely to not stop at just around $100 million. The industry generally predicts that the North American box office of Ghost will at least reach the same level as Pretty Woman. Hollywood originally thought that Deanery's Entertainment strengths have always been horror movies. In recent years, Final Destination, The Butterfly Effect and the Scream series are so famous that it can be said that Simon Westeros mainly relied on horror movies to make his fortune, except for the unexpected run Lola Run. Looking back now, it is discovered that Deanery's Entertainment has unknowingly created 3 classic love movies that are worthy of being recorded in Hollywood film history: When Harry Met Sally, Pretty Woman and Ghost. The success of Batman Begins at the end of last year further proves that Simon Westeros has more unlimited potential in comic-based action movies. Counting the hit R films produced by Gay-Oman Films, it is obvious that Deanery's Entertainment has no shortcomings at all. Total Recall, which suppressed Ghost at the beginning, narrowed its box office decline of 41% in the 3rd week compared with last week, and only fell by 26% this week, but its single-week box office has slipped to the 4th place on the list, with only $15.74 million and a cumulative box office of $72.14 million. According to this box office trend, the total North American box office of Total Recall is expected to be only about $120 million. The 5th-ranked Warner Bros. Crime thriller Presumed Innocent, starring Harrison Ford, also gave an unexpected box office trend. Although the opening was not high, it only fell slightly by 13% in the 2nd week, and collected another $10.17 million. It is expected that the total box office will have a good chance of reaching more than $50 million. In addition, 2 new films will be released in North American theaters in the new week, namely 48 Hours starring Eddie Murphy and the fantasy horror comedy Gremlins 2, which is nominally produced by Steven Spielberg. In an apartment at the intersection of 5th Avenue and East 68th Street in Manhattan, Simon and Janet sat in the restaurant, eating breakfast while casually looking through the box office data of the past week. The 2 films that have been released in the summer season, Ghost and Sleeping with the Enemy, are considered to be the finale. Relying on the box office performance of these 2 films, Simon is not too worried about the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on July 6th, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle on July 27th, and Hellraiser 3 on August 10th. Janet waited for Simon to put the box office report aside and said, "We have basically reached an agreement on the mattress company called Simmons. Do you want to go and take a look this morning?" The reason why Simon noticed Simmons was that this mattress company was so well known on the other side of the ocean that it was simply synonymous with mattresses. However, after reading the information before, this long-established mattress company had a disappointing business performance in recent years, and before Simon noticed this company, Simmons had been sold twice in 1986 and 1988. The first time was when a private equity fund bought Simmons for $124 million in 1986. After 2 years of operation, Simmons got rid of its original operating difficulties and continued to thrive after the stock market crash in 1987. The Simmons management team, who thought they had made great contributions in this process, proposed a management buyout to the private equity fund in 1988. The private equity fund did not insist and readily chose to cash out, eventually taking away $240 million. Simmons also became an employee-owned company. Then, obviously overestimating its own capabilities, coupled with the high debts incurred during the management buyout and the untimely internal profit distribution reform, Simmons, which had been on the rise, has taken a sharp turn for the worse in the past 2 years, just like the tobacco industry giant Reynolds Nabisco, which also began to fall into trouble at this time. After hearing Janet's story, Simon asked, "What's the specific price?" $96 million for 100% equity, Janet said, "but after the acquisition, we will have to bear $136 million in debt." Debts of more than $100 million were obviously left over from the last management buyout. Simon thought to himself and asked, "Will Apollo Management invest alone?" Janet shook her head and said, "Of course not. We have brought in 2 other private equity funds to cooperate. We invested $36 million, accounting for 37.5% of the shares, and we will control Simmons in the future." Simon nodded in approval. Apollo Management, which still has $500 million in cash, also bore the $96 million investment, even if the $136 million debt is included, but this does not conform to the investment style of private equity funds. Putting all the funds on a project will not only increase the risk, but also prevent the fund from cashing out at the right time. Simon believes that only assuming part of the investment and gaining control of the acquired company is the best way to invest. After thinking for a while, Simon said, "After the collapse of the junk bond market, the model of Drexel Burnham Lambert, KKR, Carl Icahn and Ronald Perlman that used high leverage to swallow up companies and quickly cashed out by selling assets in spin-offs is no longer applicable. Next, private equity should focus on improving the operating conditions of acquired companies. Perhaps, while carrying out corporate mergers, Cersei Capital can also cultivate a team of specialized professional managers." Janet nodded seriously and said, "I will discuss it with them this morning." Simon heard Janet's straightforward agreement and added, "Of course, what I say may not be right. You are the experts." Janet leaned towards Simon and said, "Even if you are wrong, I will listen." Simon pretended to be unable to bear it and dodged, and smiled. "Don't be like this, it's too easy for men to swell up." Janet's eyes flickered twice, and her gaze moved to Simon's body. "Are you swelled? Do you need my help?" Simon raised his hand and knocked on the woman's forehead. After a few laughs, Janet whispered, "I've asked them to start long positions in crude oil futures. If you make a wrong judgment this time, we'll lose a lot." Although Saddam has threatened to fight to protect Iraq's oil interests, there is no sign of war in the Middle East, and most people don't believe that Saddam really dares to start another war. The recent crude oil price fluctuates between $14 and $15. Simon knows that the lowest point of this crisis is about $13. However, many analysis agencies predict that due to the continued increase in production in oil-producing countries such as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, the international crude oil price may fall to around $10. If the war does not happen as expected on August 2nd, and the crude oil price falls to $10 a barrel, SYNOPSIS Capital will not only have to spit out all the profits it has earned from short selling in the past few months, but may even lose the principal. This is indeed a very risky bet. Of course, higher risk also means high returns. If we don't place bets now, when the situation becomes clear, everyone will rush to establish long positions when they see the signs of war, and then SYNOPSIS Capital will not make much money. Simon thought about this and said to Janet with a smile, "It's a loss. It's too conspicuous in the past few years. I really want to lose money somewhere now." Janet smiled and said nothing more. After breakfast, Janet rushed to the headquarters of SYNOPSIS Capital in Midtown, but Simon did not go to Jersey City. Madonna had just had a concert last night and probably hadn't gotten up yet in the morning. Simon's destination was the East Coast branch of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich Village. In the morning, there was a new film project that had just been acquired to discuss, called The Black Widows, which was adapted from a skit on Saturday Night Live. The creator was Mike Myers, who later starred in the Austin Powers series. After Simon guided Danny Morris, the head of New World Pictures, to determine the next expansion goal of developing the vulgar comedy market, he soon discovered this alternative comedy with a box office of over $100 million in North America in the original time and space among a group of projects that Morris was looking for. Chapter 354 Concert. Wayne's World is actually called Wayne's World. Wayne's World means mischievous in Cantonese. The skit Wayne's World, created by Mike Myers after he joined Saturday Night Live last year, is to show the nonsensical fantasy world of a pair of partners, Wayne and Garth, with various unscrupulous spoofs, and celebrities often participate in guest appearances. In the Deanery's Entertainment branch building in Greenwich Village, Simon sat in the office reserved for himself on the East Coast, holding the script of Wayne's World in his hand. If judged according to the routine of Hollywood standard commercial films, the script of Wayne's World is simply useless. The story lacks a main line, the plot is pieced together, and as a comedy, it does not have the Hollywood standard happy ending. However, it was this movie that Simon remembered that after its release in 1992, it earned $120 million in North American box office and ranked in the top 10 of the box office rankings that year. Mike Myers, who was born as a local TV actor and had been working at the bottom for many years, finally tasted the taste of sudden popularity. Throughout the 1990s, he remained a first-line comedy star with the Witness series and the Austin Powers series. After Witness was a big hit at the box office, people with a keen eye began to constantly summarize the success of this film, breaking the fourth wall to talk to the audience, amateur humor, imitation and ridicule of popular culture, classic use of Bohemian Rhapsody, and so on. Whether it is success or failure, it is always easy to deduce countless reasons based on the results. There were only Simon and Danny Morris, the president of New World Pictures, in the office. Simon was very interested in Witness, but Danny Morris was not optimistic about the movie. However, Simon would try every means to negotiate for something he liked, and then complete it with due diligence. Danny Morris had missed once by giving up the helm of Highgate Pictures, and he was not going to make a second mistake. The rapid rise of a company can often inspire the potential of employees. The mediocre executives of New World Entertainment all performed better than before after joining Deanery's Entertainment. Of course, there is also the reason why Simon keeps squeezing like driving a donkey. Just work overtime on weekends, and none of the 7 major Hollywood film companies can compare with Deanery's Entertainment. Although Danny Morris gave up the helm of Highgate Pictures, Simon was very satisfied with his work performance after becoming the president of New World Pictures, which is why he can sit firmly in the position of president of New World Pictures. In fact, Simon finds it difficult to tolerate subordinates who are too mediocre. Because his mind gathers a lot of memories of more than a dozen people, although his soul comes from the East, Simon can easily appreciate the various interesting paragraphs in Mike Myers' script, so he reads it with relish. After quickly browsing the entire script, Simon looked up and asked Danny Morris, "Have you estimated the cost?" Danny Morris nodded and said, "Because there are many outdoor scenes in the script, some of which require special sets. According to preliminary estimates, it will cost about $20 million US." Simon recalled the plot of The Black Widow in his mind. Although it is just a vulgar spoof comedy, the film has all kinds of big scenes and small explosions. The budget of $20 million US is indeed not high. Danny Morris looked at Simon's expression and said, "Simon, if you think it is too high, I can talk to Myers and cut some of the more expensive scenes. This should be able to reduce the cost to less than $15 million or $10 million should be able to get it." "No need, 20 million is 20 million, Simon shook his head and asked, "Also, what about Mike Myers' contract?" "2 film contracts, the salary for the Black Widow is $1 million, including the cost of starring and writing, and the salary for the next film will increase by up to 500%. With the popularity brought by Saturday Night Live, Mike Myers is already a well-known TV comedy star, and the total fee of $1 million for starring and writing is reasonable. If the first part is a big hit, whether it is shooting a sequel or starting a new project, the maximum salary will be increased to $5 million, which is not only up to the level of first-line male stars, but also not as outrageous as the salaries of Stallone, Schwarzenegger and others. It is just right." Simon had no other questions, pushed the script in his hand to Danny Morris, and said, "The last thing is also the most important. Whether it is you or the specific producer of the next project, you must maintain full communication with Myers and be familiar with the various humorous jokes in this script. If you don't know where the jokes are, there is no need to move forward with this movie." "I'm already doing this, Simon," Danny Morris said with a smile. "To be honest, it feels like a great insight." "Well," Simon raised his wrist to check his watch and said, "It's almost noon, let's have lunch together, and Bob too." I had lunch with Danny Morris and Robert Iger, and we couldn't help but talk about other things in the company. At New World Pictures, Sandra and her senior brother Robert Duvall have agreed to star in The Silence of the Lambs, and the original director Jonathan Demme has also officially joined. The initial budget is $15 million, and it is expected to start shooting in September, and the release date is August next year. The final chapter of the Scream series, Scream 3, has also entered the preparation stage. The cost of this sequel is expected to reach $30 million, which is 3 times that of the first part. The release date is still confirmed as Halloween in 1991. After Children of the Corn 2 achieved good box office during the Easter period, the third sequel also entered the early stage of script development. Relying on the popularity of the first 2 films, New World Pictures has prepared a budget of $10 million for Children of the Corn 3, and intends to make it a mainstream horror film series based on the model of continuous storylines such as Scream. Although Peter Jackson's heavy-flavored puppet movie The Big Fat Boy Show failed to enter North American theaters, it was distributed through various channels in Australia, North America and Europe. The original cost of $1 million has long been recovered, and it has also generated good profits. New World Pictures has officially signed a contract with a New Zealand director for another 3 new films. Jackson's next film has also been confirmed. Simon happened to have seen it, called Over the Top, a very classic zombie film. Including the just-confirmed vulgar comedy The Big Fat Boys created by Mike Myers, New World Pictures has confirmed 5 projects for next year. Simon has confirmed that the annual output of films for New World Pictures is equivalent to that of Highgate Pictures, which is also 10. Therefore, Danny Morris is still looking for other projects. Deaneries TV led by Robert Iger. The 1990 spring season has already ended. In addition to The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, other confirmed reality shows and TV drama projects have begun preparations for the new season. Among them, Seinfeld, which Simon personally selected, was taken over by ABC. This was also Simon's deliberate decision for long-term considerations. As for The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, this autumn season will be suspended. As long as everything goes well, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills will be restarted in the spring season next year. The short autumn season suspension will not cause too irreparable loss of the popularity of the project. After lunch, Simon rushed to Jersey City on the other side of the Hudson River to meet Madonna and start the final rehearsal for the concert tomorrow night. Saturday is coming soon. The concert at Brenda Barry Arena starts at 8 o'clock. Just after 6 o'clock, Lisa Collins and her boyfriend Frank Walken hurried to East Rutherford Town on the outskirts of Jersey City. Arriving near Brenda Barry Arena, even though she has seen a lot of related reports in the media recently and felt the crowds around her, Lisa Collins still felt a little incredible. There are too many people. I'm afraid. More than 100,000, 200,000? Anyway, Lisa Collins can't count them. Most superstars' concerts will have a large number of fans who failed to buy tickets outside the venue, and the number is usually larger than the audience inside the venue. The Brenda Barry Arena can only accommodate 40,000 people, and the actual number of tickets sold is even smaller. If Lisa Collins hadn't gotten a ticket through Jennifer's channel, it would probably be difficult to buy it. After driving around the dense crowd outside, Lisa Collins and her boyfriend finally had to park the car in the parking lot 2 streets away from the arena and walk through the crowd to the venue. In just less than a kilometer, both sides were full of fans holding signs to buy tickets at high prices. A regular ticket of $30 has risen to $300 at this time. Lisa Collins couldn't help but tighten her bag, and finally just hugged it in front of her to protect it. In her bag, she had 2 tickets for the backstage directly below the stage, which she got through her bestie. Seeing the enthusiasm of the people around her, she felt that if these people knew about it, they would definitely rush over. However, she never expected that guy to have such a strong appeal. Just a guest appearance in 3 songs actually attracted so many people. Because she was able to occasionally contact Simon through Jennifer's relationship, Lisa Collins gradually felt less distant from her idol. Now, her boyfriend works for Cersei Capital under his control, which further narrowed the distance between the two. But think about it carefully, Westeros participated in the concert. Since the first song Flight of the Bumblebee, many people know that guy's extraordinary talent in music. Over the years, the 3 consecutive phenomenal movies Lola Run, Pulp Fiction and Batman Begins have accumulated a large number of die-hard fans for him. Moreover, it's not just movies and music. The occasional news about that low-key man often makes them, the ordinary people, feel fascinated. There have long been rumors in the circle that Simon Westeros is very strong. It is said that he broke several people's legs before his debut, and he was related to a Hollywood male star who has now disappeared. However, when the video of Westeros knocking out 10 professional boxers in a row in a boxing ring in Melbourne was leaked, the suffocating strength still made countless fans crazy. When Lisa Collins saw the video, her first reaction was to call her bestie and ask her to touch him for her. Touch, touch, touch and she will be satisfied. Then she was scolded as a nympho. I once talked to my bestie about it. It is said that the fan letters sent to that guy every week are calculated in sacks. It seems that there are all kinds of explosive news about him every once in a while, but he himself is actually becoming more and more low-key. The few times he appeared on TV were just for a few minutes to promote a movie, and he often brought other actors with him. He often sat quietly on the sofa far away from the host, giving the opportunity to speak to those stars. Now, that guy is finally going to appear publicly at a concert. It is said that 2 new songs were directly brought out this time. Of course, I can't miss it. With that guy's current wealth and status, if I miss it, I don't know if I can see him on such a stage in the future. Lisa Collins was excited and thinking wildly. She finally squeezed into the stadium with her boyfriend. Looking at the time, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. The summer days are long, and the golden sunset fills the entire Brenda Barry Arena. Even after entering the arena, seeing her and her boyfriend walking to the center of the stage, there are still people asking her for tickets at a high price, obviously hoping to be closer to a certain guy. Naturally refused. The warm-up music has sounded on the stage. Although the concert is marked to start at 8 o'clock, Lisa also knows in advance that Madonna has a habit of being late, and often does not officially start singing until 9 o'clock. But it doesn't matter. Lisa Collins is not very interested in Madonna. It's better not to appear. Let Simon give everything. Lisa Collins and her boyfriend occupied a great spot in front of the stage. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards her best friend. If she could come today, she might be able to go backstage with her and get to know her more. Unfortunately, her best friend was not interested in Madonna's concert. Moreover, she could meet him almost every day in private, and he played the song Blizzard specially for her. A woman who is full does not know the hunger of a woman who is hungry. Therefore, she simply did not come to the East Coast today. Alice, she should have been bolder and chased her to be his assistant. Now, he is married, and it is too unlikely to get close to him again. It is estimated that her best friend, who seems to be gentle but is actually very jealous, will not be happy. Shaking off all kinds of thoughts, there's still an hour to wait, so she can't help chatting with the people around her in the backstage. Many of them are indeed here for Simon. Especially the petite girl next to her, who introduced herself as Jennifer, holding a cardboard with Westeros I love you in her hand. Her eyes are burning with expectation, and her face is even flushed unnaturally. After hearing Lisa introduce herself as a Westeros fan, she did not show any reaction of finding her own people, but became alert, as if she would snatch Westeros away. Humph. No matter how fanatical you are, have you ever touched a real person? I have touched one. With this little sense of superiority, coupled with the fanatical atmosphere at the scene, time passed quickly without her noticing. Perhaps because she was worried about angering the crowd, Madonna, who is always late, only delayed for less than half an hour before appearing on the stage, this time 8:30. The concert officially began. Chapter 355 Burning. Many singers with the same record sales are far from being able to compare with Madonna in terms of concerts. On the one hand, most of Madonna's songs are very suitable for live performances. On the other hand, the Queen of Madonna also spends enough time on rehearsing and preparing for concerts. The only thing is that Madonna has been working out crazily to support the high-intensity world tour in terms of physical fitness, and has almost trained herself into a King Kong Barbie. This is something that many singers of the same level cannot achieve. So, no one's success can be easy. When the concert officially started, although many audiences came tonight for Simon, they still shouted and screamed wildly along with the songs and dances driven by the hot atmosphere on the scene. This lasted for half an hour. When Madonna finished singing a song Holiday and did not start the next song immediately, the lights on the scene dimmed. The audience inside and outside the venue and in front of countless TVs immediately realized that Simon Westeros was about to appear. Sure enough, against the dim light around, a figure slowly rose from under the stage. It seemed that he was wearing black. The figure was a little blurry, but a very eye-catching double-headed guitar could be faintly seen. Madonna appeared at the edge of the stage again, a beam of light shining on her, holding a microphone and loudly asking, "Who's next?" There were shouts of Simon, Westeros and more, just screams. Tens of thousands of people in the audience. Deafening screams. Madonna waited for the screams to slow down, raised her hand and pointed at the stage, her tone a little more mysterious, and said, "Look, fire." A startling sound of strings tore through the air around them. There was really a burst of fire. Many audience members even thought they were hallucinating. But their attention was instantly drawn to it. The second sound of the strings. The third sound. Along with the sound, the light shone on the figure in the center of the stage. It was not bright, but it was enough for everyone to see the figure clearly. He was wearing a black outfit full of punk style. It was also a stunning guitar that had never appeared on stage. It was obviously much larger than an ordinary electric guitar. It had a white body in a steampunk style, an orange double-headed neck, and a metal tube running through the center of the body, extending all the way to the headstock. The last section was like a bright silver exhaust port on a motorcycle, and almost like a sharp long knife. If there was a second time traveler at the scene, and he had also seen George Miller Mad Max, Fury Road, he would definitely be able to recognize this cool-looking flaming guitar at a glance. The fact is, of course, there was no one. However, this did not affect the amazement of countless audiences at the scene after seeing this guitar. On the stage. After 3 cracks, the strings began to hum. Rapid and low. Like a swarm of bees, but not the flight of the bumblebee that many people expected. More like an invasion and spread. Many people also remembered Madonna's last words just now. She did not say the usual words "Welcome Simon Westeros," but, "Look, flames." It was indeed flames. It was indeed flames. It is important to make an appearance. This slightly sarcastic remark is actually a wise saying. Whether it is Michael Jackson, Madonna, or many other superstars, they all insist on practicing this. Since he decided to make an appearance, Simon did the same. Since the meeting before Madonna's concert in April, Simon has been thinking about this issue, and has discussed it with Madonna's team many times during this period. By chance, he remembered Mad Max, Fury Road, which amazed many fans and filmmakers, and the cool-looking flaming guitar. Simon summoned some of Hollywood's best prop masters and professional guitar craftsmen to discuss the feasibility. Without considering the cost, it was made. Then came the opening solo. Flight of the Bumblebee was naturally the first one to be considered, but after trying it, the stage effect was not that good. Simon also tried to play freely. Many experiences in his memory made Simon understand that as long as a fast and passionate prelude, he could firmly attract the audience's attention. However, because of the inspiration brought by the flaming guitar and the previous practice, he finally created a complete song. Fire, Flame. On the stage, the aggressive tunes were sometimes rapid, sometimes violent, sometimes humming, and sometimes exploding, and more audiences seemed to have a burning feeling of the spread of fire in their hearts. Moreover, when the tunes occasionally reached the limit of passion, the metal tube on the top of a double-headed guitar really burst into flames again. It turned out that it was not an illusion just now. There was really a flame. Then, the atmosphere burned, and crazy screams rang out again. At the backstage exit, Janet looked at the man who was wantonly swaying on the stage with admiration. Of course, she would not miss the concert of her beloved man. Off the stage, Lisa Collins, like many people around her, screamed wildly without concealing her emotions, but subconsciously she always looked at the petite girl named Jennifer next to her, worried that the girl holding the card with a red face and extremely excited emotions would suddenly faint. Outside the Brenda Barry Arena, looking at the performance of a certain figure on the giant screen, hundreds of thousands of people also began to shout and scream wildly. In front of the TVs of thousands of households, feeling the fiery atmosphere of the concert that was almost burning, countless people regretted not flying to New York regardless of everything. Although the guitar solo named Flame is only 2 minutes and 20 seconds long, it is destined to become a classic that countless guitar lovers must learn after tonight. When the melody began to be passionate, the flames in the jet no longer stopped, rushing wildly into the sky, as if to burn everything. The live music and lights became more and more chaotic. Then, after the prosperity, it was darkness 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It seemed that God snapped his fingers, everything stopped abruptly, and the stage returned to darkness. The screams at the scene became more and more crazy, and countless fans looked at the dark stage and shouted a name loudly. The darkness lasted for a full 3 minutes, and the shouts also lasted for a full 3 minutes. Originally, I was still vaguely worried that my idol would be suppressed by Madonna, the heroine of the night, whether she would not meet my expectations, or even whether she was just a flower stand as some gossip media said. Now, all the worries, concerns and doubts have vanished. The figure just now is his God. His God. This night, even if it was only 2 minutes and 20 seconds, was worth it. Under the stage in the backstage, because of the crying of the petite girl next to her, Lisa Collins' mood was the first to recover. She wanted to go over and comfort the girl, but in the end she didn't move. She made up her mind that she must find a chance to see that guy again recently. I really want to touch him again. When the lights on the stage came on again, the steampunk atmosphere just now disappeared, and the stage color turned bright. The accompaniment sounded, and Madonna's fans in the audience immediately recognized that this was her Latin dance song, La Isla Bonita. Then, Simon and Madonna appeared on the stage together. Simon changed out of the black suit just now, and wore a casual white suit, and the guitar in his hand was also replaced with a folk guitar. Madonna was wearing a gorgeous dress with tassels. When Madonna started singing, Simon was both a guitarist and a dancer. He performed with ease and coordination, and it was impossible to imagine that he was a billionaire. It seemed that he should be the guitarist and the dancer on the stage, the guitarist and dancer who could easily steal the spotlight from the heroine. At the end of the song, although it was not as stunning as the previous song Fire, the applause and cheers in the venue were still enthusiastic. After Simon left the stage, the next half hour became Madonna's home court again. Although the applause and cheers remained, everyone in the venue inevitably expected a certain figure to appear again. In fact, Madonna had already considered the possibility of such a situation, but she didn't care. Simon Westeros's position in this concert was destined to be the icing on the cake. Although this flower suppressed the scenery of the brocade, it was destined to be an embellishment. Moreover, Simon could not steal her job anyway. After this concert, there will be several southern states in the United States and Europe. Madonna believes that because of tonight, the attendance rate of the remaining tours will definitely be much higher than expected. The concert lasts 120 minutes. Simon will appear 3 times, so they are scheduled for 30 minutes, 60 minutes and 90 minutes respectively. Of course, he will definitely be pulled out to greet the audience at the final curtain call. Counting the fire just now, this guy is actually pulled on stage by the Queen of Madonna 5 times. The audience also roughly judged the rhythm of Simon's appearance from his first appearance half an hour later. Sure enough, 1 hour into the concert, Simon Westeros appeared on the stage again. The opening accompaniment was the unfamiliar ticking sound of a clock. Everyone shouted again, "There will be 2 new songs tonight." Or, counting fire, it should be 3. On the stage, this time Madonna's later song, which is also very suitable for guitar performance, is called Hung Up. Simon and Madonna are on the left and right this time, on both sides of the stage, each holding an electric guitar. Moreover, the interaction between the two people's eyebrows across the stage with the singing not only makes countless audiences excited, but also makes many fans and movie fans feel unsatisfied. Hey, Westeros, Madonna, is mine. In fact, because of this eye contact, some audiences began to speculate whether something had happened between the two. In the occasional shots, the ring on Simon Westeros's left ring finger is still very obvious. Many people also know that Madonna is dating Warren Beatty at this time. In order to help promote Warren Beatty's new film TCD, Madonna has previously sung the theme song of TCD. However, even with such speculation, except for the die-hard fans with strong possessiveness, many audiences are looking forward to something happening between the two. When Hung Up ended, it was naturally another half-hour wait, 90 minutes. When Simon appeared on the stage again, this time he sat on two high stools near the front desk with Madonna. Madonna was holding a microphone, Simon was also wearing a headset, and changed to another acoustic guitar. Noticing these details, many fans in the audience realized something and quickly quieted down. Madonna did not disappoint everyone. She did not start singing immediately. Instead, she picked up the microphone and asked the man next to her, "Simon, how do you feel tonight?" Simon smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Very good." This was the first time he spoke tonight. It was a very casual sentence, but it caused another round of screams. Madonna waited for a moment, showing a small expression of boasting, and said, "Are you envious of seeing so many audiences here?" Simon still had a smile on his face and said, "Envy. Simon. Simon, I love you." Another round of small screams. Madonna paused again and asked again, "Simon, tell me, how many spectators are there here?" Simon looked around carefully, and said, "About 100,000, accompanied by the shouts in his sight." Madonna pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Although I also want to have so many, but this is only a stadium with 40,000 people, how can there be 100,000? Simon said seriously, "It is indeed 100,000. Are you sure?" Simon nodded firmly, glanced at Madonna on the other side, and said with a sense of self-righteousness, "There are two standing next to you." Madonna followed Simon's gaze to her right, of course there was nothing, and suddenly realized something and leaned towards the man next to her. "Hey, Simon, don't scare me." Many people inside and outside the stadium reacted at this time. 100,000. It seems that, perhaps, it should be more than just people. Everyone remembered a rumor that started to leak out last summer. Simon Westeros is a psychic. Thinking of the fact that there were 60,000 other audience members in the venue besides themselves, many people at the scene still had some creepy feelings, even though they knew it might be a joke. On the stage, Madonna knew that she needed to stop, and she quickly sat up again and said, "Okay, this is just a joke, so, the next song Ghost Town is for everyone." Ghost Town, a ghost then. The clear guitar sounded. This is still a song by Madonna, but the original version was not released until 2015. The reason why Simon chose this song happened to be because he had seen the live performance video of Taylor Swift accompanying Madonna. The two of them sitting together on the stage at this time was exactly the scene in Simon's memory. This song is not as explosive as Madonna's other songs, but it is still very suitable for driving the emotions of the audience. Unconsciously, the audience has already followed the rhythm of the song and applauded. The song reached its final climax, and the two of them left the high stools together and walked towards the T-shaped stage camera. With everyone's applause, Simon's last song tonight is about to end. Under the stage, Lisa Collins was a little excited because Simon had just noticed her and nodded and smiled at her, and she waved back. Just as she was thinking about how to find an excuse to meet him, something suddenly happened beside her. The petite girl named Jennifer beside her saw Simon not far away, and she suddenly climbed onto the stage and rushed towards the man with strength and courage. It is not uncommon for fans to rush to the stage at concerts. In order to avoid such sudden situations, there are usually special security guards around the stage, and Madonna's concert is no exception. In fact, in the past 1.5 hours of performances, some fans have tried to rush onto the stage, but they were all successfully stopped. There were actually security guards guarding a section of the stage on Lisa Collins' side. When they saw Simon Westeros and Madonna coming over, the security guards were on high alert, but no one expected that the petite girl who seemed unable to climb a stage over 1.5 meters high would suddenly burst out with such potential. When several burly men rushed onto the stage, The petite girl had already hugged Simon tightly. Fortunately, the song was over, and Simon and Madonna were originally planning to return, so there was no embarrassment of having their rhythm disrupted. Feeling the girl in his arms crying and calling his name, the two security guards came over and tried several times to pull the girl away, but failed. They were about to be more violent, but Simon quickly raised his hand to stop them. Madonna also waved her hand, signaling the people on the stage to go down and watch for anyone else to rush up. After a commotion in the venue, it soon became quiet, and everyone watched the scene on the stage. Many of Simon's fans looked at the girl entangled with their idol with envy in their eyes, and some regretted that they had not been bolder just now. Now, there is definitely no chance. The security guards guarding the stage have raised their vigilance to the highest level, and the other fans who tried to rush onto the stage were stopped. On the stage, Madonna quietly left. Simon patted the girl who was still crying while hugging him, and whispered, "Please don't cry. I feel guilty when I see a girl crying." The girl felt that no one was pulling her anymore, and finally recovered. She still hugged the man in front of her tightly, nodded obediently, and said with some sobs, Yeah, I won't cry, Simon, I like you." "Thank you," Simon said, holding the girl's hand, and said, "Let's go over there." The girl hesitated, then let go of Simon obediently, letting the man hold her little hand and walk to the two high stools. It was not until she sat down, feeling the countless eyes of the audience, that the girl seemed to realize what she had just done. She lowered her head shyly, and gently leaned against the man beside her. One of her little hands also grabbed the corner of Simon's clothes and held it tightly. Simon asked the girl beside him softly, "What's your name?" "Jenny." "It's a good name." Simon smiled, gently tuned the strings, and said, "Well, let me sing a song for you. What do you want to hear?" "Anything is fine." Looking at the warm interaction on the stage, whether inside or outside the stadium, or in front of the TV, many people felt that their hearts were about to melt. Simon thought for a while and said, "Then, a song of Rocket Man for Jenny, and everyone, I wish you all happiness." After saying this, the sound of the guitar sounded. Elton John's Rocket Man once became the theme song of the Rockets many years later. However, this song is actually not about basketball. It is more about relatives, about missing, about wandering, about loneliness, and about love. She helped me pack my luggage last night. Departure. At 9 o'clock in the morning. I will fly very high like a kite. Then I will start to miss my hometown and my lover. Chapter 356, Aftermath. Simon appeared on stage for less than 20 minutes at Madonna's solo concert on the evening of June 23, but he provided enough news material for countless media to hype for a whole week. The flaming guitar at the opening was undoubtedly the most popular target for fans. Before the concert ended that night, many people began to inquire about the origin of the guitar in Simon's hand. The Los Angeles Times obtained detailed information about the flaming guitar at the first time and interviewed members of the guitar's production team. The exposed information made most of the envious guitar lovers stay away. Not to mention the cost of more than $100,000 and Westeros's special application for a design patent. Even if it was really copied, the weight of the guitar itself would not be something that ordinary people could play with. The flaming guitar that Simon seemed to play with ease that night was installed with a full metal flamethrower system, and its size was much larger than that of an ordinary guitar. It only weighed more than 20 kilograms, while ordinary guitars rarely weigh more than 5 kilograms. Of course, most people can lift 20 kilograms of weight. However, for an instrument that weighs more than 20 kilograms, even with a shoulder strap hanging on the body, probably few guitarists can fully play under this pressure. Unless they sit down. However, few people should have the face to sit down and play a domineering double-headed flame guitar like a delicate wooden guitar. It's a bit embarrassing to think about it. Of course, even with all kinds of obstacles, it still can't stop many people from yearning for the flame guitar. Afterwards, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to buy the guitar from Simon through various channels, and the highest price was even $3 million, but Simon refused them all. Janet had planned to collect the guitar in their soon-to-be-completed Cape Dumay Manor villa. Because of the flame guitar, some media couldn't help but pay attention to Simon's strong personal martial arts value again, and the video of his 10 consecutive KO opponents in the Melbourne boxing ring at the beginning of the year was once again hyped. The flame guitar is naturally out of reach for most people. However, The guitar single album named Fire was officially released on the following Monday, and sales exceeded 1 million copies in just 5 days. Madonna plans to release the other two new songs, Hung Up and Ghost Town, in her next album. Therefore, if fans want to collect them in advance, they can only look forward to the videotapes of the concert that will be released soon. Of course, there must be a large number of people who directly recorded the video of the concert that night with home video recorders. In addition to Madonna's team, the biggest beneficiary of this concert is undoubtedly ABC, which paid a lot of money to buy the live broadcast rights of the concert. The offer of $6 million brought ABC a terrifying average audience of 36 million and a maximum of 43 million. Such audience data is already comparable to the Oscars. However, for the Oscars, don't even think about offering $6 million. Although the harvest is huge, everyone also understands that there are too many unrepeatable aspects of this concert. In order to ensure the box office of the concert itself, most singers will not easily allow TV stations to broadcast it live. After all, doing so may make a lot of money in the short term, but it will dampen the enthusiasm of fans to watch the concert live. Madonna's team naturally understands this truth. This time, the live broadcast format is more for publicity needs. Now, the effect has far exceeded expectations. After the concert that night, although Westeros will not participate in the next concert, the tickets for Madonna's remaining concerts in North America and Europe were all sold out in the following days. There is no lack of controversy in the hot media discussion. The petite girl named Jennifer, who rushed onto the stage when Simon appeared last, was once suspected by many media to be a prearranged babysitter. As for the reason, many media felt that the scene at that time was too perfect. A beautiful girl as delicate as a doll. Westeros is just right comfort. And the last song, Rocket Man by Elton John. Especially the last song, Rocket Man, has become a bug accused by many skeptics. For commercial concerts, any song, not to mention a cover, even the singer's own original song, sometimes requires special authorization. If Simon Westeros had not obtained authorization from Elton John and the copyright holder of Rocket Man in advance and sang this song at will, it would be an infringement and he would be sued. However, the news that appeared later broke the media's doubts one by one. The whole thing was indeed an accident. The 17-year-old girl named Jennifer Bray from Florida, in addition to being a crazy fan of Simon, had no substantial intersection with Simon personally before. The girl met Simon in person for the first time that night. As for the song Rocket Man, Simon did infringe. However, Madonna's team contacted Elton John and the record company that held the copyright of Rocket Man as soon as possible afterwards. After learning about the situation at the time, they paid another copyright fee, and all parties expressed their understanding. In an interview with the media, Elton John also praised Simon's singing at the time and hoped to have the opportunity to cooperate. Moreover, when Rocket Man, an old song released in 1972, quickly rushed to the second place on the singles best-selling list following Fire in the following week, the copyright company of the song was overjoyed. Because Simon took Jennifer Bray backstage after singing Rocket Man, the petite girl subsequently became the focus of media attention, and all the information that should and shouldn't be exposed was dug up by the media. Jennifer Bray is from Miami, Florida, and comes from an ordinary middle-class family. Her father is an employee of a food company, her mother is a nurse, and she has an older brother and a younger sister. The girl became obsessed with Simon since Lola Run and spent all the money she saved for several years by doing odd jobs on a concert ticket that night. She took a train from Miami to New York alone and waited outside the Brenda Barry Arena for a whole day with an empty pocket, and she didn't even know where to stay after the concert. After Simon finished singing that night, he originally wanted to send the girl off the stage, but he felt that the little girl was obviously in an abnormal mental state and found that she was alone, so he took her backstage. After learning about the girl's situation, he also helped her arrange a hotel and a flight back to Miami. That's all. After doing what he thought he should do and sending a lone girl home safely, Simon stopped paying attention to the incident. However, the gossip-filled media didn't think so. Some people speculated whether something happened that night, some people chased the girl's contact with Simon, and even an agency tried to sign the girl. But none of this had anything to do with Simon. The day after the concert, Simon left North America and flew to Australia. Cersei Fund Management has begun a new phase of layout for the international crude oil market. Apollo Management is in the process of acquiring Simmons, and BlackRock Asset Management also plans to buy the bottom when the war triggers turmoil in the world stock market. It can be said that the upcoming July is crucial for Cersei Capital. Janet did not return to Australia with Simon this time. Jennifer accompanied him as planned. The female assistant was personally responsible for building a wooden house on the lakeside in Simon's territory in Tasmania during this period, just waiting for a snowy day to come, and Simon and I spent a long-awaited time together. In Melbourne, Batman: The Dark Knight officially started shooting a week before Simon came to Australia. Considering the benefits that Batman Begins has brought to Melbourne's film, tourism and employment, the preferential treatment enjoyed by Batman: The Dark Knight has been further increased. The tax refund ratio has increased to 20% compared with the last 15%, and there are still no restrictions on other films. Simon did not deliberately exploit any loopholes because of the loose conditions of the Melbourne city government. Instead, he transferred more production links of this film to Australia, and bought the abandoned factory used for filming in the western suburbs of Melbourne last time, planning to build a filming base. Deanery's Special Effects Australia branch was also officially established. In terms of specific filming, although fans have some complaints about Simon's use of Jane de Bont, in fact, as Deanery's and Warner Brothers have publicly stated, the control of the film is still firmly in Simon's hands. The script was finalized by Simon himself, and Jane de Bont has no power to modify it unless he can convince Simon. The crew is also all the team trained by Simon last time, which is enough to ensure that the technical details of the film are consistent with the first one. Moreover, although Jane de Bont was the nominal director, Simon also arranged 2 other assistants for him, Roland Emmerich and Martin Campbell. The 3 of them later became first-line directors in Hollywood, and they all had enough experience in film production and their talents were beyond doubt. Simon's requirement was that the 3 of them should work closely together, and many things should be implemented after joint discussions. After brainstorming, although Jane de Bont had the final decision-making power on the shooting scene, Simon believed that de Bont, who cherished this opportunity very much, would not be unwilling to absorb the correct suggestions made by the other 2. In addition, Simon still invited Joe Silver to be the producer responsible for the logistical support of Batman: The Dark Knight. With a series of advantages, if Jane de Bont could still mess up, Simon would decisively kick him out. The fact is that Jane de Bont was naturally not kicked out. Simon rushed to Melbourne and carefully checked the sample film shot by the crew the week before, and he was very relieved to be the boss. Of course, in media reports, in order to appease fans' concerns about the quality of the film, Simon still diligently followed the filming of the film throughout the process. Unknowingly, time quickly came to July 1990. Simon was not in Los Angeles, and Deanery's Entertainment still started the financial audit work for the first half of the year step by step, and Janet occasionally helped to take care of it. Moreover, it was not just Deanery's Entertainment. Because of the attention caused by Simon's participation in that concert some time ago, some media found that since he stepped into Los Angeles in the summer of 1986, Simon Westeros has created a huge business empire in just 4 years. The entire Westeros system, with Westeros Company as the core, involves 4 major fields: entertainment, fashion, technology, and finance. What's more rare is that none of the 4 major fields involved is a small fight. Among them, the most dazzling Deanery's Entertainment, although its business field is still limited to movies and related industries, has firmly ranked among the giants in just a few years. The original strong uncertainty and unsustainable curse of the film industry in terms of performance has also been broken by Deanery's Entertainment. Since its establishment, Deanery's Entertainment has never suffered too much loss in film projects. Instead, it has repeatedly made great achievements with small investment, creating box office miracles such as Scream, The Sixth Sense and Pretty Woman. The development of the DC movie universe plan has made the industry see a new way for the development of the film industry. In the fashion field, Gucci, which was almost on the verge of bankruptcy, quickly regained its vitality after being taken over by Simon Westeros. Recently, the valuation of Gucci by industry institutions has exceeded $1 billion. Compared with the initial investment, Simon Westeros has received several times the return in terms of equity. The technology industry can be said to be the first field where Simon Westeros made a big bet. Although Ygritte, one of the 4 women under Westeros, seems to be still weak, the stock prices of Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, Sun, and other companies that Westeros bet on during the stock market crash in 1987 have increased rapidly in recent years. especially Microsoft. Since the release of Windows 3.0 in May and its great success, Microsoft's stock price has continued to rise sharply, and now it has exceeded $5 billion, catching up with Microsoft's close partner Intel. The industry even predicts that by August, Microsoft's stock price will even double compared to the market value of about $3 billion at the beginning of the year. Therefore, not to mention the profits brought by the acquisition of Microsoft stocks during the initial stock market crash, just the 10% increase in holdings at the end of last year may bring nearly 100% book returns to Westeros in less than a year. The last financial field. Cersei Capital became famous through two operations in the Japanese financial market and the U.S. bond market last year. At the beginning of this year, the exposure of Simon Westeros's $4.5 billion in overseas cash reserves was simply eye-popping. Although it has been keeping a low profile as much as possible, Cersei Capital's every move continues to stir up waves on Wall Street. It was no secret from the beginning that Cersei Capital was operating in the international crude oil market at this time. Fortunately, the companies that can dig out information from Cersei Capital are not stupid. The best way is to follow up secretly. Therefore, they did not spread this information everywhere, and even took the initiative to help. This prevented Cersei Capital from being completely transparent to the public. According to rough estimates, the total market value of a series of entertainment, fashion, technology and financial companies involved in the entire Westeros system has exceeded $50 billion. In this era, General Electric, which is often ranked among the top 500 companies in the world, has a market value of less than $50 billion. July in the Northern Hemisphere is midsummer. The Southern Hemisphere has entered the coldest stage of winter. Melbourne is in a temperate marine climate zone, and it basically does not snow in winter. The same is true for the coastal areas of Tasmania. However, the inland area extending for dozens of kilometers is already another scene. The second week of July. When a heavy snow fell in the area where the female assistant built a wooden house, the two rushed over together. Chapter 357, Keep a Piece of Sky. Simon and Jennifer left Melbourne on July 11th and rushed to a lake in the forest in the central and western part of Tasmania, which happened to be in the center of Simon's private territory. Because the nearest road is 30 kilometers away, the only way to get there is by helicopter. The female assistant spent all her own money to build 3 wooden houses, one for Simon and his entourage to live in, and also built a helicopter pad. The transportation of building materials alone was very expensive. There was naturally no water and electricity in the forest, so they could only rely on generators and natural water sources, and communication could only be done by satellite phone. It was already a very closed living environment. When the heavy snow covered everything, the surroundings were completely isolated from the world. Suddenly leaving his busy work and coming here, Simon's first feeling was not comfort, but anxiety, a strong sense of loss of control. Fortunately, Simon had a special experience different from anyone in this world, which was equivalent to the accumulation of more than a dozen life experiences, which allowed him to adapt quickly. The female assistant switched between a strong woman in the workplace and a little woman at home freely. When he came here, he only brought a few books and a sketchbook. During the day, Simon taught her how to draw, and she skated on the frozen lake in front of the cottage, wearing a girlish white down jacket, as skillful as an elf. At night, they snuggled together by the fireplace, and Simon read to him in a clear and elegant voice, Proust's Remembrance of Things Past, a very thick book. Or Yeats's poetry collection. I am leaving and going to Innisfree Island. Build a cottage with mud and branches. I want 9 rows of bean racks in a beehive. Listen to the bees singing in the woods, living alone in a secluded place. Then I will have peace. After reading, he also suggested whether to give the small lake in front of us a name, or just call it Innisfree Lake. Simon refused. The female assistant said that it should be called Jenny Lake in the rare resentful expression. The female assistant's resentment did not dissipate, and asked which Jenny. Simon firmly said that it was of course the Jenny in front of him. He also brought an original Chinese version of Dream of Red Mansions. Janet's assistant never forgot the joke she made. She wanted to know the story about Xirin and asked Simon to tell her in person. Then she liked to listen to the romance, joys and sorrows in the Grandview garden. Even though a strong curiosity flashed in her eyes occasionally, she never asked Simon why he knew such a difficult and obscure language. She just kept asking all kinds of questions. She also tried hard to learn to recite a poem in the book. There was no fixed pronunciation, but a very standard accent. The paper was full of nonsense, a handful of bitter tears. Everyone said the author was crazy. Who could understand the meaning? Finally, she couldn't help it and asked Simon casually if there really was a three-life stone. Simon said no. It was just a story. She was obviously very dissatisfied with the answer and pursed her lips again. Simon comforted her and her little emotion disappeared. She was very satisfied with Zyron's ending and threatened that if Simon didn't like her one day, she would find a good man to marry. When she said this, she looked at Simon with a threatening look. He actually dared to threaten. So she was severely dealt with. Every time she was very obedient. I discovered something, complaining that many of the dirty details Janet told her were not there. Simon smiled and said that this was okay. Then, it really was there. I calmed down and continued to read the book Remembrance of Things Past to Simon. Simon had been listening patiently, and inadvertently, he wrote down a sentence he heard on the blank page of The Dream of Red Mansions in his hand. Always try to keep a piece of sky outside your life. I smelled the aroma of food and opened my eyes lazily. This is the bedroom, and there is naturally no food around, just the sticky smell of the man who came in from the kitchen. I still couldn't help sniffing, but I was too lazy to move. The room was very warm, and Simon was only wearing a woolen sweater and khaki trousers. When he saw her open her eyes, he came over to kiss her. I turned my head away. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. But Simon didn't let her go, and kissed her beautiful face that had just woken up, and then leaned over to her white neck. Not satisfied, he pulled the quilt down a little and leaned over again. Get up now, or should I accompany you to sleep for a while? Holding down the man's strange hand, I want to get up. You go out first. I'll help you put on your clothes. No, I can put on my clothes myself. No, I must help you. As he spoke, he started to move amid the giggles of the female assistant, and finally the two of them put on their clothes again. Breakfast had to be redone. The original breakfast had already gone cold. After eating, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The time was July 17th. I had been here for a whole week. Although only Janet would call me occasionally, it was hard to justify staying any longer. It was a very sunny day. After packing up the luggage and standing outside the house, the female assistant was obviously reluctant to leave, and was also worried that her cottage would be destroyed and occupied by outsiders. It was not until Simon promised to arrange a special caregiver that she was slightly relieved. Taking advantage of the midday sun, they boarded the helicopter parked nearby. The helicopter roared into the sky, and the lake, which was not big to begin with, became smaller and smaller in the field of vision, just like a long-standing memory that would gradually fade and dissipate in everyone's heart. The rented Bell helicopter had insufficient battery life, so it had to change to a boat to return to Melbourne on the northern coast of Tasmania. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they returned to the villa on the outskirts of Melbourne. After calling some people close to him, he originally planned to rest for another night and start working tomorrow. Anthony Johnston called and asked Simon to go to the mansion for a party. It turned out that today was Norman Johnston's birthday and his family would be there. After living with Jennifer for a week, Simon didn't believe that the Johnston family would not know about it. He felt guilty and didn't refuse. The female assistant, who felt even more guilty, didn't dare to go with him. They arrived at the mansion in the evening. Many people were invited to the party, and it was very lively. Except for Patrick Johnston winking at Simon, no one reacted too much to Simon's whereabouts in the past week. The entertainment lasted until late at night. After all the guests left, Simon wanted to leave, but the old man kept him. Although the meaning of his words was that there was a place for him to stay at home, Simon understood that the old man still had an opinion on his actions in the previous week. Naturally, he had to stay. After returning to Melbourne, he couldn't sleep in anymore. He woke up on time at 7 o'clock the next day. Leaving the bedroom, walking through the corridor and heading for the stairs, he passed by a room and Veronica Johnston happened to open the door and walked out. When she saw Simon, she immediately froze and subconsciously raised her hand, but quickly put it down. Simon also stopped and frowned when he saw Veronica's subconscious defensive action. Seeing Simon frown, Veronica raised her hand again with some uneasiness, as if she wanted to explain, but she just stammered out the word "I," and couldn't say anything. Seeing that she stopped talking, Simon didn't say anything either, and continued to walk towards the stairs. Veronica stared blankly at Simon's figure disappearing at the stairs before she walked out of the room. After breakfast, Simon and Anthony Johnston rushed to the Johnston Holdings headquarters in Melbourne. After the operation targeting the Japanese market last year, although Cersei Capital's headquarters moved to New York, it still retained a team here. In order to reduce the infiltration of the details of Cersei Capital's operations by the outside world in the operation of the crude oil market this time, the team in Melbourne also participated. In fact, because Cersei Capital has established a number of very large and complex crude oil futures portfolios through different accounts in various crude oil futures markets such as New York and London, and has recently begun to directly participate in spot transactions, except for a few people such as Janet and Simon, even within Cersei Capital, few people know the company's specific position data. Cersei Capital began to establish long positions in late June, when the international crude oil price was still above $14. In less than a month, the international crude oil price has fallen to $13, which is also the lowest international crude oil price in Simon's memory. If the short positions of two-way positions are not counted, and only the recent long positions are counted, Cersei Capital's book losses have exceeded $1.6 billion in less than a month. Moreover, because Cersei Capital is still continuing to increase the scale of long positions and reduce short positions, if the international crude oil price does not rebound as expected in the future, but instead falls to $10 a barrel as many institutions predict, Cersei Capital will not only lose all the profits earned by the short positions in the early stage, but may even lose the principal. In Simon's memory, the international crude oil price began to rise after the breakdown of the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait on oil production control at the end of July, and doubled directly after the outbreak of the war on August 2. Now, the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait are still ongoing. According to the news from the Middle East, the first phase of the negotiations will not be achieved until next week. Either Kuwait will make a compromise and reduce crude oil production, or the negotiations will break down and things will go unpredictably. Simon does not think that the war can be avoided because of his appearance. In fact, the internal causes of this war are much more complicated than most people imagine. It involves not only the interests of European and American oil groups, but also the still turbulent situation in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. However, in order to be on the safe side, Cersei Capital's operation this time is relatively conservative. As of mid-July, the scale of long positions established is less than $15 billion, and sufficient funds have been reserved to maintain Cersei Capital's leverage ratio within 5 times. According to the plan, after closing all short positions next week, although the principal held by Cersei Capital will exceed $5 billion, the total size of long positions will still be cautiously maintained within $25 billion. After spending a day at the Johnston Holdings headquarters discussing the next move of Cersei Capital, Simon turned his attention back to movies. The filming of Batman: The Dark Knight is still going smoothly, and Simon doesn't need to worry too much. In North America, more than 3 weeks have passed since Simon left on June 24. In the past few weeks of the North American summer season, many new films such as Die Hard 2, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Days of Thunder have been released. Going back, Ghost, which was released on June 1, still maintained a strong box office curve under the pressure of a number of new films. As of July 19, after 7 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Ghost has reached $115.06 million. Moreover, this tear-jerking love movie has been released for the 7th week, and its weekly box office still remains above $10 million, reaching $11.07 million. It is expected that the total box office in North America will hopefully break the $200 million mark, becoming the first movie in 1990 to break the $200 million mark in North America. In comparison, Total Recall, which was released at the same time, although the total box office in North America reached $106.41 million in the 7th week of its release, successfully breaking the $100 million mark, the single-week box office has slipped to $4.77 million, and it is expected that there will only be about $10 million in the box office potential. Sleeping with the Enemy, the first of Deaneries Entertainment's 10-movie plan, which Simon is more concerned about, has a box office drop of 33% in the second week after the first week of $27.62 million, and collected another $18.53 million. The drop exceeded 30%, which is a little disappointing. Fortunately, in the next 3 weeks, the drop of Sleeping with the Enemy was within 30%, 21%, 17% and 23% respectively, and it collected $14.61 million, $12.13 million and $9.37 million in succession. In 5 weeks, the cumulative box office of Sleeping with the Enemy has reached $82.26 million. Although the single-week box office has fallen below $10 million, there is no doubt that the North American box office of this film will exceed $100 million. In addition, the production budget of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which was released on July 6, has increased to $20 million compared with the $8 million B-level film level in the original time and space, and the quality is better than the original version. Coupled with the golden period of the summer season and Deaneries Entertainment's unremitting publicity and promotion investment, the film's box office in the first week of opening reached $39.78 million, far exceeding the first week data of Ghost and Sleeping with the Enemy. In just 1 week from July 6 to July 12, according to the tiered profit-sharing rule signed by Deaneries Entertainment and the theater chain, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has recovered all the production and publicity costs. However, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles still relies heavily on the popularity brought by animation and games in recent years. The quality of the film itself is far from the phenomenal level. The high opening in the first week inevitably means a sharp decline in the box office in the second week, July 13 to July 19. In the second week of its release, the box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fell by 43%, earning another $22.67 million. In 2 weeks, it earned $62.45 million. This box office curve is actually similar to that of Total Recall, which opened at the same time as Ghost. Of course, the difference is that the production cost of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is less than 1/3 of that of Total Recall starring Schwarzenegger. The North American box office of Total Recall can only barely recover the production cost. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has already begun to generate rich profits after its second week of release. Because of the outstanding market performance of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Deaneries Entertainment quickly announced the establishment of the sequel. The box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the original time and space is not as good as one another, because in addition to the popularity of its own IP, this series is actually difficult to maintain too high an appeal to the audience. The audience came to watch the first part, largely because of the popularity accumulated by the series of animations and games. However, Simon did not prevent the establishment of the sequel this time like the Flying Beyond Innocence series. Mainly because of the cost. Compared to the two-hit series, Flying Over Innocence and Lethal Weapon, even if Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles develops a sequel, the production cost will not be much higher than the first one, and there will not be big names like Mel Gibson demanding a high share of the project's profits. The first film can break $100 million, so as long as the sequel does not mess up, it is easy to recover the cost and make a profit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 The Storm is Coming. After returning from Tasmania, Jennifer stayed in Melbourne for another 3 days before returning to Los Angeles. The entire Westeros system, counting only the companies directly held by Westeros, including the core 4 women, as well as a large number of listed or unlisted companies such as Microsoft, Intel, Cisco, AOL, Nokia, etc., has reached 36, and is still increasing. The number of other second and third level subsidiaries is even larger. Although Simon has delegated power as much as possible, due to the large number of companies, the affairs that these companies need to handle personally every day are still very heavy and complicated. The female assistant's position in Simon's business empire is now equivalent to his eyes. She is in charge of an assistant office with 6 other assistants, constantly screening and summarizing the information of all companies in the entire Westeros system and handing it over to Simon for processing. Simon continues to stay in Melbourne, follow up on the filming of Batman, The Dark Knight, and remotely control the operation of the entire Westeros system. Companies always appear to be more vigorous in the early stages of development, and the Westeros system, which has been expanding rapidly in recent years, is even more so. Florence. The continued turmoil in Europe has not affected Italy. However, this country located on the peninsula has always had difficulty in having much say in Europe, whether in economy or politics. Sophia Fessi rarely cares about politics and has been negotiating with the Gucci family recently. The last male member of the second generation of Gucci, 85-year-old Aldo Gucci, died last month, which was not a big deal. Melisandre has achieved absolute control of Gucci, and it is difficult for the Gucci family to have much impact on this luxury brand, no matter what. However, the internal disputes of the Gucci family are also well known to many people. Aldo Gucci did not arrange his own affairs after his death. He held on to his 12% Gucci shares until the last second of his life, and then passed them to his children. Without arranging a family trust in advance, Aldo Gucci's children will face the problem of inheritance tax that cannot be avoided. The more serious problem is that Aldo Gucci's children cannot come up with enough cash to pay inheritance tax. Although Gucci's recovery is very rapid, Sophia has used all the company's excess funds for business expansion and has not planned to pay a penny to shareholders in recent years. Therefore, the Gucci family had to choose to sell this 12% stake. Melisandre, who has the support of the Westeros system behind the scenes, is naturally the most suitable target to take over. Sophia also intends to take over this equity. With this 12% stake, Melisandre's shareholding in Gucci can reach 75%. However, compared with a total expenditure of $170 million when Simon initially acquired 63% of Gucci's shares, this time the Gucci family offered a high price of $150 million for the 12% stake in the opponent. Although the outside world's assessment of Gucci's market value has been rising, Sophia could not accept such an offer. After discussing with Simon, Melisandre's offer was capped at $100 million. Therefore, Sophia has been bargaining with the Gucci family. Because there is only 12% of the shares, there is no way to get involved in the control of Gucci, and the price is so high. In addition to Melisandre, the Gucci family will not be able to find a second buyer in a short time. Helsinki. After Nokia's mobile communications department was transferred to Westeros, without the burden of other assets and with $50 million in funding, Jorma Ollila quickly started the research and development of mobile phones and base station equipment related to GSM technology. The direct border with the Soviet Union and the turmoil in Europe over the past year have made the whole of Finland a little nervous, but life still has to go on. In the first half of the year, Finland has begun to build the first GSM pilot network in Europe or the world. Although it is led by Germany's Siemens Group, Nokia has also participated in it. However, it will take at least 1 year for GSM to be officially commercialized. Nokia's mobile communications department cannot completely abandon its own accumulated foundation over the years. In the first half of the year, it continued to launch 2 analog signal mobile phones, and the sales were pretty good. New York. While Simon and his female assistant were spending time together in a cabin in Tasmania, James Raybould officially signed a shareholding agreement with Qualcomm, a wireless communication technology company headquartered in San Diego. In the past 2 years, Qualcomm has initially completed the patent layout of CMDA technology, and has been recognized by AT&T, Bell Pacific, Motorola and other companies. It has also established cooperative relations with Korean telecommunications companies and continued to obtain funds from all parties to invest in the research and development of CDMA commercial technology. However, after several consecutive capital injections from companies such as AT&T were quickly exhausted, Qualcomm has recently faced a shortage of funds. If Westeros's investment is not accepted, Qualcomm will have less than $200,000 in funds on its books, and even the employees' salaries in August may not be paid smoothly. Westeros's previous strength in seizing control of AOL and Cisco made Qualcomm's management quite cautious, but it was difficult for Qualcomm to find a big sponsor who could immediately come up with a large sum of money in a short period of time. After some bargaining, Westeros acquired 4 million common shares of Qualcomm at a cost of $35 million, accounting for 20% of Qualcomm's total share capital at that time. However, Westeros did not get the terms and conditions that other holding companies could use to maintain their shareholding ratio in the subsequent financing or IPO process. After accepting Westeros's investment, Qualcomm can continue to promote the IPO work without restrictions. San Francisco. With a further promotion of Igrit Portal and World Wide Web technology, although July has not yet passed, the number of users of AOL has exceeded the whole of June. It is expected that the number of users accessing the World Wide Web this month will increase by 55,000 to 60,000. In order to keep up with the pace of market expansion, Both Ygritte and AOL can only be described as burning funds. Ygritte is completely in a state of burning money. From browser software, server software, portal website technologies to the underlying JavaScript language development, the R&D investment is huge, but the realization of sustainable revenue is far away. Simon originally hoped to subsidize the portal website department through software sales, but this goal is obviously not very realistic in the short term. Carol Bartz, who is in charge of the software department, has a strong personality. Although she has begun to earn revenue from the installation of browser software, she not only has no intention of subsidizing the portal department, but has cut $10 million from the $20 million invested by Simon for the development of the software department itself. On Jeff Bezos' side, the remaining $10 million can only last until the end of August to maintain the portal team and build 2 new data centers. Fortunately, Jeff Bezos has begun to explore the advertising business and successfully obtained 2 advertising orders from IBM and Microsoft. The amount is not large, totaling only $800,000, and he also rejected Gates' suggestion to increase advertising investment in exchange for the priority development of Windows platform browser software. Simon was very satisfied with this vision of not considering the gains and losses of the moment. In order to allow users to get the latest features as soon as possible, the IE browser under Ygritte is updated several times almost every month. For customers, if the browser software on one platform is often updated more timely than another platform, it will naturally produce bias unconsciously. However, although the Windows operating system has begun to rise, Apple and traditional Unix computers are still the mainstream in recent years. Although Westeros is a major shareholder of Microsoft, in order to promote the World Wide Web technology as soon as possible and avoid giving other competitors an opportunity, IE browser is not likely to favor Microsoft for the time being. As for the competition and disagreement between Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz, Simon did not intervene too much. Appropriate internal competition is also beneficial to the development of the enterprise. Moreover, it is not the time for the software department to subsidize the portal website. If that day really comes, Simon will not indulge Carol Bartz's willfulness. In addition, at the end of July, 100 internet cafes opened by AOL officially opened for business. The excellent publicity and marketing in the early stage, the leisurely environment inside the internet cafes that is no less than that of coffee shops, and the public's curiosity about the internet attracted a large number of customers for a while. However, as originally estimated, these 100 internet cafes are basically not profitable. The charge is $3 per hour, each internet cafe has 20 computers, and the business hours are from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Even if an internet cafe is fully operational, the theoretical income per month is only $28,800. In reality, it is considered good if it can earn half of that. Coincidentally, the approximate break-even point for each internet cafe is $15,000. To make a profit, as originally expected, it can only rely on drinks and snacks or sell some peripherals. Although these 100 internet cafes have little hope of making a profit, AOL has no intention of giving up this business. After all, Simon's fundamental purpose is to promote World Wide Web technology. According to the plan, after a period of exploration and operation, AOL intends to expand the internet cafe industry through authorized franchising. Franchisees only need to pay a certain franchise fee to AOL to obtain a full set of technical and solution support. They can also adopt a relatively flexible business model, appropriately increase the number of computers, increase internet access prices, or develop additional businesses. It is relatively easy to make a profit. Los Angeles. Without Simon, Deanery's entertainment is still as vibrant as a little beast in spring. The financial data for the first half of 1990 has been compiled. Although the management has not released detailed data, both the company and the outside media have already found out a rough idea. In the first 6 months of this year, Deanery's entertainment made a lot of money from the unexpected box office hit Pretty Woman. However, Pretty Woman, a film that is enough to support the performance of a film company for the whole year, brought Deanery's entertainment more than $160 million in the first half of the year, but it was less than 1/10 of the pre-tax profit of Deanery's entertainment in the first 2 quarters. Only Batman Begins, which was a box office hit at the end of last year, made Deanery's entertainment a lot of money in the first half of the year in terms of box office and peripherals. In addition, since the end of 1988, Deanery's entertainment has accumulated a large number of hit films such as the Scream series, Dead Poets Society, Rain Man, The Sixth Sense, The Bodyguard, One Step Away, etc., which continued to bring Deanery's Entertainment a lot of money in overseas theaters, videotape markets and TV broadcasting platforms in the first half of 1990. A series of popular reality shows and other TV drama projects produced by Deanery's Television also bring stable income to the company. Not only that, the Deanery's Entertainment Consumer Products Department headed by Nancy Brill, including games and music businesses, has made a lot of money because of a series of projects produced by the company. Among them, the fighting version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game released by Blizzard Studios in March. Although it did not reach the popularity of the role-playing version of the game last year, the cumulative sales of game cartridges exceeded 1 million in 3 months, and the total sales are expected to exceed 2 million. Because of the preferential quota obtained from Nintendo, 5 games can be released at preferential standards every year. In addition to the fighting version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Blizzard Studios will also launch a role-playing version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sequel in the second half of the year, NAA, in which Deanery's Entertainment has a stake, will also provide 3 other games to enter the Nintendo console platform. All of these combined, in the first half of 1990 alone, Deanery's Entertainment's net profit after tax has reached $573 million. With the success of summer movies such as Ghost and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the full-year net profit figure can at least double. After the financial report was released, Amy Pascal was even a little dazed. She officially signed the contract in March 1987 and the contract ended in March 1991, a total of 4 years. According to the company's performance in the first half of the year in her original salary terms, the compensation she can get this year, cash and stock awards combined, is likely to exceed $100 million. $100 million. If someone told her a few years ago that she could become a billionaire, Amy would definitely think that the other party was talking nonsense. Hollywood executives, except for the top Steve Ross, Lou Vasselman and a few other bigwigs who have been in high positions for a long time and have made their companies large enough. The rest, the salary is actually not high, everyone is busy, just to earn a hard-earned money. Even Steve Ross, who received a total salary of only more than $36 million last year, was already scolded by the media and shareholders. Those who are really in Hollywood know that the most profitable people in this industry are only a handful of top stars. As for the senior executives in the circle, although they seem to have great power, they are also subject to many constraints. Most of the time, they have to suffer from the anger of investors and try every means to accommodate the stars. It is not as glorious as the outside world imagines. However, Amy Pascal, a woman, can actually make $100 million a year in this industry where women are generally discriminated against and objectified. In a trance, Amy even occasionally wondered in a very unpromising way, how should she spend such a large sum of money? While the Westeros system was expanding vigorously, time silently rolled over the last few days of July 1990. In the last week of July, the situation in the Middle East, which was already tense to the extreme, was becoming more and more stormy. After demanding Kuwait to forgive debts and provide huge compensation under the pretext of Kuwait's stealing of Iraqi oil to no avail, Iraq's most elite Republican Guard Tank Armored Division had already deployed troops on the Iraq-Kuwait border. Not wanting his Arab brothers to go to war with each other, Egyptian President Mubarak took the initiative to visit Iraq to speak for Kuwait, but left after being rejected. Middle Eastern countries that also felt threatened held a large-scale joint military exercise with the U.S. Persian Gulf Fleet on July 24, trying to deter Saddam's authorities. At the same time, international crude oil prices also soared rapidly in the last week of July. In just 1 week, it has soared from the original low of $13 to a high of nearly $20. Cersei Capital cleared all short contracts on Monday, July 23, but the rising crude oil prices swallowed up a considerable amount of profits. When the crude oil price soared in the last week of July, the long positions that had originally suffered huge losses turned losses into profits in just a few days, and then came the astonishing profits. Chapter 359 War breaks out. Brisbane, on the east coast of Australia. It was July 27, and the Hollywood summer season was still going on, but MGM CEO Shirley Lansing had to fly here in a dusty mess. That was because Christopher Scars, chairman of Kintex Group, MGM's Australian parent company, had suddenly absconded. This story started with a Japanese stock market bubble. As we all know, Australia is a highly dependent economy. Throughout the 1980s, thanks to the rapid rise of Japan, the Australian economy grew rapidly by relying on exports of minerals and agricultural products to Japan. In just 10 years, Australia's GDP doubled to $300 billion. However, with the bursting of the Japanese stock market bubble at the end of last year, the Australian economy has also been dragged down and fallen into a downturn since the beginning of this year. Kintex Group expanded rapidly in the 1980s when Australia's economy was booming by borrowing heavily. If the Australian economy continued to grow strongly, the company might still be able to barely hold on. But when the domestic economic situation took a sharp turn for the worse, bank credit tightened, and investors became conservative, Kintex Group soon could not continue. After completing the acquisition of 70% of MGM's equity last year, Kintex Group's overall debt amount still reached $1.7 billion after the asset restructuring during this period, not to mention MGM's own record debt of more than $800 million. Perhaps knowing that Kintex Group would not be able to maintain for too long, Christopher Scotchay has been bleeding from the company through various channels since the end of last year, and then transferring the funds to overseas accounts. In a recent financial audit, the board of directors of Kintex Group found that an abnormal management fee expenditure of $13.5 million was illegally transferred to an overseas company. After further investigation, it was found that this was a shell company registered by Christopher Scotchay. After urgent consultations with shareholders and creditors, the board of directors of Kintex Group finally chose to call the police. Christopher Scotchay was arrested and released on bail the next day. Without waiting for further news, he fled to Spain without any delay. With Christopher Scotchay's escape from the crime, Kintex Group immediately became a hot mess on the verge of collapse. Shareholders and creditors don't even have the energy to pursue Christopher's cause now. How to prevent the Kintex Group from collapsing is the most important thing. In its heyday, the Kintex Group was involved in multiple industries such as media, film, resorts and jewelry retail. However, after all the troubles, the company's two most valuable assets are now only the Australian local 7 network and the American MGM. The 7 network has been operating well in recent years. However, although it is a TV network covering the whole of Australia, the Australian TV network is naturally impossible to compare with North America, and the current valuation is only $800 million. The 70% equity of MGM was acquired last year for $1 billion. If it chooses to sell it now, $1 billion should not be a big problem. Together with some other fragmented assets, the overall valuation of the assets under the name of the Kintex Group can basically repay the debt. However, if bankruptcy liquidation is carried out immediately, these assets will definitely depreciate. Moreover, it involves assets worth more than $1 billion, including various complex bond relationships. If you want to liquidate directly, it will definitely not be completed in the short term. The Kintex Group can only maintain it as much as possible and reorganize its assets step by step, so as to minimize the losses of shareholders and creditors. Kintex Group headquarters in Brisbane. Seeing Simon, Shirley Lansing's originally somewhat confused mind finally relaxed. When she first heard the news and rushed to Australia, Shirley Lansing thought that she would soon lose her position as CEO of MGM, which she had just sat on for a short time. Now, since this young man is willing to intervene, and he was the one who introduced her to join MGM, then, unless MGM changes its owner, she should not be kicked out in the short term. After all, apart from her, Australians can't find a second suitable company manager in Hollywood for a while. I just don't know if Westeros will buy MGM directly. Thinking of some recent rumors in Hollywood, Shirley Lansing is looking forward to it. Amy Pascal's annual salary this year may exceed $100 million, which is something that most Hollywood executives dare not even dream of. As a woman who can climb to the top of the Hollywood pyramid step by step, Shirley Lansing naturally has her own ambitions and aspirations. Lansing also believes that if Westlock takes over MGM, the company will soon be able to break free from the years of depression. The meeting on the asset restructuring and management adjustment of the Kintex Group after Christopher Scars left lasted a whole day. Shirley Lansing was also a senior executive of the Kintex system, so she participated in the whole process. She also knew that Simon's purpose of attending this meeting had little to do with MGM, but for the 7th television network held by the Kintex Group. To be precise, the Johnston family hopes to buy the 7th television network. After operating in the capital market in the past 2 years, the Johnston family also holds a large amount of cash. According to Raymond Johnston's mind, this fund must be used first to expand the family's business in mining and transportation. Simon also knows that Australia's mining resources will undergo large-scale integration in the 1990s, and eventually a world-class mining giant like BHP Billiton will emerge. In such a large-scale industrial integration, the Johnston family controls Johnston Holdings, whose overall market value is only about $5 billion, and it is difficult to have an impact on the overall situation. Unless Johnston Holdings itself can quickly transform into a behemoth, otherwise, in front of an industry oligarchy of the $100 billion level like BHP Billiton, small and medium-sized mining companies will either be merged or squeezed out, and it will be very difficult to stay out of trouble. BHP and Billiton are still two companies now, and their market value is far less terrifying than it was later. If some means are used and funds are sufficient, it is not impossible for the Johnston family to make a small bet for a big gain. However, Simon does not know much about this aspect. The advice he can give for the time being is to quickly accumulate its own strength through diversified development. Moreover, compared with a mining industry that requires slow accumulation, the media field has a lot of room for value added in the 1990s. With Simon's resources in Hollywood and the Johnston family's deep-rooted resources and connections in Australia, it would be a waste not to develop business in this area. Australia now has many restrictions on overseas capital investment in the country's media industry, just like North America. Similarly, these restrictions will be gradually relaxed in the next few years. Simon's long-term plan is that after the Australian media industry is open to overseas investors, Westeros will use the large amount of funds accumulated in the financial industry, internet industry and media field to buy out Johnston Holdings' peripheral businesses outside the core mining field at one time. In this way, the Westeros system will achieve expansion in Australia, and the Johnston family will also have enough capital, and with the help of some financial leverage, it will be enough to swallow up an industry giant like BHP or Billiton with a small bet and continue to expand. In order to help the Johnston family accumulate more capital, not only in the media, but also in recent days, Simon has been discussing with the old man about getting involved in the Australian telecommunications industry. The Australian telecommunications industry has been a state monopoly before, and recently it has also been discussing opening up. Moreover, in the two newly budding branches of the telecommunications industry, mobile communications and the internet, the Westeros system can provide sufficient technical support here. If these industries can be listed in North America in the next few years, they can also cash out a large amount of funds by taking advantage of the new technology wave. In general, Simon is not only buying land in Tasmania, but he is indeed planning to operate Australia as his own overseas base. If Simon's plans can be realized one by one, Johnston Holdings will eventually develop into a behemoth like BHP Billiton, plus the layout of other industries. By then, the Australian economy will basically be in the hands of Simon and the Johnston family. Of course, these things cannot be achieved overnight. In the next 10 years, it is already very rare to be able to complete the initial layout. However, what Simon lacks the least is time. If you can control a country in 10 or 20 years and achieve the economic status of Samsung Group in South Korea, it is completely worth it. After a day of meetings, Kintex Group shareholders and creditors finally reached an agreement with the Johnston family to sell the Seven Network to Johnston Holdings Group for $700 million in cash in order to repay their due debts and maintain business operations. At the same time, as a potential exchange of interests, in Hollywood, Deaneries Entertainment will cooperate with MGM on 2 of the original 10 film plans to help MGM recover. Until night fell, the meeting that lasted a whole day finally ended. When everyone was leaving the meeting room, Shirley Lansing finally stepped forward to stop Simon and invited him. "Simon, would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Simon nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Veronica Johnston, who came with him to participate in the negotiations today, "Let's go together." Veronica was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly, and said She had introduced them during the day, and Shirley Lansing knew that this cold-looking woman was Janet Johnston's aunt. However, due to the woman's natural keen intuition, Shirley Lansing clearly felt that there seemed to be something strange between Westeros and this woman. However, this thought occasionally flashed through her mind, and Shirley Lansing no longer explored it in depth. After all, this was someone else's business. Thinking too much and angering this young man would be completely worth it for her. They randomly chose a nice restaurant near the headquarters of Kintex Group. The three of them sat down and ordered food. Simon asked first, "How is the copyright issue of 007 going?" "We're still discussing it. I plan to buy the copyright of Spectre from Kevin McCrory and completely resolve this dispute." McCrory asked for $5 million, which is really a bit high. As for the script, according to your original proposal, the company has completed the first draft of GoldenEye. Simon, do you want to take a look? I have to return to Melbourne later. After you return to Los Angeles, please have someone send the script to Malibu, Simon said, and then said, in addition, the male lead needs to be replaced. Timothy Dalton is really not suitable for the role of 007. You can contact Pierce Brosnan to see if he is interested. Shirley Lansing thought of Pierce Brosnan, who entered Hollywood's vision with Pretty Woman in the first half of the year, and said, "Brosnan seems to be very suitable, but he should not play this role easily." If Brosnan was still just a second or third tier actor, of course he would be interested in 007. However, since they have become top stars, few stars are willing to lock themselves in the shackles of the 007 image. Although 007 does bring great fame, once they participate in the role, it is often difficult for actors to get rid of the influence of this role on themselves. Since the birth of 007 in the 1960s, there have been many generations of 007 over the years, and now only Sean Connery's career is developing well, and this is the result of CAA's full support. Simon naturally understood this truth, and just said, "You contact him, and if it doesn't work, you can change to someone else. The most important thing is to sign a few more film contracts." Shirley Lansing nodded to indicate that she would take note. After a slight hesitation, she couldn't help but asked, "Simon, why don't you just buy MGM?" Simon expected Shirley Lansing to have such doubts, but did not answer, but turned the topic to the cooperation of the two films. If there was no planned MCA acquisition plan, Simon would definitely buy MGM without hesitation, or, even if he just took over a part of the shares from the Kintex Group, he believed that Kintex would be very happy. However, no matter how poor MGM is, it is still one of the 7 major companies. In the early 1990s, the United States still had very strict antitrust supervision on the media industry. Deaneries Entertainment is now strong enough. If it controls MGM again, the MCA acquisition case will definitely be subject to antitrust investigation. Simon does not want to lose the big picture for the small. Simon also considered letting the Johnston family buy some shares of MGM. However, in the eyes of the U.S. regulatory authorities, doing so is actually not much different from Simon personally controlling MGM. In the federal antitrust provisions, even if you do not directly hold shares, conspiracy to monopolize is also considered monopoly. After dinner, Shirley Lansing was sent to the hotel, and Simon and Veronica rushed to the airport together. It only takes more than an hour to fly from Brisbane to Melbourne, so Simon does not plan to stay here. Veronica will still come tomorrow, but when Simon returns to Melbourne, she will also follow Simon back to Melbourne silently. When the plane arrived in Melbourne and returned to the Johnston mansion, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Anthony Johnston was already waiting for Simon. As soon as the two got home, Anthony handed him a document he had just received. In recent days, although many people still firmly believe that Iraq will not move towards Kuwait in the end, the situation in the Middle East has become increasingly explosive. Simon looked at the information in his hand, and the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared. The information sent from New York showed that Saddam suddenly met with a U.S. ambassador to Baghdad April Glaspie this afternoon in Baghdad. The content of the discussion between the two was not made public, but the information Simon got clearly gave the content of the meeting. The U.S. ambassador to Baghdad Glaspie promised Saddam that Washington would not interfere in the dispute between Iraq and Kuwait. According to the information in Simon's memory, he knew very well that such a promise was simply fart. The fundamental purpose of the Bush administration was just to drag Iraq into the quagmire of war again. However, Saddam obviously believed it. Since the overall situation has been decided, Simon also quietly flew back to North America the next day, intending to personally witness the many waves caused by this war. The last few days of July passed quietly. Until August 2nd, the explosive news spread all over the world. In the early morning of August 2nd, local time in Iraq, the Iraqi Republican Guard suddenly crossed the Iraq-Kuwait border and crushed towards Kuwait City. This war, which was the result of countless people's conspiracy and profit calculations, officially broke out. Chapter 360 Crazy Profits. As of January 1990, the Gulf region's proven oil reserves accounted for 65% of the world's total oil reserves, and it also provided 43% of the world's daily oil needs. Among them, only Iraq and Kuwait, even after decades of exploitation, still ranked among the top 10 in the world in terms of oil reserves. It is conceivable that the turmoil in the Gulf region will have a strong impact on the world's crude oil supply. When the news of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait came on August 2, international crude oil prices began to soar rapidly. As of the close of Friday, August 3, the international crude oil price had soared to $27.63 per barrel, an increase of 29% compared to before the outbreak of the war. Moreover, this is just the beginning. In Simon's memory, the Kuwait War caused the international crude oil price to reach a maximum of $41.07. Because of the influence of Simon's Big Butterfly, many things are no longer so certain, but Simon believes that the problem of international crude oil prices hitting the high of $40 this time will not be too big. New York. SYNOPSIS Capital headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. Although it is Sunday, today's SYNOPSIS Capital headquarters is still crowded. Except for the loss of some profits due to the untimely liquidation of short positions in the last week before the outbreak of the war, SYNOPSIS fund management companies' layout on various types of crude oil futures contracts basically met expectations. As of the outbreak of the war on August 2, SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company had established a total of $25 billion in huge long contracts on mainstream Brent crude oil futures and WTI crude oil futures, as well as surrounding light diesel futures, unleaded gasoline futures, high sulfur fuel oil futures, and other types of crude oil futures. SYNOPSIS Capital began to build positions at the end of June, and the opening price based on the international crude oil price ranged from the lowest of $13 to $20 on the day before the outbreak of the war. Starting next week, SYNOPSIS Capital will gradually liquidate its long contracts. In fact, this matter has already started since the outbreak of the war. In fact, it is also because it has to take the initiative to do so. Simon wanted to start liquidating when the crude oil price approaches or reaches $40, but this is simply unrealistic. As we all know, futures trading is a zero-sum game. If someone makes money, someone must lose money, and the profit and loss are equal. For example, if SYNOPSIS Capital itself bets in the wrong direction this time and establishes a short position of up to $25 billion in crude oil futures, then once the war breaks out, the international crude oil price will soar from $20 before the war to a maximum of $40, an increase of 100%. According to the futures contract, SYNOPSIS Capital theoretically has to pay the other party a huge sum of $25 billion. However, the funds in SYNOPSIS Capital's account are less than $6 billion. If the bulls insist on refusing to close their positions within the loss range of SYNOPSIS Capital can only default. Defaults in futures trading are very rare, but they are not uncommon, such as the violent fluctuations in crude oil prices caused by the sudden war. Perhaps before the outbreak of the war, some futures speculators could continue to replenish margin and maintain their position with a hope of survival. After the outbreak of the war, their hopes were shattered, and many futures speculators chose to give up directly. Some speculators who adopted a high leverage of nearly 20 times defaulted directly on the day the war broke out. However, the default of speculators does not mean the default of futures contracts. Because there are two guarantees in the middle, futures brokers and futures exchanges. When the account funds of futures speculators are not enough to make up for the losses, the futures brokers, as the party guaranteeing the transaction, will contribute to fill the difference to ensure the transaction. When the funds of futures brokers cannot ensure the completion of the transaction, the futures exchange will use its own reserve funds to subsidize. In the most serious cases, in order to avoid the collapse of the futures trading system, the state level will also participate in the rescue. In the stock market crash in 1987, the S&P 500 index futures were subject to the huge fluctuations on Black Monday, and the U.S. national rescue measures were launched. On the evening of October 19, after the direct intervention of the Federal Treasury, major U.S. banks were able to provide huge funds to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange to avoid futures trading defaults. Because of the sudden outbreak of the Kuwait War, this time, crude oil futures trading also touched the exchange level. This also means that if it is a $5 billion bet against $5 billion, The winning party can not only get $5 billion from the speculators, but also a large amount of funds from the futures brokers and futures exchanges to ensure the delivery of the contract. In the meeting room of Cersei Capital headquarters. After a day of meetings, it was already evening. The summer sunset penetrated the gaps between Manhattan's high-rise buildings and broke into this office building with an excellent view. After sending everyone away, Janet stood up and sat in Simon's arms, humming to show that she was tired. Simon smiled and helped her massage to relax, saying, "After this, many futures brokers will probably close down directly, right? Since this big market has affected the exchange level, the middle brokers are naturally not immune, and often need to fill a large amount of funds to ensure the delivery of contracts. Relatively speaking, the profits of the bulls will not feed back to the brokers too much, and they can only get the commission they deserve. It is estimated that there are also hundreds of them," Janet said lazily with her eyes narrowed, "except for large brokers supported by parent companies such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Citi. Many small and medium-sized independent brokers are basically going to close down. Few speculators can cooperate directly with futures exchanges, and usually need futures brokers to act as matchmakers and guarantees. There are many types of futures brokers, and the larger ones are generally affiliated with the futures brokerage departments of large investment banks. However, there are countless small and medium-sized futures brokers in North America and all over the world. In Simon's memory, because of this big market, countless futures brokers around the world declared bankruptcy, and the entire industry will not be able to recover for many years to come. Moreover, this incident also triggered another consequence, the sharp decline in crude oil futures trading. For a long time to come, there will be no more shorts in the market, so Cersei Capital will not be able to build large-scale positions and can only turn its attention to other areas. With the outbreak of the war, stock markets around the world have fallen sharply. On August 2nd and August 3rd, the S&P 500 index fell from a high of 371 points to 356 points at the close of Friday. Then until the outbreak of the Gulf War, the S&P 500 index is likely to fall to around 300 points. In order to focus on the crude oil futures market, Cersei Capital did not distract itself from building shorts in S&P 500 futures. It is also impossible to achieve much if it enters the market now. According to the plan, Cersei Fund Management will completely clear its positions next week. However, because the futures market is in a downturn, although the capital reserves have increased significantly, it will be difficult to conduct large transactions afterwards. The weekend passed in a flash, and the trading day began. The price of crude oil continued to soar. The situation in the Gulf continued to be turbulent. On August 7th, the Bush administration officially approved the Desert Shield operation, and the Federal Army officially entered Saudi Arabia to resist the possible invasion of Iraq. However, when the Desert Shield plan began to be implemented, an anti-war wave immediately broke out in the United States. Both the media and the public were very worried that the Bush administration might drag the country into another protracted Vietnam War. The direct confrontation between the Federal Army and the Iraqi Army in Saudi Arabia also meant that the original promise of the United States not to interfere in the dispute between Iraq and Kuwait became empty talk. At the same time, from August 6 to August 10, Cersei Capital also quickly completed the closing of long positions. The reason why more than $20 billion of long contracts were able to complete the delivery so quickly was mainly because short futures speculators, futures brokers and futures exchanges were more urgent than Cersei Capital. With a continued rise in international crude oil prices, the loss would increase by 1 point for every day of delay. On August 11, when Cersei Fund Management completed all financial delivery summaries, the net asset value of this hedge fund had increased from the initial $3.5 billion to $12.6371 billion. In less than 8 months, Cersei Fund Management has achieved a return on investment of more than 260%. Although Simon only holds a share of $1 billion in the $3.5 billion principal this time, the commission rate of the fund is also fixed at 20%, and 30% of the 20% commission rate must be allocated to other partners of Cersei Fund Management. However, based on the net asset value of $12.637 billion at this time, Simon can obtain profits and commissions of $3.367 billion in addition to the $1 billion principal. In the remaining months of the second half of the year, even if Cersei Capital's income is zero, after the year-end settlement and return, Simon's total cash hoarded overseas will be close to $8 billion. With such a huge amount of cash, even considering the capital gains tax factor transferred to the country, Simon can basically complete the acquisition of MCA with his own funds. In addition, although Simon can only get 1/3 of the profit of Cersei Fund Management Company this time, he has also eliminated some potential risks brought about by his rapid rise in recent years through profit sharing to a large extent. Moreover, the profit of more than $9 billion seems to have been distributed to a large part, but except for the Johnston family, who has a principal of $500 million and cuts off another larger piece of the pie, the other Australian and American investors, after dispersion, basically get less than 1/10 of Simon's income. Simon himself is still the one who has made far more profits than other investors. After staying in New York for another week, Simon and Janet returned to Los Angeles together. The next stage of instructions received by the Cersei Fund Management team is to hunt freely, and the couple no longer needs to keep an eye on them. With a 30% stake in Cersei Fund Management, the 6 partners of the team are very likely to receive dividends of hundreds of millions of dollars this year, and even ordinary employees have an expected huge bonus, so the team is full of confidence. Back in Los Angeles, it was already Monday, August 13th. The North American summer season has come to an end and has not been greatly affected by the outbreak of war. On July 27th, Deanery's Entertainment and Disney's The Hand That Rocks the Cradle was released in North American theaters, opening on 1,632 screens. The first 7-day box office from July 27th to August 2nd earned $21.18 million, which was less than the previous Sleeping with the Enemy, but it also reached the hot-selling level of an average of more than 10,000 in each theater. In the second week from August 3rd to August 9th, the box office of The Hand That Rocks the Cradle fell by 23% in the second week, earning another $16.33 million. With a cumulative revenue of $37.51 million in 2 weeks, compared with a production cost of $11 million and the publicity and promotion budget of $6 million, the film has begun to generate profits in half a month. However, it is somewhat difficult for The Hand That Rocks the Cradle to achieve a box office of over $100 million. It is expected that the North American box office will be around $80 million. Although it did not meet expectations, a low-cost thriller movie with an investment of $11 million was able to win a box office of $80 million in North America alone. Neither Disney nor Deanery's is dissatisfied. On August 10th, Hellraiser 3, produced by New World Pictures under Deanery's Entertainment, was released. This horror series, which opened at the end of the summer season, opened on 1,329 screens and had a box office of $6.13 million in the first week. It is not outstanding, nor is it a failure. It is expected that the total box office in North America will still be between $15 million and $20 million. Deanery's Entertainment can expect profits. However, because the 2 consecutive sequels did not make much breakthrough, New World Pictures plans to release the subsequent sequels directly through videotapes and cable TV platforms. On the one hand, this can save costs, and on the other hand, it can also free up time for other films produced by New World Pictures. As of August 9th, Deanery's Entertainment's opening summer movie Ghost has accumulated a box office of $149 million in 11 weeks of release. The film's single-week box office remains at around $7 million. Relying on a strong box office curve, the overall box office figures continue to steadily move towards the $200 million mark. Sleeping with the Enemy, co-produced with Fox, has accumulated a box office of $93.81 million in its 8th week of release, and is about to break the $100 million mark, and is expected to hit a higher box office figure. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which has been released for only 5 weeks, has successfully reached a North American box office of $103.53 million as of August 9th, breaking the $100 million mark ahead of Sleeping with the Enemy. However, due to the continued large decline, the single-week box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has slipped to less than $5 million, and it is expected that there will be less than $20 million in box office potential. Without considering the large amount of funds hoarded overseas, Deanery's Entertainment alone brought Simon more than $500 million in net profit in the first half of the year. In order to avoid the continuous depreciation of large amounts of cash in hand, while taking into account the acquisition of MCA, Simon also began to consider more investments in other directions. Speaking of it, the reason why the rich can get richer is roughly because of this. Of course, the acquisition of MCA is still the top priority in Simon's plan. The outbreak of the Kuwait War caused a global stock market crash, and MCA was naturally not immune. In just 1 week from August 6 to August 10, MCA's stock price fell by 9%, and the price per share also fell back to less than $40. By the new week of August 13, the opening price of MCA's stock had slipped to $39.25. This stock price drop could not even stop the good news that Panasonic intended to acquire MCA. Although Panasonic's acquisition of MCA has not been made public since it was accidentally discovered during Michael Ovitz's last trip to Tokyo, this matter is no longer a secret in the eyes of many people. The news that Michael Ovitz secretly met with MCA board members was also exposed recently. However, due to the bursting of the Japanese economic bubble, Japanese corporate giants generally have to first ensure that their own operations will not be affected by the economic crisis, so they generally slow down the pace of overseas expansion. Sony's experience of paying tuition fees in Hollywood over the past year of acquiring Columbia Pictures has also aroused Panasonic's vigilance. Although Panasonic has accumulated more than $12 billion in funds overseas through its accumulation in previous years, which is enough to easily complete the acquisition of MCA, the industry generally predicts that Panasonic's acquisition of MCA will be conservative, and it is impossible to be as lavish as Sony. Chapter $361 billion Executive Club. Simon and Janet left home together early and rushed from Malibu to Santa Monica to meet Kathryn. After breakfast, Simon sent the two women to Los Angeles International Airport. It was Monday, August 27. Janet was flying to New York to deal with SYNOPSIS Capital. Kathryn had completed the filming of Point Break during this period and remained on the West Coast to do post-production. This ride was for the New York Film Festival in September, and the woman was invited to serve as a judge for this year's film festival. After a farewell, the Boeing 767 roared into the air on the airport runway. When the plane was stable, Kathryn unbuckled her seatbelt and subconsciously looked at the ground through the window. Los Angeles International Airport was no longer in sight, and it was naturally impossible to see a figure next to the runway. He must have left. He seemed so busy all day. Janet also unbuckled her seatbelt, noticed Kathryn's gaze, smiled and glanced out the porthole, and teased, "You're missing me so soon." Kathryn glared at Janet. "Don't make such jokes, you're married." Janet grinned, rang the bell to summon Seagirl Claire Gain, asked for a glass of water, and asked Kathryn what she wanted to drink. Kathryn also just asked for a glass of water. Janet stood up and walked to the other side of the large sofa to sit down, and turned on the TV casually, but she didn't stand up. This is the living room on the upper deck of the front cabin of the Boeing 767. Although it is still a little small for Simon, it is luxurious enough in Kathryn's eyes. Even now, you can occasionally see some people in the newspaper using this plane to criticize Simon for being too extravagant. However, thinking about the recent articles in the media discussing his latest wealth, such a plane doesn't seem to be a big deal. The Los Angeles Times also mentioned 2 days ago that due to the sudden outbreak of the Kuwait War, SYNOPSIS Capital made billions of dollars in profits by operating in the crude oil futures market. The Forbes 400 Richest Americans list, which was originally scheduled to be launched this month, deliberately postponed the release of this year's list in order to dig out more detailed asset figures of Simon. Claire brought over 2 glasses of water. Kathryn whispered thank you. After Girl C left, she withdrew her thoughts and asked Janet next to her, "You fly back and forth between New York and Los Angeles every week. Is that really okay?" Janet was lying on the sofa in an ungraceful manner, flipping through a document. After hearing what Kathryn said, she knew the subtext in her words and shook her head, "No." Kathryn thought Janet didn't understand what she was doing, so she had to make it clear, "You and Simon have only been married for less than half a year." Janet supported her upper body, raised and lowered her 2 bare feet behind her, and said after a moment, "Kate, the little bastard is only 22 years old." "Huh? If I were 22 years old too, I would definitely wait until the day he really wants to get married, and then marry him. But, you know, I can't wait any longer, I have to tie him down first. But, he's not ready yet." Kathryn understood. SYNOPSIS Capital wants to set up a branch in Los Angeles, and even set up its headquarters here, so that Janet doesn't have to run around and it will be completely easy. However, Janet did this just to leave some personal space for Simon, Who is not ready for married life? I can't help but think of myself. And the very beginning. Although I know that it is unlikely that I and that little man will be together, it would be a lie to say that I really have no grudges against Janet for intervening and snatching him away. However, Janet does love him more than I do. At least, if she really marries him, she will never indulge him with other women. Well, maybe, I'm not so sure. I remembered what Janet once said: how could such an outstanding man like him only have one woman? Changing the subject and chatting casually with Janet, Kathryn also took out the information of the nominated films of this New York Film Festival from her bag to pass the time. After a while, Janet called Claire again, handed her the document she had just read, and said, "Let Walker Beechcraft go to hell," and change to another company. In addition, we must get our advance payment back, not a penny less. Claire hesitated, and asked carefully, "Ms. Westeros, what's the reason?" Janet waved her hand to drive her away, saying, "Let them find it themselves." Claire had no choice but to leave with a document. Kathryn waited for Miss C to leave before asking, "What's wrong?" Janet picked up the water cup on the coffee table and sat down opposite Kathryn. She drank a few sips of water and said, "Simon and I plan to build 2 private hangars at the Los Angeles airport to store our private jets. Hawker Beechcraft has made a budget of $35 million, which is twice what I expected. They want to rip off the fat sheep, so I can only let them not make a penny." Kathryn smiled and roughly understood what kind of company Hawker Beechcraft Janet was talking about. But she was a little curious again, and asked, "Can a private hangar be built in Los Angeles International Airport?" Janet nodded and said in a very rich woman's tone, "Of course, as long as the money is enough." Kathryn couldn't help but roll her eyes. Speaking of this, Simon actually wanted to build a private airport that belonged to him. However, doing so in the short term was too conspicuous, so he simply chose to cooperate with Los Angeles International Airport. The entire Westeros system, including Simon's Boeing 767 and the Gulfstream IV that he bought and gave to Westeros Company, as well as the private planes rented by Deaneries Entertainment and Gucci, now has 4 private planes. Considering that there will be more in the future, it is still necessary to build a private hangar in Los Angeles and set up a special service team. Although it is a bit troublesome to cooperate with Los Angeles International Airport, as Janet said, as long as the money is enough, there is nothing that can't be done. After sending the 2 women away, Simon rushed to Deaneries Studios. A high-level meeting will be held in the morning to discuss the company's development plans in all aspects in the second half of the year. Arriving at the large conference room of Building Number 1 in the studio's administrative area, Amy Pascal, Robert Iger, Nancy Brill, Ella Deutschman, Danny Morris, Robert Rem, Mark Belford and other Deaneries Entertainment executives have already arrived in advance. Even Stan Lee, who is in charge of Marvel, is here today. When Simon entered the room, everyone was gathered together and chatting enthusiastically. Seeing Simon appear, everyone greeted him. Simon chatted with everyone and casually asked Amy, "What are you talking about?" Amy handed over the latest Forbes magazine and added, "I have to make it clear, Simon, I didn't leak the news. Forbes magazine is a weekly magazine, published once a week. However, although this magazine is famous, it is not on Simon's reading list. If there are any articles that Simon needs to pay attention to, they are often sorted out by the female assistant for him to review." Recently, Forbes contacted Simon again, hoping that he could cooperate with the statistics of the New Year's Rich list, and Simon refused as usual. Taking the magazine from Amy, Simon motioned for everyone to take a seat, and he also sat down at the conference table. Looking at the magazine in his hand, he saw a striking bold title, Billionaire Executive Club. He quickly scanned the content. Forbes has obviously done a lot of work during this period. The article accurately explored the financial data of Deaneries Entertainment in the first half of the year and the profits of Cersei Capital in the crude oil futures market some time ago. However, the focus of the hype in the content of the article is the expected salary of several partners of Cersei Fund Management Company and Amy Pascal of Deaneries Entertainment in 1990. Based on the known data, Forbes magazine made a judgment that in 1990, in the entire Westeros system, not counting Simon and his wife, there will be 7 people who can earn $100 million, including 6 partners who hold 5% of the shares of Cersei Fund Management Company and Amy Pascal, who can receive 5% of Deaneries Entertainment's annual profit plus an equal amount of equity rewards. When Forbes magazine announced with great fanfare that it would postpone the release of the 400 richest Americans list and the world's richest list this year due to Simon's personal reasons, many media outlets began to dig into the financial figures of the assets of the entire Westeros system. The more statistics are compiled, the more astonishing it is. The calculations of Forbes magazine in front of us are basically the same as the facts, but compared with many eye-catching exposure materials recently, it is not too dazzling. Of course. For a large group of executives in the conference room who are at roughly the same level as Amy, it is obviously a different feeling. An annual income of over $100 million is definitely a miracle for professional managers in this era. Anyone with a little ambition will probably not be indifferent to this. Pressing the magazine in front of him, Simon glanced at everyone in the conference room. I think you should all know that the content of this report is true. You are not familiar with Cersei Fund Management Company, but Amy is very familiar with everyone. Simon personally confirmed that even though it had been confirmed by Amy, there was still some commotion in the office. Raising his hand to suppress it, Simon continued, I can only say that the current annual salary of $100 million is just the beginning. The entire Westeros system is very large, enough for you to display your talents, and there will not be only a few positions with an annual income of over $100 million. Now the circle thinks that I am very harsh on stars and unwilling to provide them with the same high salaries as other studios. In fact, it is not because I am unwilling to pay, I will only give what I think is a reasonable price. The same is true for you. As long as you pay enough for this company, I am happy to pay any of you an annual salary of over $100 million. If it were someone else, everyone would probably treat such a promise as a blank check. However, sitting in the conference room at this time, no one felt that Simon was just making empty promises. Therefore, until the end of the meeting at noon, many people were still immersed in a certain ambitious mood. After lunch, Simon and Stanley, who had not left yet, came to the office loft area on the second floor of the studio. The Marvel West Coast team had moved here. With the success of Batman Begins and the development of the DC movie universe, the Marvel Entertainment team has proposed to Simon more than once to develop Marvel superhero movies, but Simon has never given in. Under the current conditions, it may be okay to select and develop 1 or 2 Marvel superhero single-person movies, but if you want to create a Marvel movie universe, the special effects technology at this time cannot support it at all. However, after several discussions, Simon agreed to a compromise plan. In the next few years, Marvel will invest in the development of a series of 2D animated movies of Marvel superheroes, with specifications roughly the same as the DC superhero animated movies in the original time and space, with a PG-13 rating, each lasting 70 to 90 minutes, and will not enter the theaters, but will be distributed directly through videotapes and television channels. Marvel's original branch in the San Fernando Valley on the West Coast was an animation production team that had been producing TV cartoons for children. Now that the decision has been made, Simon approved the budget of $15 million for the first animated film, of which $12 million will be invested in production and $3 million will be used for publicity and distribution. Because it is directly facing videotapes and television channels, the technology is not as complicated as big-screen animated films, and it can be completed in about a year. After all, it is the first one, and Simon patiently gave the Marvel animation team a production cycle of 1.5 years. However, the budget of $15 million is equivalent to the net profit scale of the entire Marvel Entertainment for 3 years at this time. Simon's attitude is very clear. If it fails, Marvel will just focus on making comics in the future and don't think about anything else. After Simon finally let go, the Marvel team also cherished this opportunity very much. Not only did they choose the most popular Spider-Man, but Stan Lee, who was originally based in New York, also came to Los Angeles specially, intending to follow up the preparation of the project on the West Coast in person. The first Spider-Man animated film will tell the origin as usual. After listening to Stan Lee's personal explanation of the plot concept, Simon just reminded again not to make it a low-level children's film, and at the same time make good plans for the image of the animated characters, so that the image of each superhero in the future projects will not be different. This is one of the things Simon is very dissatisfied with the DC animated films in his memory. Even the animated images of popular characters such as Superman and Batman have changed. Simon also knew that this situation was caused by different teams taking charge of different projects, But these were not things he needed to pay attention to now, he just made a request. The lofts on the second floor can indeed give people a very creative and relaxed environment. They are spacious, open, and easy to communicate. There is no fast pace like the administrative district. Whether it is the graffiti on the wall or the movie figures placed everywhere, it makes people feel that this is where art should be born. The loft building in Soho, New York, which was first transformed from an abandoned factory, is indeed a gathering place for artists. No wonder Nancy Brill moved the entire consumer products department and the Deanery's analysis company, Blockbuster Los Angeles branch and Blizzard studio that she was in charge of here. It feels like she is the king of the mountain in the Deanery's system. The Marvel team only occupies a small corner on the first floor of loft number 3, and the rest has become the territory of a small woman. After leaving Marvel's office area, I originally planned to go to Pixar to see the development progress of Toy Story. I happened to meet Nancy coming out of the Blockbuster branch office area, so I found a seat in the nearby rest area and sat down to talk about Blockbuster. During this period, Blockbuster has completed the merger of Arrow Company, and the number of its own chain stores is also increasing. It is expected that the scale of the chain stores will exceed 2,000 by the end of the year, becoming the largest video chain company in North America. After Nancy split the chairman and CEO position that originally belonged to Wayne Huizenga, the founder of Blockbuster, and poached a senior executive from Walmart to serve as CEO of Blockbuster, the little woman completely controlled the company. Of course, it can also be regarded as Deanery's entertainment completely controlling Blockbuster. According to the results of Simon and Nancy's many discussions at the beginning, what Nancy is now personally following up is to continuously improve Blockbuster's operating efficiency throughout the day to avoid the problem of declining execution and corporate redundancy due to overexpansion of this video chain giant. This is also the reason why Nancy poached the executive named James Frey from Walmart. Walmart is undoubtedly the best in solving the above problems. Only by continuously improving efficiency and reducing its own costs can the retail chain maintain its own advantages in competitiveness among competitors in the same industry through various preferential policies for customers. If the price becomes more expensive as the size of the enterprise increases, and the company's scale advantage is completely lost, then it will not be far from decline. Chapter 362. He's sitting next to you. 3,000. I think this is the optimal number of Blockbuster stores in the United States. It is very unwise to pursue market share blindly. This will only make us waste money and energy in commercial areas with low returns. By continuously optimizing the configuration of the planned 3,000 videotape chains, I hope that Blockbuster can achieve a 50% domestic market share in the next 3 years. The videotape industry in the United States has developed rapidly in recent years. It is expected that sales will exceed $10 billion this year, which is equivalent to twice the domestic box office. If Blockbuster can achieve a 50% market share, it will be an industry giant with an annual revenue of $5 billion and a profit scale of about $500 million. The market value of a single unit is enough to easily exceed $10 billion. Inside the number 3 office loft of Deanery's Cinema. After hearing what Nancy said, Simon said, "If your goal can really be achieved, maybe I should buy out the remaining shares of Blockbuster now. I've calculated it." Nancy gestured with her slender fingers on the table and said, "Blockbuster's recent market value is around $3.2 billion. As the war in the Gulf continues, it may fall below $3 billion in the next period of time. For a full acquisition, the offer price can be controlled between $4.5 billion and $5 billion, and we actually need to pay about $3 billion in cash." Simon looked at Nancy's beautiful and delicate little hand, smiled, and said, "You know, I'm brewing a big acquisition plan recently." Nancy felt Simon's gaze and rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that the man didn't seem to feel guilty at all, she didn't look away. She had to pick up the coffee cup next to her and took a sip, saying, "The two things don't conflict. Even if your own funds are insufficient, isn't it easy to borrow billions of dollars from the bank?" The debt crisis that broke out at the end of last year caused major North American banks to tighten credit, and it became much more difficult for many companies to obtain loans. However, high-quality borrowers like Simon have become the most popular lending targets for major banks. Even if Simon wants to raise $10 billion now, it won't be too difficult. "That's right," Simon said, "but, in addition to Universal, I'm also considering some other things, which are also very expensive and have a higher rate of return than Blockbuster, So this matter can only be put on hold. Involving an acquisition of billions of dollars, Nancy didn't expect Simon to agree to it right away. Hearing that Simon had another plan, she asked curiously, "What is it?" Simon shook his head. "I can't tell you." Nancy said dissatisfiedly, "Boss, do you think I'm not trustworthy?" "Of course I am," Simon affirmed, "but trust is actually something that needs to be maintained. The most important point is that if it is not necessary, don't easily give others reasons that may destroy this trust." Nancy seemed to have realized something. "Okay, I won't ask any more. Then, let's talk about overseas," Simon continued. "I found that Blockbuster's overseas expansion seems to be a bit slow. Videotape chains are different from movie theaters. There are few government regulations and trade barriers in overseas markets. Since they plan to expand, overseas expansion should also be a very important item. Compared to Blockbuster's U.S. chain store scale, which will exceed 2,000 this year, Blockbuster has only completed a small-scale layout in the countries surrounding the United States and the 5 European countries of Britain, France, Germany, Italy and Spain. In addition, except for Canada, which is developing at the same pace as North America, the total number of chain stores in other markets is less than 200, and they are mainly concentrated in core cities such as London, Paris and Berlin. Those overseas chain stores are just for market exploration for the time being, and early market research and data analysis are very important. Once these are completed, as long as there is sufficient funding, the speed of overseas expansion will not be any slower than that of North America. In addition, I recently planned to connect all of Blockbuster's chain stores in the Boston-Washington metropolitan area on the East Coast to the internet, and to replan Blockbuster's membership system. In short, there are many things to do, and I can't devote too much energy to the overseas market for the time being. It's good that you know what's going on," Simon nodded, and reminded, "Also, don't take everything on yourself, let go of what should be given to Wayne Huizinga and James Frey." Although it is a very important holding company under Deanery's Entertainment, Simon is very confident in the company because of the presence of Nancy Brill, Wayne Huizinga and others. Except for some important financial and personnel changes, he basically does not ask about the specific operations of Blockbuster. "I understand," Nancy said. Remembering something, she waved to her assistant who was waiting nearby, explained a few words, and turned to Simon to explain, "Speaking of Blockbuster's membership system, can you help me see if there is anything that needs to be improved? And the Dune video game has already started internal testing, so I just happened to give you a copy." Seeing that the little woman was about to blatantly squeeze the boss again, Simon said, "I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, so don't bother me with this kind of thing, okay?" The layout of real-time strategy games has been a very important category from the standalone game era in the 1990s to the online game era in the new century. Many years later, phenomenal popular online games such as World of Warcraft and League of Legends are inextricably linked to real-time strategy games. Therefore, Simon has actually been following the production of Dune. After all, it is related to many future layouts. As for Blockbuster's membership system, he was not interested in discussing it. Blockbuster has so many people, it can't be supported for nothing. Nancy didn't understand the joke about hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, and said, "I just want you to see if you have any good ideas. Of course, we will do the details ourselves. I find that you can always come up with novel ideas that break through the limitations of ordinary people's thinking. This talent is really enviable." "Is this a compliment? But why didn't I feel it myself?" Nancy said, "The DC movie universe is just such a plan. Do you know how amazing it is? As long as the 2 films next year are successful, this plan may be included in the case teaching materials of Harvard Business School." Simon smiled and said, "Okay, it seems that I am really good." Nancy rolled her eyes at Simon again. The assistant quickly brought a folder and a copy of the Dune floppy disk. Simon put the game floppy disk aside and opened the file. Nancy said across from him, "For the time being, we plan to divide the members into 2 levels, junior members and senior members. The main terms are member discounts, extended videotape return period, reduced liquidated damages, and some monthly or annual packages." After asking Nancy's assistant to bring him another bottle of water, Simon lowered his head and began to look through the membership plan in front of him. Nancy didn't waste time and casually flipped through another document. She noticed that her assistant had brought a bottle of mineral water over and casually found a topic to talk about. "I've seen you drink only water several times, why don't you drink coffee?" Simon didn't look up and said, "Jenny and I are planning to have a child, and drinking coffee is not good." Nancy was puzzled. Will coffee affect the child? It's a serious impact, so you need to be careful in the future. I'm not planning to get married. Not getting married doesn't mean you can't have children. Having a child is troublesome. If necessary, I plan to adopt one. It's better to have children yourself. Nancy thought of something and said dissatisfiedly, "Machismo." Simon was puzzled. Are these two things causally related? Yes. Okay, I'm a male chauvinist. They both fell silent. After a while, Simon said, "These plans all look good to me. As for the specific effects, I think Blockbuster can do as you just said with the overseas pilot program. Select chain stores in 1 or 2 states to try it out first. If it is feasible, promote it nationwide. If it is not feasible, cancel it and it will not affect the overall situation. In fact, this is the advantage of a large enough enterprise. The tolerance rate is very strong. It is not just a membership system. As long as there are any good ideas, some areas can be selected to try them out." Nancy tilted her head to think about it, then picked up her memo and started to write it down. Simon smiled and said, "Don't be so serious. Didn't you remember? I thought of the first half of what you said, but not the second half," Nancy said. She quickly wrote down a few words and looked up and said, "Anything else?" Regarding the value-added services for members, Simon said, "Have you ever rented videotapes in person at Blockbuster?" Nancy said, "Of course, every week. Don't you think it's troublesome?" "Troublesome? Have you ever thought about delivering it to your door?" Nancy thought for a moment and said, "The cost is too high. Selecting the source of the film, remote booking, and logistics are all big problems. In the short term, you can use telephone booking. As for the logistics problem, try to cooperate with the postal system. The federal postal system is very developed, and they shouldn't mind making an extra income. Sign a packaging contract with a local postal system to contract the orders for the whole year. Then, Blockbuster will be able to get rid of the constraints of the chain store. A city only needs a few large storage and logistics centers." Nancy's little face showed an expression of surprise that she couldn't hide, and said, "This is simply a subversion. If it really happens, our existing chain store system will collapse." Simon shrugged and said, "I can think of other people who might have similar ideas. Blockbuster subverts itself, or is subverted by others. Which of the two results do you choose?" Nancy frowned and continued to ponder for a moment, saying, "Such a service involves too many complex links. It needs to develop to a sufficient scale to form economies of scale. Smaller videotape chains cannot carry out such a business. It seems unnecessary for us to do so. Blockbuster's chain stores are carefully selected and continuously optimized to maximize the convenience of users. They often go to the store to choose videotapes on their way home from get off work, without the need for long-distance mail. By the way, you just said that in the short term. Do you have any long-term ideas?" Simon felt the denial in Nancy's tone and was not surprised. It is indeed not easy to promote a business model similar to Netflix in this era, where only telephone reservations can be made for the time being. Moreover, even in the internet era, Blockbuster will instinctively resist this business model for the sake of maintaining its own chain store system. In the long run, if the number of internet users grows to a sufficient scale, Blockbuster can build its own online website, where users can search and reserve videotapes by themselves, just like the electronic book retrieval system in a library. This will solve the problem of film selection and remote reservation, and it will be more secure and convenient. Users can obtain videotapes through the postal system, and after watching them, they only need to put the videotapes into a special Blockbuster package and mail them back, without leaving home. If I remember correctly, the number of AOL users should only reach 150,000 this month. How many years do you think it will take to reach a sufficient user scale? It took only 10 years for the proportion of American households owning VCRs to grow from 2% to 70%. I believe it will only take 10 years at most for the internet to reach such a level of popularity. The idea of developing business through the internet is very good, but even if your prediction comes true, it will take at least another 5 years. A 2% penetration rate of home VCRs cannot develop into a Blockbuster," Nancy said, and suddenly changed the subject, staring at Simon without blinking and asked, "Boss, I'm very curious, where do you get all these advanced ideas?" This was not the first time Simon encountered this kind of problem. Janet's eyes on him were really lethal, so he said calmly, This idea just now was told to me by a guy named Reed. Reed? Yeah, Simon nodded, raised his chin towards the empty seat next to Nancy, and changed his tone to faint and weird one. He's sitting next to you. Nancy turned her head to look at the empty space next to her, and said in an unhappy tone, "Hey, Reed, can you sit across from me? I hate men." The little woman cooperated with Simon to make a cold joke seriously. Neither of them laughed, but Jennifer Rebold and Shirley Lansing, who happened to be walking together, were confused and even felt a little creepy. "What's going on?" Seeing Jennifer and Lansing, Nancy stuck out her tongue, greeted the two women and explained, "It was just a joke." Then she stood up and pointed to the Dune game disc next to Simon, saying, "I'm going to be busy first. Remember to send me an email after you try it." After Nancy left, Jennifer said to Simon, who stood up, "Ms. Lansing has been waiting for you for a while, so I brought her here." Simon looked at his watch. He was scheduled to meet with Shirley Lansing at 2:30 p.m. to discuss Deanery's cooperation with MGM. It was still a little early after the meeting at Marvel, so he didn't rush back to the administrative district. Unexpectedly, while chatting with Nancy, it was already 3 o'clock. After saying sorry, he simply sat down here. Simon asked Lansing, "Have you read the script of A Few Good Men?" These days, Johnston Holdings in Australia has begun to take over the 7th television network under the name of Kintex Group, and the cooperation between Deanery's Entertainment and MGM has been advancing. In Simon's opinion, the most critical problem facing MGM is that it should not be sold out again like in the 1980s. As long as it is given a stable development environment, it will not be difficult to recover in the context of Hollywood's global expansion in the 1990s. At worst, if it works patiently for a few years, Australia can also sell the company back at a very good price. As for the two planned cooperative films, Simon was not satisfied with several projects proposed by MGM, and finally took out a copyright that he had just purchased from Deanery's, A Few Good Men. Chapter 363, Vazelman's Invitation. Like Steel Magnolias and Driving Miss Daisy, produced by Deanery's Entertainment in the past 2 years, A Few Good Men is also adapted from a popular Broadway stage play. It tells the story of a fledgling naval lawyer who investigates a military murder case under heavy pressure. The original version of A Few Good Men was also translated as The Righteous Sea, starring Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson and Demi Moore. It was also a hit movie that year with a box office of over $100 million. However, just looking at the status of the three protagonists, you can tell that the production cost of the film will not be too low, which is why Simon is willing to take out the project to cooperate with MGM. Shirley Lansing took the coffee brought by the female assistant, thanked her, and said to Simon, "It's a very good story. It is similar to Harrison Ford's Presumed Innocent this summer. It should be able to win Oscar recognition." Harrison Ford's Presumed Innocent, released in the summer, is also a court crime film. The film had a mediocre start, but in the 3 months since its release on June 8, it has accumulated more than $70 million in box office revenue, and the domestic total box office is expected to reach $80 million, far exceeding the initial expectations of the industry media. Simon even felt that in the original time and space, A Few Good Men was probably a follow-up to Presumed Innocent. In that case, let's start preparations as soon as possible. In addition, I have already offered the female lead to Demi Moore. She is very suitable for this role, and she happens to have a contract with Deanery's. For the male lead, Daniel Kaffee, you can contact Tom Hanks. Shirley Lansing hesitated and said, "Simon, I think Hanks is more suitable for comedy, and he is not young enough. You can take some time to watch the sample of A League of Their Own. Hanks' acting range is much wider than you think. Besides, Hanks is 34 years old this year, which is very young in Hollywood. If it doesn't work, modify the script." The original script of Rain Man was about two middle-aged people. The producers wanted Hoffman and Nicholson to play together, but later changed it to a pair of brothers with a big age difference for Cruise. The same is true for A Few Good Men. The male lead is not necessarily a rookie. He may be a middle-aged man who has been marginalized or made some mistakes. In short, it is necessary to give the audience a sense of counterattack. Shirley Lansing nodded, but said, "Actually, Simon, I showed the script to Cruise. Tom is very interested in the role of Kaffee, and his offer is not high, $6 million, which is $3 million lower than his salary in Days of Thunder. He is very sincere. To ensure the success of A Few Good Men, it is undoubtedly the safest to use the original cast. But Simon never considered this from the beginning. Over the years, Hollywood studios have lost too much initiative in front of stars. Simon now wants to take back all the power that should belong to the studio. He will not allow Deaneries Entertainment to become passive in front of any star, and will not be like Paramount in the original Time and Space, which had a big fight with its own male lead for the profit share of Mission Impossible, and then had to start cooperation with the other party again in shame. Although Cruise's offer of $6 million was obviously an attempt to show goodwill to Deaneries Entertainment and resolve some previous disputes, Simon had no intention of giving in and insisted, "Shirley, I know you have a good relationship with Cruise, but there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Deaneries Entertainment will not cooperate with Cruise." Shirley Lansing knew that she had no right to bargain with the young man in front of her, and could only express regret to Cruise. She said, "Then I will contact Hanks as soon as possible." After discussing this matter, Simon changed the subject. The next script can wait until A Few Good Men is completed. In addition, how did you talk to Brosnan about 007 and the copyright of Spectre? Shirley Lansing shook her head and said, "Brosnan refused. Moreover, the Broccoli family means that Timothy Dalton can star in a sequel. The copyright of Spectre will probably be negotiated soon, and the price of $3 million cannot be lowered any further. The copyright of 007 has always been jointly held by United Artists, a subsidiary of MGM, and the Broccoli family of the UK. In addition, the filming rights of the previous 007 series have always been in the hands of the Broccoli family. Pierce Brosnan is 37 years old this year, older than Hanks. After so many years in the circle, he finally became popular with Pretty Woman. He will not easily lock himself into the role of 007. Simon did not force it, but said, even if Brosnan is unwilling to play, the male lead still needs to be replaced. Dalton's several 007s are not successful. The latest License to Kill should be the worst box office performance of the 007 series. Continuing will only waste time. At the meeting in Brisbane, Kintex's shareholders and creditors once proposed that Simon join the MGM board of directors or serve as a consultant to the company, but Simon refused. In this way, Simon has no legitimate reason to interfere in the operation of MGM. However, after personally experiencing the meeting that day, Shirley Lansing knew that it would be easy for the young man in front of her to replace her as the CEO of MGM. Therefore, even though she had some resistance in her heart, she did not dare to ignore Simon's advice and said, "I will discuss this matter with the Broccoli family when I go back." After the meeting with Shirley Lansing, Simon sent her away and returned to the administrative district to continue his afternoon work. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that Simon was looking through another copyright document of the novel, A Time to Kill, that he had recently obtained. The phone on the desk rang. The female assistant reminded that MCA chairman Lou Vasselman called in person. Simon was a little surprised, but he still picked up the phone. After chatting for a few words, Simon hung up the phone, summoned the female assistant in, and said, "Vasselman invited me to a cocktail party tonight. Let's go together later. After the party, we will fly to San Francisco to spend the night together. How about it?" Jennifer nodded. "Okay, but I won't accompany you to San Francisco after the cocktail party. I have to work tomorrow." Simon's trip to San Francisco was for business, and he would probably stay there for 2 days. Hearing Jennifer say this, Simon pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Then don't go to the cocktail party, go home and rest." The female assistant's eyes sparkled, and she insisted, "I must go." Simon said with a bitter face, "You watch so closely that I will have a rebellious mentality, and it seems that this should be Jenny's responsibility." The female assistant nodded firmly and smiled. "Yes, it is indeed Jenny's responsibility." "Well, this is also a Jenny." Seeing that the female assistant walked out with her high heels, Simon just smiled and started to look through the materials in front of him again, and couldn't help thinking about the purpose of Lou Vasselman's invitation. According to some news in the circle, Panasonic's acquisition team has begun to formally contact MCA management these days. On Simon's side, Deaneries Entertainment, Circe Capital and Ray Bull Law Firm have also formed an acquisition team of about 60 people. At this point, it is unlikely to keep it secret. I think Lou Vasselman should have received the news and planned to pull Simon to join the battle in advance in order to raise the bid for MCA. In his memory, Panasonic's acquisition of MCA was not going well. In order to avoid the MCA stock price from soaring to a level that he could not accept, Simon had no intention of taking action in advance. Instead, he planned to wait until the negotiations between Panasonic and MCA reached a stalemate before considering the right time to make an acquisition offer. Even if the acquisition negotiations between Panasonic and MCA were no longer as bumpy as in the original time and space, but went smoothly, Deaneries Entertainment could still intercept before MCA's shareholders voted on the acquisition. However, tonight, he still had to find an excuse to perfunctorily deal with Veselman. Simon quickly remembered another thing he was considering recently, which was also a plan he would start after flying to San Francisco tomorrow. An acquisition case involving billions of dollars might be used as a temporary shield. In short, MCA could not be allowed to use him as a bargaining chip to raise the stock price and intensify competition. Having made up his mind, Simon turned his attention back to the information in front of him about A Time to Kill. A Time to Kill is a crime thriller published last year involving racial discrimination in judicial justice, similar to the very famous To Kill a Mockingbird. The original A Time to Kill movie was released in 1996, starring Samuel Jackson, Matthew McConaughey and Sandra Bullock, and also achieved very good box office results and Oscar recognition. Not only that, the other two works of John Grimson, the author of the novel A Time to Kill, The Pelican and The Sugar Trap, were both hits in the 1990s. It's just that the original novels of the latter two movies have not been published yet. Deaneries Entertainment signed the priority rights of John Grimson's other two novels while buying A Time to Kill. However, Simon has no intention of investing in these projects in the short term. It's just that next year, the hit projects related to Deaneries Entertainment, including its own productions and external cooperation, will already include Toy Story, The Silence of the Lambs, Scream 3, A Few Good Men, Batman, The Dark Knight, Terminator and The Fugitive, which are expected to have a box office of over 100 million yuan. Although the annual box office scale in the United States has exceeded $5 billion earlier than in the original time and space, this box office is limited after all. In Simon's opinion, these films may form internal competition, not to mention that there will be other key projects of the studio such as The Flash, GoldenEye of 007 Inches, and Captain Hawk next year. In order to avoid too fierce competition, Simon has recently decided to move Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 to 1992. Some blockbuster projects that were originally planned to be launched in advance have also been temporarily shelved, and he is considering lengthening the production rhythm of the first phase of the DC movie universe. The 1990s in the original time and space was a period of great films. Simon does not want this market to be occupied by various action blockbusters and superhero movies too early. Only by letting 100 flowers bloom can prosperity be maintained for a longer time. Focusing too much on blockbuster commercial films is actually very unfavorable to the long-term development of Hollywood. Chapter 364 Exclusive Plan. San Francisco. In a villa in the mountains of Woodside, west of Palo Alto. It was just dawn. Sensing the movement beside him, Simon subconsciously reached out and grabbed the slender waist and brought it into his arms. Jennifer, who had just picked up a small vest and wanted to put it on, was pulled by Simon and pressed against the man's chest. Knowing that he liked this feeling, he did not resist. After snuggling for a while, he coaxed a child and whispered, "Let me go, okay? I'll prepare breakfast for you. You have to go back to work later." After attending the cocktail party of MCA chairman Lou Veselman last night, the female assistant originally said no, but was still lured to San Francisco by Simon. Simon's big hands wandered over the female assistant and said, "Sleep with me for a while, Allison and the others will prepare breakfast. But I want to prepare it for you myself." "Okay." Feeling Jennifer's insistence, Simon had to let go. He watched the female assistant put on the vest and panties, got out of bed and walked to the bathroom, and he quickly sat up. In the early 1990s, the Woodside Mountains were not as prosperous and crowded as they were after the internet era. At the end of August, because it was also in the Mediterranean climate zone, the surrounding area was still full of business. The female assistant was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Simon changed into a set of sportswear and left home, jogging on the asphalt road in the mountains with lush trees and few people. This kind of unrestrained and free activity opportunity is a bit rare for Simon now. The population near Malibu where he lives is relatively dense, and his every move will also attract much attention. On weekdays, he can only exercise in the villa gym. If he goes to New York, the situation is even more so. As he was running, a black Mercedes-Benz car suddenly slowed down and approached. The window was rolled down, and a middle-aged man said to Simon through the window, "Hey, there are two people behind you." Halfway through his words, the middle-aged man recognized Simon, and was surprised and a little unsure, and asked, "Are you, Simon Westeros?" Roughly understanding that the middle-aged man was kindly reminding him that there were two people following him, Simon stopped, smiled and nodded, and greeted, "Good morning." The two bodyguards who were jogging with Simon also quickened their pace to catch up. The middle-aged man knew that he had made a fool of himself, so he got out of the car and greeted Simon. It turned out that he was an Oracle executive, and he left a business card before leaving. Simon handed the business card to Neil Bennett behind him, and continued to jog. More than 10 minutes later, he returned to his residence, and the female assistant had prepared breakfast. He did not ask the two girls who came with him this time to help, and the two of them personally brought breakfast into the restaurant. While eating breakfast, the female assistant talked about the cocktail party last night. "Vasselman has discovered our layout. What are you going to do next?" At the cocktail party last night, Lou Vasselman said straight to the point that he already knew that Simon was preparing to acquire MCA, and took the initiative to reveal to him some of the progress of the negotiations between Panasonic and MCA, and very frankly welcomed Deaneries Entertainment and Panasonic to bid for their own company together. Simon certainly would not immediately join the acquisition negotiations according to Vasselman's wishes, but just perfunctorily. Hearing what the female assistant said, Simon said, "Do you still remember the plans submitted by AOL a month ago to buy out Bell Atlantic, Bell Pacific and 9X, three regional telecommunications network platforms, to develop the Internet?" In the famous AT split case in 1983, Bell Telephone and Telegraph, which once monopolized the entire U.S. telecommunications market, was split into the National AT, which mainly engaged in long-distance calls, and 7 other regional telephone companies. The 3 companies Simon just mentioned happened to be 3 of the 7 small bells at that time, and they were also the regional telecommunications companies in more than a dozen states on the East and West Coasts, where AOL planned to focus its business. AOL currently conducts business, except for a small number of self-built line networks, most of which can only rent the line network platform of the traditional Bell system. With the optimistic outlook for the Internet industry, Steve Case submitted a plan to Simon at the end of last month, hoping to buy out the Internet Access Service franchise of Bell Atlantic and other 3 companies, and sign an exclusive agreement by paying a certain fee to the 3 companies every year. This will not only prevent other Internet service providers from entering AOL's business territory, but also obtain more support from the 3 operators in Internet access services. If the heads of the 3 regional telecommunications companies can see the future like Simon, they will never agree to the plan proposed by AOL. You know, once the 20-year exclusive contract proposed by Steve Case is signed, not only other Internet service providers, but even the 3 telecommunications companies themselves, will not be able to carry out ICE business alone. However, the reality is that because the entire Internet industry in the United States has just emerged, AOL has only more than 100,000 users. Such a number is completely a small fight in front of traditional telecommunications giants, and it is not worth participating in person. If you can get an extra income by selling out the platform, why not? Therefore, the 3 companies expressed interest in Steve Case's proposal. However, the parties have been arguing over the specific terms of cooperation for a month and have not yet reached an agreement. The 3 companies believe that since AOL wants to buy out their line network, they need to pay according to the total number of users, rather than according to the specific number of Internet access users proposed by AOL. AOL's proposal is willing to pay the 3 companies $20 per user per year. According to AOL's total number of 150,000 users in August, the annual fee to the 3 companies is only $3 million. Although $3 million is not much, considering the rapid growth of AOL users in recent months, in 1 or 2 years, as long as the number of AOL users reaches the million level, this number is actually very considerable. On the other hand, if the 3 companies follow their proposal, although they are willing to reduce the fee for each user to 1/10 of AOL's offer, that is, $2, but multiplied by the total number of users of the 3 companies in more than 10 states on the East and West Coasts, which is close to 20 million, AOL will have to pay a huge fee of $40 million per year just at the beginning. Moreover, the 3 companies also retain the right to renegotiate every 2 years during the contract period. When AOL invested in Westeros a few days ago to seize control, The overall valuation was less than $100 million. Obviously, the three companies dared to ask for such a high price, which must be because they saw Simon, the big money behind the scenes. It would be a waste not to kill the fat sheep. Not only that, considering Simon's optimism about the internet industry, the three companies also asked to invest in AOL. In Simon's view, if he could sign this exclusive agreement, he would be very happy even if he really took out $40 million immediately. When the internet industry begins to explode, the three companies will definitely find out what a big mistake they have made. However, this kind of thinking cannot be revealed, and Simon is even less likely to agree to the three companies to invest in AOL. So, this matter has been entangled for a month, and there is still no result. Jennifer obviously remembered this incident and nodded, saying, "I think that if Bell Atlantic can lower the price per user to $1, it should be more cost-effective to pay according to the total number of users. However, what does this have to do with our acquisition of MCA?" Simon said, "My previous plan was to let AOL initiate an acquisition of these traditional operators when AOL grows to a certain scale and federal telecommunications regulations are relaxed. 3 networks in one. Remember I talked about this idea? The Telecommunications Act introduced during the AT split in 1984 restricts long-distance telephone companies, regional telephone companies, and cable TV companies from getting involved in each other's fields. It should be very difficult to get the federal government to lift telecommunications regulations," the female assistant said skillfully, and suddenly understood. "Are you planning to initiate an acquisition of traditional operators now?" Bingo! Simon tapped the porcelain plate lightly with his fork, and said, "You can start collecting information on these 3 companies when you go back today, including their asset market value, operating conditions, management information, and industry-related legal documents. Also, remember to keep it confidential." "I will do it myself," the female assistant nodded, and said, "But, in this case, we may have to raise a lot of money. Moreover, it is impossible to buy all 3 companies at once. Which one do you plan to choose?" Simon blurted out, "Bell Atlantic. The current Westeros system wants to swallow up the 3 companies at once, which is impossible both in terms of funds and laws. Therefore, among the 3 companies, Simon's real target is actually Bell Atlantic. Bell Atlantic is the predecessor of Verizon, the second largest telecommunications operator in the United States after AT many years later. Its business areas are also in the densely populated states of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. and Virginia in the eastern United States, with a regional population of more than 1/5 of the United States. Of course, Bell Atlantic also has the highest market value among the 3 companies. Even in the context of the continued decline of the U.S. stock market after the outbreak of the Gulf War, the market value exceeded $5.6 billion as of the close of last week. Considering the acquisition premium of about 30%, Simon needs to prepare at least $8 billion to take over Bell Atlantic. Including the $7 billion prepared for MCA, the total amount of funds Simon needs to mobilize this time will reach $15 billion, most of which will need to be obtained through loan financing. The acquisition of Reynolds Nabisco, completed at the beginning of last year, has completely turned into a disaster a year and a half later. After the outbreak of the U.S. debt crisis at the end of last year, there have been few corporate mergers and acquisitions exceeding $1 billion in the past year. Once the news of this large-scale acquisition and Simon's plan is leaked, it will definitely set off the entire federal media. Speaking of which, if there is enough time, Simon actually wants to proceed step by step. However, now is the most depressed period of the U.S. economy in the 1990s. Once the United Nations forces resolve the Gulf War neatly next year, the federal economy will recover rapidly. At that time, if Simon wants to get Bell Atlantic again, the price he pays may exceed tens of billions of dollars, and he may even welcome bidders. In the long run, if Simon waits until the peak of the new technology wave in the 1990s and then promotes the expansion of AOL according to the original plan, by then, it will involve large-scale mergers and acquisitions at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the obstacles at the government regulatory level will exceed the current level by more than 10 times. Since many things have changed, it is undoubtedly the best choice to start the expansion of the Westeros system in the telecommunications field ahead of time, while there is plenty of funds available at the moment. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Cash Out. The female assistant was the second person to know about Simon's plan to acquire Bell Atlantic. The first was naturally Janet. Simon planned to rush to New York after finishing his trip in San Francisco to formally discuss with the senior executives of Westeros and Cersei Capital the feasibility of launching the dual-line operation of the MCA acquisition and the Bell Atlantic acquisition at the same time. This trip to San Francisco was mainly for the affairs of Ygritte and AOL. The problem of Ygritte was simple. The company was out of money again. After Carol Bartz and Jeff Bezos jointly took charge of Ygritte, Simon was quite satisfied with the recent work results. Ygritte continued to consolidate the company's patent barriers in the field of World Wide Web technology through continuous investment in technology research and development. The software sales business quickly opened up with Carol Bartz's many years of work experience in the industry. The number of users of the portal website continued to increase. At the same time, the internet advertising business was successfully launched, and so on and so forth. All of these meant a large amount of capital expenditure. Simon knew very well what the hundreds of core patents of World Wide Web technology that Ygritte had already mastered meant. Ygritte had already developed a complete set of graphical interface browser software, server software, web design software and other application tools based on World Wide Web technology, which were all software products with very solid business prospects. Therefore, Simon planned to invest an additional $50 million this time to continue the development and promotion of World Wide Web technology. When Ygritte was first established, the total share capital was 10 million shares, of which Westeros held 9 million shares with an investment of $10 million, and Tim Berners-Lee held another 1 million shares. With the last $20 million investment, Ygritte's total share capital doubled, and Tim Berners-Lee's shareholding remained unchanged at 1 million shares, but the shareholding ratio was reduced to 5%. This time, Simon did not let the professional asset evaluation team intervene, and personally finalized the valuation of Ygritte at $50 million. For a startup technology company that has not yet formed a stable revenue, this figure is a bit high, but Simon believes that Ygritte is worth this valuation. On the other hand, Simon still has no intention of deliberately squeezing Tim Berners-Lee's shareholding ratio. He has always been very fond of the founder of the World Wide Web. Therefore, as last time, he provided Lee with a plan to maintain his shareholding ratio through loans. However, Tim Berners-Lee did not accept it this time. He is very satisfied with his shareholding and current work. Although Simon plans to take out part of Ygritte's equity to reward company executives and employees at the right time, he will not give the equity to someone for nothing. As a result, Ygritte's total share capital doubled again to 40 million shares, Westeros' shareholding ratio in Ygritte increased to 97.5%, Tim Berners-Lee's shareholding ratio decreased to 2.5%, and the number of shares held remained 1 million shares. As for America Online, it was mainly the negotiation of Steve Case's exclusive agreement. Although Simon plans to acquire a regional telecommunications company in advance, AOL will not adjust its development pace in the short term. As long as it can sign an exclusive agreement with the 3 regional telecommunications operators, Bell Atlantic, NYNEX and Bell Pacific, AOL's development in the next few years will be twice as effective with half the effort. Of course, the biggest problem in this matter is funding. AOL shareholders are not like Tim Berners-Lee, who proposed that after the agreement is reached, they intend to raise funds in the form of loans to pay the first year's buyout payment for the 3 companies. The 3 companies still insist on paying the exclusive fee based on the total number of users, but there is still a lot of room for negotiation on the specific amount. In the end, it will probably be reduced to about $1 per household, as the female assistant predicted at breakfast last time. By then, the amount of more than 20 million will be completely within AOL's credit capacity. Simon also got a general understanding of the operating conditions of the 100 internet cafes under AOL this time. 1 month after opening, thanks to the excellent promotion in the early stage and the public's curiosity about this new leisure and entertainment venue, the total revenue of 100 internet cafes under AOL reached $2.06 million in the first month, and the average turnover of each internet cafe exceeded $20,000. Without considering the initial investment, excluding store rent, employee salaries and power grid expenses, in just this month, AOL's internet cafe chain generated a gross profit of $530,000. If this business situation continues, AOL will be able to recover its initial investment in about 2 years. Because of the demonstration effect of these 100 internet cafes, some people have begun to contact AOL in hope to open franchise stores. Moreover, in the previous month, the number of users who accessed the internet through AOL's internet cafe channels with customized network access coupons reached more than 2,600, equivalent to 5% of AOL's network access users in the same period. This is what Simon values most. The fundamental purpose of Simon's suggestion to open internet cafes was to guide people to become familiar with and access the internet. In just the first month, more than 2,600 new users were brought in, and this conversion rate far exceeded the initial expectations of the AOL team. It is conceivable that with a continuous improvement of IE browser functions and the further increase of content services that a grid portal can provide, more people will certainly tend to access the internet at home. Since this goal has been achieved and will continue, AOL does not intend to hold this internet bar subsidiary in its hands. 2 years to pay back the investment is still a long time. AOL headquarters in Palo Alto. After the discussion meeting on the progress of the exclusive agreement negotiations between the 3 telecom operators, Simon and Steve Case stayed alone in the conference room. Steve Case talked about Internet Bar. "We have contacted several private equity funds on Wall Street, and 3 of them have shown interest in Internet Bar. The highest offer for the 50% stake held by AOL was $10 million. I think we should be able to negotiate $15 million in the end. If we cash out in advance, most of the first year's expenses for the exclusive agreements signed with the 3 Bell Atlantic companies will be solved." Since there was no plan to make money from these 100 internet cafes from the beginning, Simon was not opposed to cashing out. However, it would definitely be a bit of a loss to rush to sell it just 1 month after opening. Whether it is $10 million or $15 million, it is only an offer for 50% of the equity of the existing 100 internet cafes. If we patiently operate for a year or 2 and develop Internet Bar into a larger chain operations system, the value of this company will definitely increase significantly. Simon waited for Steve Case to finish speaking and asked, "What about IBM?" "IBM intends to continue to hold its shares, but they do not object to us selling our shares. After we withdraw, the IBM team can take over the operation of Internet Bar. IBM, a behemoth with a recent market value of more than $50 billion, will not care about a small startup company like Internet Bar." To be precise, it was only IBM's venture capital department that participated in the investment last time. Every giant company has a similar department. Compared with America Online, which is in urgent need of funds, IBM's investment team understands that Internet Bar still has a lot of room for appreciation, so there is no need to choose to cash out too eagerly. Simon understood why Steve Case lacked patience in this matter. The AOL team was worried that he would continue to spend money to dilute the shareholding ratio of other shareholders. After thinking for a moment, they did not insist and said, "Since you think it is appropriate, then sell it. However, you must ensure that Internet Bar and AOL cooperate in user promotion." Seeing Simon's relenting, Steve Case nodded and said, "I understand. In fact, this matter was in the negotiation conditions when I first contacted those private equity funds. By the way, Simon, if Cersei Capital is interested in Internet Bar, $13 million will be enough. AOL only invested $3.5 million in the Internet Cafe project. Even if it was $13 million, it could get a return of nearly 300%. Simon shook his head. He had discussed this matter with Janet a long time ago. Cersei Capital is a very important layout of Simon on Wall Street. Unless necessary, he does not intend to let Cersei Capital intersect with too many businesses under Westeros Company. This will easily lead to conflicts of interest and cause controversy. There is no need to take advantage of a small bargain of $2 million. Cersei Capital will not participate in this matter. Simon refused, and then said, "Let's talk about another thing. You should know that I have made a lot of money overseas in the past 2 years." Steve Case secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Simon refuse $2 million was nothing to Simon, but AOL now needed to calculate every penny of its expenses. Then he heard Simon change the subject, and Steve Case nodded and waited for him to continue. Simon continued, "The Kuwait war has caused the federal stock market to continue to fall recently. Now is a good time to expand. My recent idea is to acquire a regional telecommunications company, and the initial target is one of the 3 companies that AOL is negotiating with. Steve Case showed a surprised expression on his face, and calmed down after a moment, and smiled. "Simon, I thought you would use the money to acquire a major Hollywood studio. After all, Deanery's Entertainment's foundation is not as deep-rooted as the 7 major studios." Simon knew that this was probably what many people thought, and smiled. "Many things are still uncertain. This time I just say hello to you first. I will go to New York tomorrow and formally discuss this matter with James and others. In addition, even if it is to acquire a regional telecommunications company, the whole process will probably take a year. So, everything will remain the same on AOL's side. What you have to do is to negotiate the exclusive agreement as much as possible before the end of September. And remember to keep it confidential." Steve Case solemnly agreed, but in his heart he couldn't help but wonder which company Simon's target was. Although Simon is based on the West Coast, Case thinks it shouldn't be Bell Pacific. The name Bell Pacific sounds more impressive than Bell Atlantic and 9X, but in fact it is the smallest of the 3 companies, and should also be the smallest of the 7 little bells, with its business limited to the 2 states of California and Nevada. 9X includes the abbreviations of New York State and New England. Several states in the northeastern United States, such as Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, are very small in area and are called New England for historical reasons. 9X, one of the 7 little bells, also has its business in these 2 regions, and shares the Boston-Washington metropolitan area with Bell Atlantic. Because the states of Pennsylvania and Virginia where Bell Atlantic is located are considered continents in terms of area and population, their scale is slightly better than 9X. Steve Case felt that with Simon's appetite, the acquisition targets could only be the 2 companies on the West Coast, 9X and Bell Atlantic, and it was more likely to be the latter. However, since Simon did not reveal more to him, Steve Case did not get to the bottom of it. Any of the 3 potential target companies would be a behemoth for AOL. A multi-billion-dollar acquisition was not something he could influence. Of course, if Simon's goal could really be achieved, Steve Case could imagine how much it would help AOL. He had been racking his brains to sign an exclusive agreement with the 3 companies in order to obtain access to their telecommunications networks. The huge buyout funds were not just for a simple and empty exclusive agreement. As long as the plan was reached, the 3 companies would open up network rights to AOL. AOL would no longer need to invest huge amounts of money and spend a lot of time and effort to lay its own network lines. It only needed to complete the construction of trunk cables and servers, access the networks of the 3 companies, and then install modems in the homes of telephone users covered by these networks, so that users could access the internet very conveniently. After finishing the work on AOL, Simon also went to Cisco headquarters. Westeros has completed its shareholding increase in Cisco, and its shareholding ratio has reached 57.5% of absolute control. Because the U.S. stock market has continued to fall due to the Kuwait War, Cisco's original IPO plan has slowed down. Simon did not let Cisco's team completely stop the preparations for the IPO. After all, no one knows better than him how long this economic downturn will last. It was Thursday in a blink of an eye. I got up early in the morning and went for a morning run in the Woodside Mountains as usual. I planned to fly to New York after breakfast. Because of Simon's schedule, Janet stayed there and planned to spend the weekend together on the East Coast. Shuttled through the cool mountain roads, passing a 3-way intersection, a middle-aged man in sportswear followed from the other side. Simon glanced at him and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Larry." Larry Ellison knew from Simon's smile that the young man had seen through that he showed up here on purpose. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough. There was no sign of anything unusual on his unshaven face. Instead, he smiled enthusiastically and responded cheerfully, "Good morning, Simon." The bodyguard following Simon saw that the two knew each other and slowed down his pace. The two jogged side by side for dozens of meters, and Larry Ellison took the initiative to say, "Simon, Westeros's shareholding in Oracle has recently increased to 15%. Do you still want to buy it?" Simon said, "Oracle's recent stock price is so cheap. If you can buy more, you must make a move. I am very optimistic about this company." Larry Ellison didn't know if Simon was laughing at him. Oracle's stock price has indeed been very low in the past few months. Compared with the highest single share price of $28 in the past 12 months, Oracle's stock price has recently fallen to around $8, a drop of 70%. The market value has also fallen from the highest $3.6 billion to the current $1 billion, which is terrible. Because of the continuous decline in stock prices, many shareholders have been selling Oracle shares in a big way during this period. However, in a recent filing of an increase in holdings submitted by Westeros to the SEC, the proportion of its shareholding in Oracle has increased against the trend to 15%, an increase of 4% in just 1 month. Larry Ellison only holds 33% of Oracle's shares, and Oracle does not have a multiple equity structure that would allow him to maintain absolute control of the company. If Simon continues to buy, his control over Oracle will be in jeopardy. Chapter 366: The Oracle Problem. Trotting after Simon, Larry Ellison followed up on what he had just said and said, "Simon, since you are optimistic about Oracle, why don't you give me the voting rights of Westeros shares, just like Microsoft did?" Simon said bluntly, "Larry, just because I am optimistic about Oracle doesn't mean I am optimistic about you. If Oracle's stock price continues to fall, I think it is necessary to change someone in charge." Larry Ellison wanted to climb up the ladder, but he didn't expect to dig a hole for himself. He laughed dryly and said, "Simon, you must be kidding, right?" The two turned another corner together, and in front of them was Simon's mountain mansion. Simon had no intention of inviting Ellison to have breakfast together. He stopped jogging and said, "Larry, since Westeros has started buying, this should be a great benefit to Oracle. Moreover, from the first time Westeros bought Oracle a few years ago to now, I have never interfered with Oracle's operations. You should understand my attitude. Since you are here today and are beginning to worry about your control over Oracle. So, can you tell me, what exactly happened to Oracle?" Larry Ellison didn't expect Simon to hit the nail on the head. He was so stunned for a moment that he didn't know how to start. Seeing that Ellison was silent, Simon asked a more specific question. "The third quarter financial report will be released next month. What is Oracle's loss figure?" "About $30 million, Larry Ellison hesitated for a moment before giving a vague figure. He immediately added, "Simon, this is only temporary. Oracle's quarterly revenue this quarter can exceed $200 million, a 26% increase from the previous quarter. At this rate of growth, Oracle's revenue this fiscal year can exceed $1 billion. Simon did not listen to Ellison's subsequent explanation and could not help but confirm, a loss of $30 million in 1 quarter. Oracle's revenue has doubled in the past few years, and this year it has begun to expand its business to Latin America and Europe. The development speed is very strong, which is why it was able to reach a market value of $3.6 billion last year. However, Oracle's net profit for the whole year last year was only more than $41 million, and now it has lost $30 million in 1 quarter. Without any major investment and acquisition projects, the sudden huge loss can only mean that Oracle has a very serious problem inside. Although Simon did not interfere with Oracle's operations, he was not completely ignorant of the company. Since the first half of this year, the media has been questioning the exaggeration of Oracle's financial data. Oracle's profits in the first 2 quarters of this year have continued to shrink, causing the stock price to continue to fall. Unexpectedly, in the third quarter, a huge loss of $30 million suddenly appeared. Larry Ellison was stared at by Simon's sharp eyes and had to nod again. Simon simply stopped and asked, "So?" Larry Ellison knew what Simon meant and no longer concealed it. He said, "Simon, this is just a strategic mistake. In order to get more bonuses, some sales staff counted customers who only signed software purchase intentions in their performance. As a result, these customers did not adopt Oracle software later. I have been dealing with this problem in recent months." Larry Ellison did not continue here, but Simon understood. It has not been dealt with until now. The new quarter's financial report is about to be released. Serious sales strategy mistakes, exaggerated revenue figures, and a huge loss of $30 million are enough to anger shareholders to drive Larry Ellison out of office. This guy came to intercept Simon today, probably to ask him to help endorse. Not to mention Simon's personal reputation for creating a wealth miracle in just a few years. Just Westeros' 15% of Oracle's shares, plus Ellison's own 33%, basically ensures absolute control over Oracle. Early technology companies such as Apple, Microsoft, and Oracle did not have a multiple equity structure that guaranteed the founders' control. If Simon and other shareholders want to drive Ellison out of office, even if he is the largest shareholder holding 33% of Oracle's shares, he can only pack up and leave. This is how Jobs was driven out of Apple. After thinking for a moment, Simon said, "Contact Jim and write me a report on the details of this matter and the subsequent handling plan." Larry Ellison didn't want to go around James Raybould again, so he said, "Simon, how about we go have breakfast together? My car is over there. Or, you can take some time to come to Oracle headquarters in the morning and we can talk in detail." "Forget about breakfast, and I'm going to New York soon," Simon refused. Although he didn't have the idea of replacing Larry Ellison, he didn't intend to make himself look too easy to talk to, so he said, "That's it for now. Go back and contact Jim as soon as possible. I don't want Oracle to hide anything from our major shareholders." After saying this, Simon ignored Ellison and walked to the door of his mountain mansion. After breakfast, he left Woodside. After the private plane took off, Simon contacted James Raybould to discuss the matter of Oracle. James has also been paying attention to Oracle's recent developments. If Oracle was not one of the companies that Westeros promised not to reduce its holdings for 3 years, he would have proposed that Simon sell Oracle's shares instead of continuing to buy them. Oracle's problems should be much more serious than what Larry Ellison described to Simon. Excessive expansion has led to tight cash flow, and the stock price plunge has caused financing difficulties. It may even face a class action lawsuit from shareholders because of its previous exaggerated performance. If it can't get over this hurdle, even if the company does not go bankrupt, it may never recover from it. The advent of the internet era will greatly increase the market demand for database software. Simon is not as pessimistic as James. He just asks Westeros to continue to increase its holdings while Oracle's stock price is low until the shareholding ratio reaches 20%. Although it is unclear whether Oracle has experienced such a disaster in the original time and space, Simon can now fully afford it even if this business really loses all. There is a 4-hour flight between the east and west coasts. After hanging up the phone with James, Simon sat in the window seat of the front cabin living room, opened his laptop, and began to study the Dune video game that Nancy gave him a few days ago. After an unknown amount of time, a faint fragrance came from the air. Simon looked up and saw a girl. Alison Norris appeared beside him. She had changed into a sky blue stewardess uniform, which made her look even more slender. With her hair tied up, her delicate neck looked wide and slender. It must be said that the 4 vases selected by Janet all scored more than 80 points. Seeing Simon looking up, Alison said, "Boss, let me ask if you want to have some lunch on the plane." As she said this, the girl couldn't help but glance at the video game on Simon's laptop screen. She felt a little frustrated. Could it be that the attraction between her and Becky was not even as good as the video game? Simon raised his wrist to check his watch. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, which was the time on the West Coast. It should be 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast. Even if he arrived in New York, he could only wait to have dinner with Janet, so he said, "Just prepare something. I'll go to the restaurant later." Alison nodded, but did not leave immediately. She walked along the spiral staircase to the cloakroom on the lower floor, opened the safe in the cloakroom, picked out a box of watches and came to the living room again. She bowed and handed it to Simon, saying, "Boss, do you want to change a watch? These are all adjusted to the East Coast time." The girl bent down to Simon, unbuttoned a button of her collar to reveal a greasy white. The distance between the two of them was shortened, and the seductive female body fragrance became stronger. Simon picked a silver Rolex, took off the Patek Philippe on his hand and handed it to Alison, smiling, "Okay, go prepare lunch, don't seduce me here." Her thoughts were revealed, and Alison blushed slightly, but her eyes looked at Simon more boldly, standing there with a look of waiting for him to pick her. It was not until Simon turned his attention back to the computer screen and clearly did not intend to pay attention to her that Alison had to give up, put the box of watches with a total value of more than $1 million back into the safe, and left the front cabin to help Simon prepare lunch. Simon certainly would not remain indifferent to the beauty in front of him, he just had his own self-control. Moreover, at Simon's current position, women are indeed not particularly attractive to him because they are too easy to get. For example, there are many lustful people in Hollywood, but as far as Simon knows, the top studio bosses don't care much about women. Robert Redford told him a joke in a private chat. In the early 1980s, a studio head wanted to hold a swimsuit party. The party of the studio boss is definitely more attractive to men and women who want to get ahead than any Hollywood star's party. When the hot bikini girls filled the mansion's swimming pool, The boss received a very important script temporarily, and he was so excited that he immersed himself in it unconsciously. After reading the script, he realized that it was late at night, so he casually told the butler to end the party and picked up the phone to continue discussing the script revision with the screenwriter. He never paid much attention to the pool of fragrance. It was Thursday afternoon when he arrived in New York. The next day, Simon convened James Raybould, president of Westeros, Leon Black, president of Apollo Management under Cersei Capital, and others to formally discuss the acquisition of Bell Atlantic. James Raybould, Leon Black, Amy Pascal and others had been preparing for the MCA acquisition for several months. They were very surprised by Simon's sudden proposal of dual-line operation and the acquisition of Bell Atlantic, and they were generally not optimistic about Simon's decision. After the AT split in 1984, the federal government strongly encouraged competition in the telecommunications industry. Therefore, there are probably hundreds of large and small telecommunications companies in the United States in recent years. In fact, AOL can be regarded as one of them. Therefore, if you want to acquire Bell Atlantic, the legal obstacles are not great, and the key is still funding. The two acquisitions planned by Simon, Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA and Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic, require $7 billion and $8 billion in funds respectively, which add up to $15 billion. However, after the year-end settlement and return of Cersei Fund Management, Simon can only transfer about $6 billion from overseas, minus the 28% capital gains tax. In other words, if Simon wants to complete these two acquisitions, he needs to raise at least another $9 billion in cash. If the $9 billion is entirely loaned, according to the 10-year repayment cycle, the debt principal and interest repayment amount that the entire Westeros system needs to bear each year will exceed $1 billion. In this era, even the top 500 corporate giants in the world dare not guarantee that they can earn $1 billion every year. With such a heavy debt burden, if Simon is not careful, the business empire he has built over the years may fall apart. Moreover, in terms of acquisition targets, Leon Black, who thrived in the leveraged buyout industry with Drexel Burnham Lambert in the 1980s, also believes that Simon's choice to acquire a regional telecom operator is not a very good choice. By acquiring MCA, Deaneries Entertainment can not only further consolidate its foundation in Hollywood, but also obtain all-round complementarity in music, television, cinemas and theme parks. The acquisition of Bell Atlantic is not only a completely unfamiliar industry for Simon, but also Bell Atlantic has limited room for development after the acquisition of this company. You know, since the establishment of Bell Telephone and Telegraph Company in 1887, the U.S. telecommunications industry has experienced a century of development. In terms of telephone business, the Bell system has developed to the extreme. During the most prosperous period of leveraged buyouts in the 1980s, no company targeted the 7 small bells separated from AT. The reason is roughly the same. In a standard leveraged buyout, after the merger is completed, the debt will be quickly reduced by splitting and selling. However, after the AT split case in 1984, regional telecommunications companies tried every means to preserve their market share and avoid being swallowed up by countless small telecommunications companies that came later. Once split and sold, the value of these telecommunications companies will plummet. Affected by telecommunications regulations, they cannot continue to expand to strengthen the scale effect. Simon's goal in acquiring Bell Atlantic was to operate the business, and he did not intend to adopt the leveraged buyout approach, so he could not reduce debt by splitting and selling. Moreover, even if the federal government may re-deregulate the telecommunications industry in the next few years as Simon envisioned, allowing regional telecommunications companies to expand their market share through mergers and enter long-distance calls, cable TV and other fields in addition to short-distance calls, this will also take time. Before that, if Bell Atlantic cannot digest the huge debt in the acquisition process of Westeros, it will be difficult for this company to invest too much capital in the expansion of other fields when telecommunications regulations are liberalized. Instead, it is more likely to become the target of other telecommunications giants. Simon knew that the opinions of James Raybould, Leon Black and others were all good advice. He also knew that the planned acquisition of Bell Atlantic and the expansion after the acquisition were not as simple as he imagined. Many years later, only Verizon, the second largest telecommunications company in the United States that evolved from Bell Atlantic, will remain of the 7 small bells. The other 6 regional telecommunications companies have disappeared in the wave of mergers around the new century. However, there are also huge opportunities behind the challenges. You know, in the 1990s, not only the traditional telephone business and the cable TV business that was reopened to telecom companies, but also the rapid rise of mobile communications and the internet in the telecom field. It is these newly emerging fields that have created a comprehensive telecom industry giant like Verizon with a market value of hundreds of billions. The discussion of the Westeros system about launching 2 acquisitions at the same time lasted the entire weekend. In the new week, the discussion continued. The New Year's Forbes magazine's list of the 400 richest Americans was released, which instantly attracted countless people's attention. Chapter 367, a writer. Simon got the list data of the 1990 American 400 richest list the day before the new issue of Forbes magazine was released on September 2nd. The next day was September 3rd, Monday. When the new issue of Forbes magazine was officially released, a large number of North American media that had been paying close attention to this year's Forbes Rich List published related reports almost simultaneously. Obviously, these media also obtained relevant information and advanced $21 billion. This is the personal net worth of Simon announced on the 1990 American 400 Rich list of Forbes magazine. The first place without any suspense. Moreover, Simon also became the first super-rich person on the American 400 Rich list with a personal net worth of more than $10 billion. Sam Walton, who was originally expected to get this title, has distributed Walmart shares to his children. In addition to Simon, the second place on this year's list is still John Kruger, the runner-up of last year's list, but his personal net worth has directly dropped to $5.6 billion, which is a huge difference from Simon. Later. Third place, Warren Buffett, $3.3 billion. Fourth place, Ronald Perelman, $2.87 billion. Fifth place, Henry Hillman, $2.65 billion. Outside the top 5, from 6th to 9th place, sisters Barbara Cox Anthony and Ann Cox Chambers and brothers Samuel Newhouse and Donald Newhouse tied for personal net worth of $2.6 billion. From 10th to 17th place, there is also a long list of ties, including Sam Walton and his 4 children who control the Walton Group, the 2 brothers of the Pritzker family who control the famous Hyatt Hotel Group, and finally Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft. The wealth of these 8 rich people is $2.5 billion. Affected by the economic recession caused by the U.S. debt crisis, the rankings on this year's list have changed greatly. The assets of many rich people have shrunk significantly. Sam Redstone, Ted Arison, and Ross Perot, who ranked at the top last year, have directly fallen out of the top 10 of the list. The economic recession has caused the wealth of the rich to shrink significantly, which should have been a very important focus of this year's list. However, when the new list was released, almost all media attention was attracted by a name that was far ahead of the others on the list. Simon's personal net worth of $21 billion has more than tripled compared to last year's $6 billion. However, after Forbes magazine's detailed enumeration and analysis of Simon's personal assets, the controversy caused by his personal net worth of $21 billion is much less than last year. Among the series of assets under Simon's name, the most concern this year should be the large amount of cash he has continuously earned in the Japanese financial market and crude oil futures market through Cersei Capital. The figure of this cash asset, which was exposed at the beginning of the year, has reached $4.5 billion. After the operation of the crude oil futures market in the first half of the year, Forbes magazine estimated that Simon's overseas cash assets should be around $8 billion. This item alone exceeds Simon's total personal net worth of $6 billion last year. Subsequently, Forbes magazine gave a valuation of Deaneries Entertainment's assets of $8 billion to $10 billion. According to Forbes magazine, in order to avoid the controversy caused by last year's valuation, Forbes invited several Wall Street financial and accounting teams to participate in the valuation this time, and finally came up with a valuation range of $8 billion to $10 billion. Is Deaneries Entertainment worth so much? In response to this doubt, Forbes magazine gave a company report of Deaneries Entertainment in the first half of 1990. The net profit after tax of only 2/4 of $573 million exceeded any of the 7 major Hollywood companies. Moreover, with the subsequent videotapes, television, derivatives and other channel income from its superhit films, as long as there are no serious project failures and losses in the next few years, Deaneries Entertainment will be able to maintain a net profit scale of $1 billion for the whole year in the next 2 to 3 years. Compared with the Fortune 400 list of the top 400 companies in the United States in the first half of the year, in the previous fiscal year, among the companies with a net profit scale of $1 billion, Boeing, which had the lowest market value, recently reached a market value of $15.6 billion. The other two daily necessities giants with net profits of $1 billion, Procter & Gamble and Johnson & Johnson, have a market value of $21.8 billion and $18.6 billion respectively. Therefore, based on the scale of profits, the valuation of Deaneries Entertainment of $8 billion to $10 billion is definitely low. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment has 3 film labels with a large number of hot projects: Deaneries Television, 35% of Blockbuster, Blizzard Studios, 35% of AIA, potential gold mine level Marvel Entertainment and DC Movie Universe rights, etc. These tangible assets are enough to support the huge valuation of Deaneries Entertainment. Obviously, the cash and Deaneries Entertainment assets held by Simon personally are close to the personal net worth figures given by Forbes magazine. In addition, Westeros has a large number of listed or non-listed company assets. The batch of listed technology company stocks purchased during the stock market crash in 1987 still has 19 left, and the total market value of the related companies exceeds $26 billion. Among them, Microsoft and Intel, which are heavily invested by Westeros, have a current market value of $6.3 billion and $7.6 billion respectively. Only 20% and 15% of the shares of these two companies have brought Simon more than $2.5 billion of wealth. Other companies such as Sun, Oracle, AMD, Silicon Graphics, Adobe, Autodesk, etc. Westeros's holdings are also worth $1 billion. In total, 19 listed technology companies have brought Simon a total of $3.5 billion in personal wealth. In addition, the non-listed Cisco, AOL, Igret, etc., as well as overseas Nokia and Melisandre, a non-tech enterprise, even if only the shares of Westeros are counted, the total value of these assets is between $1.5 billion and $2 billion. Moreover, Cersei Capital will be added to Simon's personal assets this year. This large private equity fund, which officially established its headquarters in New York at the beginning of this year, has only operated twice in the Japanese financial market and crude oil futures market, which is enough to make the industry take notice of it. Even if it is conservative, the value will not be less than $1 billion. Finally, we have to count the large number of real estate and land assets under Simon's name, which are also valued at $500 million. All of these added together, minus the less than $1.5 billion debt of the entire Westeros system, Simon's personal assets are roughly between $21 billion and $23.5 billion. Forbes magazine only took the lowest value of this valuation range. However, even this conservative figure of $21 billion has created a series of unprecedented things. Not only is Simon the first American super-rich with a personal net worth of more than $10 billion, but in the 1990 list of the world's richest people released by Forbes, he is also destined to surpass Japanese real estate tycoon Yoshiaki Susumi and become the world's richest man. The general public can only envy, admire, resent and question Simon's personal net worth figures on the Forbes list, or imagine what this $21 billion means and how much it can buy. However, the U.S. capital market gave very direct feedback after the Forbes list was released. The stock prices of listed companies related to the Westeros system, whether it is technology stocks such as Microsoft and Intel, or other industries such as Blockbuster or AIA, have risen significantly in the following week. The Westeros group of that year was frequently mentioned again by the media. Then, in order to take advantage of Simon's personal net worth on the Forbes list, Oracle hurriedly released a financial report for the previous quarter on September 6. In the financial quarter from June to August 1990, Oracle's revenue was $207 million and its loss reached $36 million. In the quarterly financial report, Oracle very frankly admitted that the aggressive expansion strategy and wrong sales methods adopted in the past 2 years were the main reasons for this loss, and stated that it would make major adjustments to the company. Several executives in charge of Oracle's sales business will leave later, and a large-scale layoff of about 400 people will be carried out to reduce corporate operating costs. Not only that, In the handwritten letter to shareholders attached to the financial report, Larry Ellison confidently stated that everything in the company was under control, and specifically pointed out Westeros's previous increase in Oracle's holdings. If it weren't for Westeros's increased holdings, the huge loss of $36 million in a single quarter, and Oracle's business strategy mistakes that it finally admitted at this time, countless angry shareholders would definitely want to press Larry Ellison to the ground. However, the fact is that after Oracle's quarterly financial report was released on Thursday, September 6, the company's stock price did not plummet as Wall Street analysts expected on the following Thursday and Friday. Although it did not rise sharply, the daily trading volume was 80% lower than before the quarterly financial report was released. Obviously, many shareholders no longer rashly sell Oracle's shares, but start to wait and see. Some Oracle shareholders who can contact the Westeros system also tried every means to find out what Simon's attitude towards Oracle is. On the following Saturday, Oracle issued another announcement that in addition to James Rebold, president of Westeros, Carol Bartz, president of Ygritte, a subsidiary of Westeros, will also join Oracle's board of directors. Westeros then officially issued a statement to support Larry Ellison, the current chairman and CEO of Oracle, to continue to manage the company. At the same time, Westeros will continue to hold Oracle's shares for a long time. Westeros' official statement temporarily calmed down those shareholders who had lost patience with the current management because Oracle's stock had fallen by 70% in the past year. Even if some shareholders were still dissatisfied with Larry Ellison, they also understood that with the joint efforts of Westeros and Larry Ellison, it was unlikely that other shareholders would want to replace the current management. However, there are voices of opposition. The Wall Street Journal believes that Simon's continued increase in Oracle shares and his support for the current management, which has made serious operating mistakes, is very stupid. If Westeros sold its shares at the highest point of Oracle's stock price last year, Simon could have obtained a return of more than 500% compared to the investment in recent years. Moreover, even if you still want to hold on to the company, replacing the current management is necessary. The Wall Street Journal also used Apple as an example. After driving away founder Steve Jobs, who once caused huge losses to the company because of the unrealistic Macintosh project, Apple's revenue and profits have continued to grow in recent years. Even though the federal stock market has fallen across the board recently due to the war, Apple's market value has exceeded $6 billion. Simon can roughly understand that the purpose of this article is not so simple. The rumors of problems within Oracle have been circulating for a long time. Many short sellers on Wall Street have recently taken advantage of Oracle's new quarterly financial report to short the company's stock. Now, because of Simon's support, Oracle's stock price did not fall sharply as expected after the release of the new quarterly financial report, and even rebounded to a certain extent. Those short sellers who shorted Oracle stock will naturally not be content with this. In addition to Oracle's affairs, since the publication of Forbes magazine on September 3, various invitations have flooded Simon like a tide, and countless media have refocused their attention on Simon, and his every move has once again begun to attract attention. In order to avoid the planned two-line operation plan from being leaked in advance, Simon had to temporarily shake off a large number of reporters who were chasing and blocking him and flew from New York to Chicago. Home Alone has been completed. Although the sample can be sent to Los Angeles, Simon still flew to Chicago to watch it in person and hide away. After watching the sample of Home Alone and discussing some details with John Hughes, Simon once again shook off the reporters who came to the news and flew from the northern United States to New Mexico in the south to visit the crew of Terminator 2. Although many rules were agreed upon in advance, Cameron only stayed quiet for a while after the official shooting of Terminator 2, but these days he has been working hard. After checking the progress of the filming, Simon no longer had any expectations that Cameron could complete Terminator 2 within the budget. Fortunately, after the failure of The Abyss, Cameron has finally restrained himself. According to the estimate given by the producer privately, the project should be completed within $70 million. Considering the box office potential of Terminator 2, $70 million, although it exceeded the budget by $20 million, is actually within Simon's tolerance. After visiting the set of Terminator 2, Simon simply went to the crew of The Fugitive in North Carolina on the east coast of the United States. After traveling around the United States, he probably realized that the cost of tracking Simon Westeros was too high, and he finally had peace around him. On Saturday, September 8, Simon quietly returned to New York again. Although Simon himself could not be tracked, the news about him did not stop. This week, not only Oracle, but also topics about Simon's personal wealth and what he is doing and about to do have emerged in the media. On the day he returned to New York, in addition to the changes in Oracle's board of directors, the West Coast's Hollywood Reporter also suddenly broke the news that Deaneries Entertainment was planning to acquire MCA. Because it was Saturday, the impact of this news could not be directly reflected in the MCA stock price, but it was impossible not to face the matter. Moreover, this week, media controversies about Simon's $21 billion wealth have also come one after another. In any case, a 22-year-old young man has far surpassed countless entrenched old wealthy families by accumulating wealth in just a few years. Even in Western countries that are very open to private wealth, this matter is really shocking. Chapter 368 Today Show Interview. James Raybould arrived at NBC headquarters in Midtown Manhattan at 7 a.m. Simon didn't like to show up in front of the media, but he had to face many things. Today he was going to participate in an interview with NBC's morning news program Today Show to answer some recent media discussions and controversies about Westeros. After spending more than half an hour reconfirming the content of the next interview with his assistant, media public relations and Today Show producer, at 7:40, James arrived at the studio entrance under the guidance of the staff. $21 billion, an astonishing figure. This is the latest personal net worth of Simon Westeros on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, released on Monday. Compared with last year, the 22-year-old super-rich has increased his personal net worth by $15 billion in the past year, equivalent to a net profit of $41 million a day. What kind of magical power does Simon Westeros have, and how did he quickly accumulate such a huge personal wealth? Today, we invited Mr. James Raybould, the president of Westeros, to discuss many issues about Westeros that everyone has been concerned about recently. Deborah Noel, the hostess of the Today Show, finished her statement and stood up to shake hands with James, who entered the studio. In front of the TVs of countless families on Sunday morning. The audience, who originally thought that Simon Westeros would appear in person after hearing Deborah Noel's statement, were disappointed, but not many people changed the channel. After guest starring in Madonna's concert at the end of June, Simon began to avoid the public eye again. Recently, the media has been making a lot of noise about the new Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans. Having a spokesperson for Westeros appear in the media is enough to satisfy the public's curiosity. In the studio, after a few simple greetings, Deborah Noel started to get to the point, saying, "Jim, first let me ask the question that everyone is most concerned about. What has Simon been doing these days?" Mainly about movies. Deaneries Entertainment has many projects being filmed recently, and Simon has been traveling around the Federation to visit the sets this week. "It sounds very busy," Deborah Noel joked with a smile, and asked, "So, what was his reaction when he learned of his ranking on the Forbes list this year?" "Very happy. After all, this is an amazing thing. It's really amazing. From 1986 to now, Simon has created all this in just 4 years, and he is only 22 years old now. As the president of Westeros Company, Jim, you should know him very well. Why do you think he can create all this today, or is he really a psychic?" The female host's final tone was a bit of lighthearted joking. James also smiled and said, "Simon often jokes about being a psychic in his life, but he is not. He also said that he really wishes he were a psychic so that he could prove the existence of ghosts in this world. If that were the case, it would mean that death is not the end of everything, and we no longer need to fear death." These words were actually mentioned by Jennifer when she was chatting with her daughter, and James was deeply impressed by them. Deborah Noel showed an expression of enlightenment and said, "I have never thought of this. To be honest, I used to be afraid of both death and ghosts, but now, I don't seem to care so much." "Me too," James nodded in agreement, and took the initiative to answer Deborah's question, saying, "Simon is a very special person. Not only is he outstanding in many aspects, he also has extraordinary foresight and creativity. I think these are probably the key to his achievements today. I believe many people have a deep understanding of this." Deborah Noel agreed, and then changed the subject. "Jim, according to the news from the Hollywood Reporter yesterday, Deaneries Entertainment will launch an acquisition of MCA Group, which owns Universal Pictures. Is this true?" Talking about a key topic of participating in this interview, James Raybould secretly cheered up and said, Since the beginning of the year, there have been many media news about how Simon plans to use the overseas funds. We have been thinking about this issue and have discussed many goals, but there is no conclusion yet. Deborah Noel asked, but, Jim, according to The Hollywood Reporter, Westeros has established a 60-person acquisition team. How do you explain this? James shook his head and said, I don't know how The Hollywood Reporter got the news. Simon has always attached great importance to the collaboration among companies within the Westeros system. Whether it is Cersei Capital, Daenerys Entertainment, or a number of technology companies under the company, the cooperation and communication between them are very frequent. Some people probably have misunderstandings because of this. Deborah Noel looked at James and said, so, Simon has no intention of acquiring MCA. James did not give a positive answer, and said tactfully, I just said that we have considered many targets, and MCA is indeed within the scope of discussion. However, everything requires Simon to make the final decision himself. Moreover, Simon has not yet decided whether to transfer the overseas funds back to the country. We all know that this means a very high capital gains tax of 28%. The sudden exposure of the news that Daenerys Entertainment was about to acquire MCA by The Hollywood Reporter yesterday did catch the senior executives of the Westeros system off guard. Before today's interview, James and everyone had a careful discussion and finally decided to give an uncertain answer, so as to avoid the passive situation of silence being a default, and to prevent speculators from flocking to MCA stocks. James Raybould took the initiative to change the topic, and Deborah Noel stopped chasing. NBC did not want to miss the interview opportunity in the future, so it changed the topic according to James' words. Speaking of capital gains tax, Mr. President has publicly stated last month that he had to break his campaign promise not to raise taxes and planned to solve the increasingly serious federal fiscal deficit problem by raising taxes. Because of the rise of the hedge fund industry in the past 2 years, Republican Senator Peter Bigelow of Texas proposed on Wednesday to strengthen the supervision of the hedge fund industry and readjust the relevant tax plan to prevent excessive financial speculation from damaging the federal economy. Jim, what do you think of Bigelow's proposal? Both Simon and James Raybould got the news as soon as Peter Bigelow submitted the relevant bill. As we all know, Texas is the base of the Bush family and the Republican Party, and the targeting of Peter Bigelow's proposal is obvious. Moreover, there are actually deeper reasons for this proposal. Right now is the critical moment of the U.S. midterm elections. The Republican Party is clearly at a disadvantage in its fight for control of Congress. Coincidentally, the Westeros system has unknowingly invested a huge amount of $20 million in the political field this year, and has now become a very important funder of the Democratic Party. In the big tax cuts of the government in 1986, the capital gains tax rate, which was originally divided into long-term and short-term tiers, was unified to 28%, which is equivalent to the income tax. This move is controversial. If the Bush administration raises taxes again, it will not only offend the entire Wall Street, but also severely restrict the liquidity of the capital market, making the already sluggish U.S. economy worse. As for raising taxes specifically for the hedge fund industry, let alone whether it is feasible, if it is really done, it will only drive a large number of hedge fund companies out of the United States, and the huge overseas income will no longer be transferred back to the country, and the loss will still be the United States itself. The most important point is that through the 1987 stock market crash, the Japanese stock market bubble and the crude oil futures market, Simon has completed his original accumulation and will no longer rely too much on Cersei Capital. Even if the Bush administration really strengthens supervision and increases taxes, it will not have much impact on him. Simon is not worried about being targeted by the Bush administration because of his political stance. The two parties in the United States are mutually restrained. If the Republicans target him, the Democrats will naturally take action. If you can't even protect your big money, who will stand by you in the future? In the studio, James Raybould certainly would not confront the congressman for the above reasons, but just expressed his own views on the matter. The two continued to discuss some topics, and the 10-minute interview ended quickly. It was less than 8 o'clock when they left the NBC headquarters. After making an appointment for breakfast with Simon and his wife, James Raybould hurried to the Upper East Side again. His wife Carol Raybould had arrived in advance. The topic of breakfast was naturally various recent events. Because the media has been closely watching these days, in order to avoid the early leakage of Bell Atlantic's acquisition plan, this matter has been temporarily stopped. The exclusive negotiation between AOL and the three companies was obviously affected by the exposure of Simon's personal wealth. The three companies were biting hard on the cooperation conditions. Simon now insisted that he would not accept the conditions of the three companies to invest in AOL. As for the acquisition of MCA, considering the impact of the exposure of the bidding news of Deanery's Entertainment, Simon also began to make preparations. Although it was Sunday, after breakfast, James Raybould still rushed to the headquarters of Westeros in Midtown to start a day's work. These days, as Simon's spokesperson, James has been dealing with countless invitations and attention, and he is also very successful, so he is also very motivated. Moreover, it is not just the superficial glory. The members of the Westeros System Billion-Dollar Club, exposed by Forbes magazine last month, actually missed James. Having personally experienced the operation of the capital market twice last year and this year, James naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Simon also personally arranged for James to participate in it. Although only $20 million were raised initially, less funds happened to be more convenient for maximizing benefits. After more than a year of continuous operation, the funds transferred back from overseas recently still exceeded $160 million after tax. The last person on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans this year, Donald Graham, the heir to the Washington Post, has a personal fortune of only $260 million. James Raybould has a net worth of $160 million, which is already one of the top richest people in the American pyramid in this era. Under Simon's guidance, the Rayboulds took advantage of the recent stock market downturn and put all the money on Microsoft and Intel stocks. If Microsoft and Intel can still reach the market value of the highest point of the internet bubble in the original time and space, this investment alone will be enough to make the Raybould family a billionaire in the future. Of course, these are all later stories. In the apartment on Fifth Avenue, after seeing off the Rayboulds, Simon and Janet did not go out today. After returning to New York yesterday, Simon sent his Boeing 767 to Los Angeles. Now that not many people know him in New York, it is just a quiet day. The rooftop of the apartment has been decorated by Janet as a garden. The autumn sun is just right. The two sat at a simple wooden long table. On the table were various materials that Janet had collected and sorted out this week. The hedge fund team will definitely have good profits in the next few months, but we will definitely need to keep some funds overseas. About $6 billion will be able to be transferred back by the end of the year. If we want to complete two acquisitions at the same time, based on the $7 billion acquisition funds of MCA Group and $8 billion of Bell Atlantic, we will need to raise another $9 billion in loans. It is easy to get this money, but even if calculated at an annual interest rate of 4.5% for 10 years, the total interest will reach $2.19 billion, and about $1.12 billion will need to be repaid each year. Janet was still next to Simon. After she finished speaking, she found another document and said, "This is the information of Bell Atlantic's current management. Bell Atlantic's current chairman and CEO is Raymond Smith, a very outstanding professional manager, 56 years old this year. He started as a low-level intern in the earliest Bell system and has worked his way up to where he is today. Before the disintegration of AT&T, he had already become the financial director and was once one of the competitors for AT&T's chief executive." Simon took the document and began to look through Raymond Smith's information carefully. In addition to being the head of Bell Atlantic, Raymond Smith is also a versatile poet and playwright with many published works. In addition, he also serves as a director of several large companies and holds 5 doctoral degrees. Searching for information in his memory, Simon also discovered that in the original time and space, it was Raymond Smith who gradually expanded Bell Atlantic into Verizon, the second largest telecommunications company in North America. In comparison, the other 6 small Bells that were split from AT&T in 1984 all failed to escape the fate of being acquired or bankrupted. Simon had no intention of replacing the management immediately after acquiring Bell Atlantic, and after reading Raymond Smith's information, he had no such idea. Janet waited for Simon to finish reading Raymond Smith's information, and before he could speak, she said, "Very impressive, right? However, he is also the biggest obstacle for us to acquire Bell Atlantic. Bell Atlantic's current operating conditions are far better than the neighboring 9X, and Smith is also a very ambitious person in his career. Once we acquire Bell Atlantic, the company will definitely be burdened with huge debts, which is very unfavorable for its future development. Unless we can solve this problem, Raymond Smith will not easily agree to our acquisition. Simon looked at the information in front of him and thought for a moment. He picked up a pencil at hand and counted and calculated in the blank space of the document, saying, Bell Atlantic's equity is too dispersed. Even if we reach an agreement, we may not be able to get 100% of the company's shares in the end. This way we can temporarily save some money and absorb a batch of stocks at the current stock price in advance, which can save another sum. For the time being, based on 75% of the shareholding, we only need to pay $6 billion for the transaction price of $8 billion. Janet looked at Simon's calculations and said, however, if we want to develop the ice business, we will definitely need to invest a lot of money in technology research and development and infrastructure construction. The remaining $2 billion cannot be saved. Moreover, we don't necessarily have to get only 75% of the shares. If our shareholding ratio exceeds 90%, according to federal securities laws, we can force other shareholders to sell their shares and privatize the whole company. Well, what I mean is, Simon quickly wrote down a few strings of numbers on the paper and said, transfer as much debt as possible to Deaneries Entertainment. If necessary, simply use our loans to acquire MCA, so as to minimize the acquisition resistance from Bell Atlantic. If you do this, because the debt ratio is too high, Deaneries Entertainment's future IPO will definitely be seriously affected. Simon couldn't help but smile bitterly. It is indeed too difficult to have the best of both worlds. Simon's original plan was to launch Deaneries Entertainment's IPO after the release of Toy Story next year. However, once the acquisition of MCA is completed, it will be impossible to digest this company without 2 or 3 years, and the IPO can only be postponed. Speaking of which, Simon is not short of money. Not only the overseas funds, but also the batch of technology stocks held by Westeros Company can be sold next year according to the original 3-year agreement. As long as Simon is willing, he can easily cash out more than $1 billion, and many other assets of the Westeros system are the same. If you are willing to accept external shareholders to join the core enterprises of the Westeros system, such as Deaneries Entertainment, you can raise large sums of money at any time. However, whether it is the technology stocks in hand or companies such as Deaneries, Ygritte, and Melisandre, they all have great growth potential. Simon is not willing to sell or share these shares too easily. After thinking for a moment, Simon decided, for the time being, let's redraft the acquisition plan according to this idea. MCA will use loans to acquire completely, and Bell Atlantic will use its own funds as much as possible. We will talk about the future in the future. Janet nodded, and the two began to discuss more specific details of the plan. Chapter 369 Undercurrent. On the same Sunday, in Los Angeles, Michael Ovitz watched James Raybold's interview on the Today Show during breakfast. Naturally, he did not believe James' ambiguous response at all. According to the recent news, Deaneries Entertainment is preparing to bid for MCA, which is an indisputable fact. He originally planned to spend the weekend with his family, but because of the sudden exposure of Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition intention by The Hollywood Reporter yesterday and today's interview on the Today Show, Ovitz had to continue working on the weekend. From the second half of last year to now, the CAA team has been busy for a whole year for the MCA acquisition. If this acquisition fails, not only will the whole team's hard work for a year go to waste, but it will also mean the loss of tens of millions of dollars in consulting fees, which Ovitz does not want to see. However, Ovitz also understands that the problem he is facing now is very difficult. During the initial contact with Ovitz last year, Panasonic expressed its willingness to offer a maximum of $90 to acquire MCA, which is equivalent to a total transaction volume of $9 billion based on MCA's total share capital of nearly 100 million shares. However, as the Japanese economy has continued to deteriorate over the past 6 months, Panasonic's attitude has become increasingly conservative. On the other hand, the outbreak of the Kuwait War caused the U.S. stock market to fall across the board. At the close of last Friday, MCA's stock price had fallen to $36, and Panasonic was even less likely to offer $90 per share. The problem now is that the acquisition must be accelerated and Panasonic must be urged to further increase its offer for MCA. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, Michael Ovitz arrived at CAA's headquarters in Century City. Members of the core team of the MCA acquisition case had also arrived, as well as the Panasonic representative for the acquisition, Quinn Guglianico. The meeting to discuss various response strategies lasted all morning, and Ovitz also spoke on the phone with Panasonic President Akio Furu at the Osaka headquarters in Japan at noon. Akio Furu has always wanted to enter the United States since he became the president of Panasonic in 1986, but before last year, he was suppressed by the conservative Panasonic founder Konosuke Matsushita and could not go. However, to Ovitz's disappointment, Akio Furu did not accept his suggestion to raise the offer price to $75 per share to complete the transaction as soon as possible, and he did not give up the acquisition plan because of the competition from Deaneries Entertainment. After a busy morning, they finally decided to start a new round of negotiations with MCA next Wednesday to further discuss the acquisition details. After lunch, after seeing off Quingu Mizzi, the core members of the MCA acquisition team, Michael Ovitz, Bob Goldman, the financial director and one of the founders of CAA, and two other executives, Sandy Kleeman and Ray Kitzman, returned to the morning meeting room again. Panasonic's acquisition attitude was not firm enough, which made everyone frown. Everyone gathered around the conference table and waited for the secretary to bring them coffee and leave. Bob Goldman suddenly said, "Many people in Hollywood probably don't want to see Deaneries Entertainment expand anymore." Sandy Kleeman, who assisted Ovitz in starting the CAA corporate agency business, said, "So what? Do you think Warner, Fox, MGM, and Columbia will stand up and oppose this acquisition now?" This summer, Deaneries Entertainment's 10-film plan, Sleeping with the Enemy and The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, were both successful. Not only Fox and Disney have benefited from it, but Warner, MGM, Columbia and other companies have also had close cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment. Ray Kitzman said at this time, Paramount has not cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment. Moreover, Martin Davis must be very dissatisfied with Westeros for the failure of the two projects, The Rocketeer and The Firebirds. Sandy Kleeman said, Paramount alone is not enough. Bob Goldman said at this time, "You have made a mistake. It is not necessary for a company in the same industry to prevent a studio from being merged. I mean, the three major unions in Hollywood." Bob Goldman's voice fell, and the other three people in the conference room showed a look of surprise in an instant. Deaneries Entertainment had a dispute with the Writers Guild of America because of the strike 2 years ago. At present, Simon Westeros has been suppressing the star's salary through long-term contracts and strictly controlling the cost of film production in the budget. Although these are beneficial to the development of the studio, they obviously damage the interests of the Hollywood Writers Guild, Directors Guild and Actors Guild. Moreover, for 2 consecutive years, Deaneries Entertainment has occupied most of the top 10 spots in the U.S. box office list. With such a market share, if it merges with MCA, it will obviously constitute a monopoly suspicion. If the 3 major labor unions simultaneously file a lawsuit with the Federal Department of Justice, coupled with the cooperation of Hollywood studios such as Paramount, it should be very likely to stop Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition. I remembered the proposal made by Republican Senator Peter Briegel of Texas last Wednesday. Ray Kitzman quickly mentioned another matter. Seeing the confused eyes of the other 3, he said, "I'll have someone collect some information for you later." In short, the White House should not have a good impression of Westeros now. In this case, the Department of Justice may not easily approve Deaneries Entertainment's application to acquire MCA. And the matter with Dustin and the others last year. Matthew Broderick, do you remember that young man? The 4 of them discussed for more than 10 minutes. Michael Ovitz quickly made a decision and said, "Bob, you are more familiar with Martin Davis. Make an appointment with him as soon as possible. Sandy and Ray, you two will be responsible for contacting the people in Washington. I will personally communicate with the 3 major unions and Dustin and the others." After finalizing these, the 4 people quickly began to act separately. The weekend passed in a flash. September 10th, Monday. After The Hollywood Reporter revealed last Saturday that Deaneries Entertainment was interested in acquiring MCA, The Wall Street Journal also revealed another development in the MCA acquisition case on Monday, stating with certainty that the Panasonic acquisition team would start formal negotiations with MCA on Wednesday. After the news was exposed in The Wall Street Journal, Michael Ovitz called Lou Vasselman's home directly, accusing him of leaking the news to the media and threatening to cancel Wednesday's agenda. Lou Vasselman firmly denied Ovitz's accusation, and after several disputes, the meeting on Wednesday was held as usual. However, after continuous media reports, the news that Deaneries Entertainment and Panasonic might bid for MCA was completely exposed. On Monday morning, as soon as the North American stock market opened, MCA's stock price began to rise rapidly. After a day of trading, by the close of the afternoon, MCA's stock price had soared from $36.75 at the opening to $41.25, an increase of 12%. By the close of Wednesday, MCA's stock price had risen to $46.75, basically returning to the level before the outbreak of the Kuwait War. Because of the time difference between the East and West Coasts, when the senior executives of Panasonic and MCA ended their negotiations at Universal Studios in Burbank on Wednesday, the East Coast stock market had already closed. Moreover, things were showing signs of a sharp turn for the worse. MCA President Sid Sheinberg bluntly stated at the press conference after the meeting that Panasonic's offer lacked sincerity, and MCA's recent stock price was seriously undervalued due to force majeure. If Panasonic refused to increase its offer, the transaction between the two parties would be stranded. At the same time, Sid Sheinberg also said at the press conference that MCA was a very good company and he was very much looking forward to other companies being interested in the company. The purpose of the last remark was obvious. The media then continued to expose more specific details of the talks. MCA chairman Sid Sheinberg expected a price of $80 per share, but Panasonic was only willing to offer $60 per share. The gap between the two sides was huge, so the talks ended unhappily. Because of the failure of this meeting, the rise of MCA's stock slowed down significantly the next day. Although it is clear that Panasonic will not give up the acquisition so easily, and MCA will not easily drive away Panasonic, a competitor that can push up its own stock price, many people still turn their attention to Deanery's Entertainment, looking forward to Simon's move. Having avoided the media's attention in the first week of the release of the Forbes Rich List, Simon still stayed in New York this week. When the news came that Panasonic and MCA had reached a stalemate after the first public talks, Simon completely put his mind at ease and waited patiently for the right opportunity. Janet personally helped him select and arrange one dinner, cocktail party, and other activities after another during this period. It is not possible to accumulate a huge fortune quickly without a corresponding network of contacts, and it is not a wise move to leave the network of contacts to the executives of the company. Every time Simon went to Melbourne, the Johnston family would arrange similar activities for Simon to participate. Janet can be said to have completely inherited the family's vision and skills in building a network of contacts. Women can help Simon avoid many useless social events just by instinct, and he does not need to blindly grope in various circles like many newly rich people. In order to further confuse the media and the public, Simon also participated in a party held by Steve Ross at his home in East Hampton, Long Island, New York. Immediately afterwards, the media reported that Deanery's Entertainment might seek to merge with Time Warner. Everyone in the circle knows that Steve Ross is a person with a strong desire for power, and Simon will not let go of the control of Deanery's Entertainment, so the possibility of the two companies merging is very low. However, there are always more people who do not know the truth in this world. After the relevant news appeared, Time Warner's stock price began to rise. Neither Deanery's Entertainment nor Time Warner clarified this. Simon wanted to confuse the public, and Steve Ross also hoped that Time Warner would have some good news, even if it was false, which would reduce the pressure on the head of Time Warner. After the Time Warner merger was completed after twists and turns at the beginning of this year, due to internal management struggles, the deterioration of the external economic situation, and a substantial increase in corporate debt, the synergy effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2 that all parties expected before the merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers did not appear, and Time Warner's stock price fell all the way. As of now, Time Warner, a media giant with total assets of nearly $25 billion, has a market value of only more than $8 billion, and its debts exceed $10 billion. Compared with before the merger, when Paramount Communications tried to intercept the acquisition, it offered Time Incorporated only $10.7 billion. In recent months, some media have compared the Time Warner merger with the RJR Nabisco merger of the previous year. Frankly speaking, because the internal situation of Time Warner is too complicated, even if Steve Ross is willing to sell the company, Simon will not take over easily. After 2 weeks of turmoil, Simon left New York again on September 17 and flew to San Francisco on the West Coast. A few days ago, Simon exchanged a seat on the board of directors of this company again in exchange for maintaining Larry Ellison's control over Oracle, and let Carol Bartz, who is in charge of the software business of Idrid, take the seat. Simon was not aimless. Database software is widely used on internet sites. Having Carol Bartz as Oracle's director can further strengthen the cooperation between Oracle's database software and Ygritte's World Wide Web technology. On the other hand, Oracle's upcoming layoffs are mainly concentrated in the software sales department. Carol Bartz happened to be building Ygritte's software sales network, and this time she could nearby poach a group of available sales department employees from Oracle. Although Oracle has made major mistakes in its sales strategy in the past 2 years, its rapid growth and performance is unquestionable, and this is largely due to the Oracle software sales team. In addition, Carol Bartz was inspired by Simon's memorandum on the concept of cloud computing left by Ygritte, and hoped to build Ygritte's software department into a one-stop internet site technical support company based on World Wide Web technology, providing users who want to build websites with a full set of solutions involving software and hardware, rather than simply selling related software products. Unlike the original Time and Space, Ygritte almost monopolized the technical patents related to the World Wide Web at this time. Although Simon tried his best to maintain an open authorization attitude, considering the explosive growth of websites based on World Wide Web technology in the next few years, Simon realized how much benefit Carol Bartz's vision would bring if it were realized. Moreover, this is definitely not something that Ygritte can accomplish alone. It must combine the resources of all new technology companies under Westeros. Of course, this plan cannot be accomplished overnight. Simon rushed to San Francisco. In addition to listening to Carol Bartz's business plan, he also had to mediate the dispute between Carol Bartz and Jeff Bezos again. Last time, Simon injected $50 million of funds into Ygritte, and the bulk of $35 million was allocated to the network department. Carol Bartz believed that her software department was the most important at this stage and should be allocated more funds. Therefore, after Simon left last time, she argued with Jeff Bezos and wanted to share the funds equally. Carol Bartz and Jeff Bezos are both very strong-willed. In the few months since they joined the company, they have unknowingly marginalized Tim Berners-Lee, the CEO, to the position of CTO. Tim Berners-Lee is a tech geek similar to Apple founder Steve Wozniak. When he found that he really couldn't control his two nominal subordinates, he simply did not participate in the dispute between the two and focused on the research and development of the World Wide Web technology project he was responsible for. Chapter 370 Cloud Computing. Cloud computing is a very broad concept. No one can define it in a few short sentences. This is why the concept of cloud computing has been regarded as a gimmick by many people for a long time after it was proposed. However, before Simon was reborn, cloud computing had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts and was everywhere. For end users many years later, network disks, cloud documents, applets, streaming media, etc. are all specific applications of cloud computing. For enterprises, cloud computing is to maximize the efficient use of computer software and hardware resources through a large-scale, distributed parallel computing. Ordinary people often associate cloud computing with concepts such as website hosting and server leasing. In fact, this is only the most basic service that cloud computing can provide. Moreover, the basic services such as website hosting and server leasing provided by real cloud computing are still very different from traditional hosting leasing services. In traditional hosting leasing, users specify server space, and then this batch of servers is completely open to special users. Even if the number of visits to the user's website is 0 during certain periods, the server must remain running, which often results in a huge waste of resources. Cloud computing provides highly flexible virtual server space. Users do not need to specify a specific server, but are automatically allocated by the cloud computing system and can be purchased on demand. This means that a server can provide services to multiple users at the same time, and there will not be too serious resource vacancy. For example, if a user only needs 10G network space, then he only needs to rent 10G space. However, at certain times, due to the increase in user traffic, the enterprise suddenly needs to upgrade the server space to 100G. For traditional hosting and leasing services, this situation is basically a disaster. In order to avoid disasters, enterprises can only purchase 100G space at a time, which leads to a sharp increase in costs and a huge waste of resources. For cloud computing, only very simple online capacity expansion operations are required. Moreover, this 100G capacity does not need to be rented all the time. After the peak period, the 10G time-based payment standard can be quickly restored. because it can maximize the efficient use of software and hardware resources. With the same amount of basic hardware scale, the storage and computing power that cloud computing can provide can even reach more than 10 times that of the traditional server application model. Similarly, this also means a cost advantage far exceeding the traditional server application model. Palo Alto, San Francisco. On September 17, Simon came here to mediate the dispute between Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz. At the same time, Simon had been discussing with 3 executives of Ygritte for several days about Carol Bartz's one-stop website solution plan based on the concept of cloud computing. This business plan was constantly evolving during the repeated discussions. The internet industry has long passed its embryonic stage, but this seedling is still very weak. Because of the powerful practical application functions of HTTP and HTML technology, the expansion of World Wide Web technology in recent months has been much faster than Simon imagined. However, many functions of related technologies are still under development. Simon has never forgotten this, so he has never adopted a too radical promotion strategy. Now, he even has a draft of the information superhighway plan that the current Senator Albert Gore has been trying to promote for many years. With Simon's current status, it is completely easy to build momentum for this plan, but in order to give Ygritte more time to gradually accumulate technical foundation, he did not do so. At present, a major factor restricting the development of the internet industry is the lack of computer hardware computing and storage capabilities. The popularization and application of cloud computing in advance can solve this problem to a large extent. Ygritte's West Coast data center is located in a building near Ygritte's headquarters in Palo Alto. It was already Friday, September 21st. This was not the first time Simon had come here recently. After several days of discussion, he brought Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and others into the data center again. Looking at the expensive mini-computers worth tens of thousands of dollars installed on the server cabinets around, everyone looked at them with a little more disgust. However, the serious server array in front of them was a very traditional data center model of this era. Compared with the large server clusters built next to water sources in cold areas in Simon's memory, which were directly exposed to various hardware and full of technology, the data center in front of him was not only expensive, but also inefficient. Because each mini-computer is a separate individual, once a failure occurs, machine maintenance is secondary. The most critical thing is that it may even affect Ygritte's network services. Therefore, the daily maintenance of the data center is also expensive. Next, the first step of Ygritte's cloud computing plan is to virtualize the existing data center. Of course, this cannot be done overnight. It will take about a year to develop dedicated cloud computing control software. The team will also set up a hardware research and development department to purchase hardware directly from the underlying chip, motherboard, and storage vendors. According to the plan determined by everyone in recent days, they will work with a cloud computing software technology team to develop an integrated server cluster data center. A data center is a whole, or, when connected with other data centers, the entire Ygritte data system is a whole, a super large computer with supercomputing and storage capabilities. In memory, the ultimate goal of cloud computing proposed by many companies is that there will be only one or a few computers left in the world. The current server rental is mainly for mature corporate users, which largely restricts the development of internet sites, because individual or small corporate individuals cannot afford the cost of purchasing, renting or maintaining servers. Simon has recently been considering providing the industry with cheap or even free online space for developers to build their own websites in order to promote the faster expansion of World Wide Web technology. Once Ygritte's cloud computing plan is completed, it can be quickly promoted by using Ygritte's own excess server resources. Listening to the advice of professional technicians, discussing the transformation plan of the data center, and confirming the research and development details of cloud computing, the afternoon passed quickly without them noticing. It was already evening when they left the data center. After sending away the other accompanying employees, Simon took only 3 executives of Ygritte to a nearby restaurant. The 4 of them sat down and ordered food, and Simon said to Bezos and Bartz, "This morning, Tim signed an equity transfer agreement, and I am now the 100% equity holder of Ygritte." Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz subconsciously looked at Tim Berners-Lee when Simon mentioned this. Tim Berners-Lee just smiled and nodded slightly. The two turned to Simon again, waiting for him to continue. Simon's previous several consecutive capital injections have taken great care of the interests of Tim Berners-Lee, the partner, which is why the funds from all aspects have to be clearly allocated. Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz had a dispute over the distribution of the last $50 million, which made Simon realize that he had to resolve Tim Berners-Lee's shareholding issue so that he could allocate funds to Ygritte more freely. Yesterday at noon, Simon invited Tim Berners-Lee to have lunch alone, during which he proposed to buy the 2.5% stake in Lee. Simon frankly explained his intention to do so and offered a high price of $5 million, which was equivalent to twice the valuation of Lee's shares when Simon invested a few days ago. Tim Berners-Lee also knew that if Ygritte wanted to grow rapidly, it would need to continuously invest large sums of money, so he agreed without much hesitation. Simon believed that both Bezos and Bartz were smart people who knew his intention, so he did not beat around the bush and continued, "So, from now on, regarding the issue of funding, I can assure you that I can give you as much as you can spend, but the premise of all this is that you must produce results that satisfy me." Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz nodded together, and at the same time, they couldn't help but look at Tim Berners-Lee. Simon noticed the gazes of the two people and said, "Tim will still be the CEO of Ygritte, and this will not change, because neither of you is suitable to control this company for the time being." Carol Bartz couldn't help but said, "But, Simon, I think the company should have a leader." "Yes, Tim will act as a buffer between you two. As for the leader," Simon pointed at himself and said with a smile, "I will be responsible for it personally." Carol Bartz was still unwilling. "If you can stay in San Francisco all the time, that would be perfect, but you usually don't come here once a month. I think it's best for me to take charge of this company. Tim will be responsible for research and development, and Jeff can concentrate on running his network department." Simon shook his head again and said, "Carly, you have to understand that the network department and the software department have completely equal status in Ygritte. Frankly speaking, I have higher expectations for the network department. Therefore, Ygritte's network and software departments must go hand in hand. I believe you also understand that without the support of the network department and sufficient World Wide Web content resources, no one will be interested in the underlying application technology of the World Wide Web, and the browsers and other software we develop will not be sold." Carol Bartz insisted, "World Wide Web technology also has very broad application prospects on the existing enterprise LAN data platform, and the customer base in this area is already very considerable. We can focus on this area first." Simon had no choice but to give up trying to reason with Carol Bartz. His expression turned serious and he said, "Carly, I believe that the results of our discussion on the development direction of Ygritte are already very mature. In the next stage, your task is to establish a complete software sales network as soon as possible. Tim's task is technical research and development, and Jeff will be responsible for the operation of the network department. At the same time, the three of you must work together, because any business of Ygritte is fundamentally complementary. I will help you solve the problem of fund allocation this time, but next, you must run this company according to the ideas of my boss, or you can find another way out. Do you understand?" Carol Bartz felt Simon's unquestionable tone, glanced at the other two, paused, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, Simon." Simon looked at Jeff Bezos again. Jeff Bezos also nodded, "I have no problem either." "Then, let's talk about the salary issue." Simon slowed down his tone and said, "I think you should know the article about the Westeros System billion-dollar executive club in Forbes magazine. Many media reported it some time ago." The three of them nodded slightly. Simon continued, "I don't want to say that I am not a stingy person. The three of you joined Ygritte in a hurry, and the salary terms are not so perfect. Therefore, I recently asked James to draft a new 5-year contract. Within 5 years, as long as the corresponding performance targets are achieved, you can get a long-term equity reward. The restriction is that this reward can only be redeemed after 5 years. If you leave or are fired by me within 5 years, the corresponding reward will be recovered at the agreed price in the salary terms. Generally speaking, within 5 years, the three of you can each get about 5% of Ygritte's shares." At this point, Simon paused for a moment and said, "As for the value of this batch of shares, I can only say that it took Deaneries only 4 years to go from an empty shell to the recent valuation of $10 billion by Forbes magazine. Cersei Capital has also made more than $10 billion in the past 2 years. And Melisandre in Europe, the value of her Gucci shares has tripled in 1 year. Ygritte is the 4th woman under Westeros Company, and I believe she is no worse than the first 3. Of course, whether this company will eventually reach 1 billion or 10 billion, or even higher, depends largely on you. After dealing with Ygritte's affairs, Simon flew back to Los Angeles after dinner. If Jeff Bezos and Carol Bart still cannot get along in the future, Simon will not hesitate to drive them away. He will not allow his layout in the internet industry to be hindered by personnel issues. Sophia Fessy contacted us a few days ago. The British United Lion Company, which owns the French Latour winery, plans to sell the winery in the near future. Simon's attitude is that collecting a national treasure winery is more cost-effective than any artwork. Janet has always wanted to buy a top winery. In the past, because there was no suitable target, she could only build a small winery in Tasmania, Australia as a hobby. The other 4 of the 5 major wineries in France are basically not for sale. Since Uni-Lion intends to sell Latour, Janet flew to Europe on Wednesday. Although the 2 large acquisitions planned in the near future require huge funds, Simon does not intend to wrong himself in spending money. He does not have the idea of saving $100 million for investment that will multiply many times in a few years like Warren Buffett. Living well now is the most important thing. In the villa on the west side of Cape du May, Simon returned home, and the time was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Calculating the time difference, it was 5 o'clock in the morning in London, so he did not call. After taking a shower, he sat in a small living room next to the living room by the sea and looked through the information sent by Deanery's Entertainment at night. He did not draw the curtains. The deep night outside the floor-to-ceiling window was very enjoyable. This kind of quiet feeling of being alone. The information was about the Venice Film Festival in Italy, which just closed yesterday. Deanery's Entertainment had 2 films shortlisted for the main competition unit this year, namely Robert Altman's Crossroads and Jane Campion's My Deskmate's Angel. At the closing ceremony yesterday, Crossroads not only won the Venice Film Festival's highest honor, the Golden Lion Award, but also won 3 other awards. Perhaps for the sake of balance, My Deskmate's Angel, which was also well received by the media during the film festival, won nothing. Of course, it is something to be happy about after all. The company has decided to hold a celebration party at Deanery Cinema tomorrow. In addition to Crossroads and My Deskmate's Angel, Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas was also shortlisted for the main competition unit this time and won the Best Director award. Turning to the end, Simon found a page of clippings of Goodfellas heroine Renee Russo in the information, which was naturally a good review. Simon just smiled and put the clipping aside. Some women are just passers-by after all. Chapter 371 Seattle. Simon returned to Los Angeles this time. His main work for the next week is to finalize the final plans for the 2 projects, The Flash and Wonder Woman in the DC Movie Universe plan, including details such as the script, main creators, and budget. In addition, after repeated consideration during this period, Simon also plans to replan the advancement speed of the DC Movie Universe. Next year's 2 DC Movie Universe planned films Batman, The Dark Knight and The Flash have been confirmed, and Wonder Woman in the summer of 1992 is also set in stone. These cannot be changed. However, Simon hopes to adjust Superman, which was originally scheduled to be released at the end of 1992, to the summer of 1993. Other projects in the DC Movie Universe plan, such as Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, Suicide Squad, and Batman v Superman, will also be appropriately postponed, and eventually form a production rhythm of 1 film a year or 3 films in 2 years, instead of the initial intensive 2 films a year. In the original time and space, the 1990s in Hollywood was an era of excellent films. Simon's actions, on the one hand, can prevent superhero movies from occupying the big screen too early, and reserve enough market space for the once shining Jurassic Park, Independence Day, Forrest Gump, Men in Black, Twister, The Shawshank Redemption, Scent of a Woman, The Crying Game and other excellent commercial or literary movies, so as to achieve Hollywood's flourishing. On the other hand, it can also give these superhero movies more time to prepare in terms of scripts, special effects, etc. Especially special effects. Because Deanery's special effects company was established in advance and spared no effort in the research and development of CG technology, Deanery's Entertainment's accumulation of special effects technology has reached the technical level of being able to produce Jurassic Park in 1993 in the original time and space. In the first half of the year, after Deanery's Entertainment obtained the unpublished Jurassic Park novel adaptation rights from Michael Clayton in advance, the Deanery's special effects team, under Simon's instructions, Took only 1 month to produce a CG dinosaur clip that was so realistic. As for the Terminator currently being filmed, the team of Deanery's special effects company is more than capable of handling the liquid metal robot special effects. However, Simon plans to reboot the Superman and hopes to refer to the memory of Zack Snyder's version of Superman, Man of Steel. In order to achieve the kind of horrific effect of Clark Kent fighting General Zod, Deanery's special effects technology accumulation is far from enough. As a second choice, Simon hopes that the special effects level of this version of Superman can reach the level of Independence Day in 1996 in the original time and space. To achieve this, it will take at least 1 year of targeted technical research and development. I returned to Los Angeles at around 9 o'clock last night and worked as usual on Saturday. After a busy day, in the evening, the female assistant knocked on the door and entered Simon's office, carrying a black suit in her hand. The female assistant followed behind the female assistant, holding a shoebox. Simon looked up from the project information of Spy Kids in front of him and said with a smile, "It's just a party. We can go directly there after dinner. There's no need to change clothes, right?" Jennifer asked the follower to put down the shoebox and sent him out, saying, "There are a lot of people here, and this is what Jennifer had someone send back from Europe yesterday. She said that if your outfit at a public event is laughed at when she's not around, my salary will be deducted." Simon was only wearing a shirt. Seeing the female assistant taking out a coat from the dust cover and walking over, he stood up and stretched out his hand, smiling. "It seems that I pay your salary, right?" "Yes," the female assistant nodded, unfolded the suit for the man to put on, and said, "You two both bully me." The female assistant helped Simon button up virtuously, stepped back to look at him, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Why aren't you talking? I was thinking about how to bully you tonight." The female assistant rolled her eyes at Simon and handed him the trousers, saying, "I've asked Neil and the others to get ready. We're going to Seattle after the party. I really like the house on Mercer Island in Lake Washington. We'll be back on Monday." The female assistant took out a pair of custom-made leather shoes from the shoebox, held them in her hands and watched Simon change into his trousers. Seeing that he was silent, she curled her lips and said, "What's the matter now? I thought you would let me bully others." "I'm not Jenny. I won't let you bully others." "Aren't you Jenny?" "No. That's not what you said last time. Last time was last time." Simon put on his trousers, took the leather shoes from the female assistant, sat on the leather chair and started to change his shoes, saying, "So, you Earthlings are really uncreative in naming. In the future, I will have the right to name my children." The female assistant took away Simon's changed trousers and shoes and said, "Give me a special name first. Where did you say we were going tonight?" "Seattle." "This name is good." "What?" "Seattle, Westeros." The female assistant was about to put the leather shoes in her hand into the shoebox. She blinked her eyes and said jokingly, "You can give this name to Jenny's child in the future. She will be very happy." "Yes, give it to Jenny in front of you." "I don't want it." "You can't refuse. I'm the father and I have the final say. I suddenly don't want to go to Seattle tonight. I want to go to, Hawaii." "No, you can only go to Seattle, and you can only call it Seattle. I'm the father and I have the final say." The issue of children is actually a bit sensitive. Simon and Janet have been trying hard to have a little guy since they got married, but after half a year of hard work, Janet's belly has not moved. Simon actually hopes to give birth to a group of super-rich second-generation bastards to turn the world upside down. However, this kind of thing can't be rushed. During the last time in the cabin in Tasmania, the female assistant talked to Simon about this. She hoped to have a child when she was 30 years old, even if it didn't matter if it took her own surname. Simon agreed. Of course, the child would still have the surname Westeros. Simon also talked to Janet about this. The woman didn't say anything, but she bit Simon's ear several times that night, and almost held it in her mouth in her dream. After changing clothes, Simon and the other had dinner in the company's internal restaurant in the administrative area, and it was already dark. Because the main building and interior decoration are more complicated than other buildings in the studio, the large activity center in the second-floor office area of Deanery's studios has finally been opened for use recently. The celebration party for Crossroads winning the Venice Golden Lion Award can be said to be the first large-scale gathering after the activity center was put into use. It is said to be to celebrate Crossroads winning the Golden Lion Award, but in fact it should be regarded as a comprehensive celebration after the end of Deanery's Entertainment's summer season. Not only the team of Crossroads, but also the creators of Deanery's Entertainment's box office successes in the summer season, such as Ghost, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Sleeping with the Enemy, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, and Pretty Woman were invited. As of late September, Pretty Woman, which was released on Valentine's Day at the beginning of the year, has officially been withdrawn from North America, and the domestic box office of the film finally reached $178 million. Moreover, the overseas box office of Pretty Woman is even better than that of North America, and has recently exceeded the $200 million mark. According to the estimation of Deanery's Entertainment's distribution department, the global box office of Pretty Woman is expected to reach $450 million. The production cost of $10 million can be recovered by the global box office alone. Even though Deanery's Entertainment has created many miracles in recent years, such box office results have amazed the entire Hollywood. However, this is not the end. At the beginning of the summer season, the fantasy romance film Ghost, produced by Deanery's Entertainment, has become popular again without anyone noticing. The tear-jerking plot has harvested countless tears from the audience. The film has been released for more than 3 months, and the box office has also steadily increased. From the opening of the film on June 1st to Thursday, September 20th, it has been released for 16 weeks. The domestic box office of Ghost has reached $181 million, successfully surpassing Pretty Woman. Moreover, the single-week box office volume of Ghost remains at around $5 million, and there is almost no suspense about hitting the $200 million mark. Judging from the feedback from the overseas distribution market of Ghost that has gradually unfolded recently, the box office performance of this film in the overseas market is no less than that of Pretty Woman. Therefore, just the two films Pretty Woman and Ghost can bring more than $900 million in box office revenue to Deanery's Entertainment worldwide, which is already comparable to Batman Begins, directed by Simon himself at the end of last year. After deducting all costs, the box office profits of these two hit love movies will not be less than $300 million. Although the subsequent derivative income, videotape income and TV broadcast income of the film mean a long collection cycle of several years, the expected income can reach about twice the box office profit of the film. It is this series of profitable hit projects that supports the $10 billion valuation of Deanery's Entertainment given by Forbes magazine. In addition to Pretty Woman and Ghost, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Sleeping with the Enemy and The Hand That Rocks the Cradle have also been successful. Among them, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which has accumulated a box office of $119 million, is destined to become one of the top 10 movies of Deanery's Entertainment's 1990 box office rankings, together with Pretty Woman and Ghost. The outstanding box office performance of Deanery's Entertainment's films in this summer season is obviously more worth celebrating than Crossroads, which just won the Venice Golden Lion Award. However, the hundreds of guests from all parties who attended the party in the activity hall of the studio tonight came mostly for a certain young man. Everyone knows that Simon Westeros is the hand of God who created all the glory at the moment. Moreover, Simon Westeros' personal net worth of $21 billion on the Forbes 400 Richest Americans list released at the beginning of the month has made his influence in Hollywood even more prosperous. An interesting story has been circulating in the circle for some time. Premiere Magazine in Los Angeles has been discussing the production of a list of powerful people in Hollywood since the first half of this year, and Simon Westeros is undoubtedly the first choice. However, when Forbes magazine released this year's wealth list, Premiere Magazine simply canceled the plan to make this list. Because the guy at the top of the list is too dazzling. Everyone knows Simon Westeros, and everyone will only see Simon Westeros. As for those who rank 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th on the list, they are not as well known as John Kruger, Warren Buffett, and others who are listed after Simon Westeros on the Forbes wealth list. Therefore, even if these people are listed one by one after Simon Westeros, probably few people will care. Since no one cares, there is not much point in making such a list. In the hall, John Peters, president of Columbia Pictures, who was originally chatting with Bruce Willis and Demi Moore and looking forward to them joining one of his films, heard his girlfriend whisper something in his ear, and immediately raised his glass to the Willis couple, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the hall. At the same time, The crowd in the entire hall seemed to suddenly feel some kind of strong attraction, and there was an obvious commotion. Although everyone understood that Simon Westeros must have arrived, there were more than 600 guests in the hall at this time. Even if they were restless in their hearts, they could not rush over together. Most people quickly calmed down again, or pretended to calm down. Only a few guests who thought they were qualified to approach Simon Westeros moved their feet. Simon was wearing the black Armani suit he had changed into before dinner, and the female assistant was wearing a simple white dress. The two appeared side by side in the hall, with a very obvious sense of CP. However, Simon was no longer a bachelor after all, and the occasion was too public. The female assistant did not hold Simon's arm, but just stood beside Simon at a distance like a real assistant, occasionally coming over to remind him of the identities of some guests who came forward to greet him. "This is Barbara Broccoli, and her half-brother Michael Wilson." The female assistant had just chatted with Joe Ross, the president of Fox Films, and saw a strange man and woman walking side by side. Noticing Simon's confusion, she hurriedly reminded him softly. Just by introducing the two people's names, Simon understood their identities. The heir of the Broccoli family, who holds half of the copyright of the 007 series and has long controlled the production rights of this spy series. After everyone shook hands and said hello, Barbara Broccoli, who is obviously more talkative, talked about the latest 007. MGM has stabilized, and the copyright dispute of 007 has been successfully resolved. The Broccoli family in MGM management can now devote themselves to the production of GoldenEye, the script of which has already been completed. However, Barbara Broccoli was obviously not satisfied with Simon's insistence on changing the male lead of the 007 series. "Simon, the 007 series should be a matter between the Broccoli family and MGM, right? I think whether we need to change the male lead should be our own problem. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 372 Old Man Killer. Simon looked at Barbara Broccoli with interest. She was looking at him with her chin slightly raised, as if she was going to argue with him. He did not respond to her words just now, but suddenly smiled and said, "Barbara, has anyone ever told you that you are actually very much like someone else?" Barbara Broccoli was a little stunned. The Broccoli family has controlled 007 for 30 years. In recent years, their father Albert Broccoli's health has been getting worse and worse. He is handing over the dominance of this ace spy series to their brothers and sisters, and often reminds them to hold 007 firmly in their hands and not allow anyone to get involved. Simon has been intervening in the next 007 project during this period, and insisted on replacing the current male lead Timothy Dalton. This made Barbara Broccoli, who also inherited her father's strong personality, instinctively feel threatened, which is why she asked a provocative question just now. Unexpectedly, the young man who made her feel like she was facing a great enemy in her bones, lightly changed the subject. Without waiting for the stunned Barbara Broccoli to speak again, Simon said, "You must have seen the Extraterrestrial. I have to say that you look a lot like the little girl in the movie, Drew Barrymore. It seems that she should be a grown-up girl now." Barbara Broccoli had seen Steven Spielberg's The Extraterrestrial, and of course she remembered the little girl in the movie. But what does this mean? "Simon, The Extraterrestrial is, a very good movie. But it seems that we are not discussing it now." "I understand." Simon nodded, and saw MGM CEO Shirley Lansing walking over in a hurry. When she got closer, he said to Lansing, "Barbara said that I should not interfere with the 007 series. In this case, I will not interfere. You can do what you want." Shirley Lansing's face looked a little ugly. Simon had asked about the 007 series several times during this period, and she had always said that the project was progressing smoothly. Unexpectedly, the Broccoli brothers and sisters suddenly brought up the casting differences that the two sides had not yet reached an agreement on in front of Simon. Now, Simon let go lightly, but Shirley Lansing didn't think that things would end there. Meg Ryan, who had just become popular with When Harry Met Sally, wanted to terminate her contract with Deanery's Entertainment, and Westeros also agreed easily. What was the result? Seeing Simon turn around and walk towards John Peters, the president of Columbia Pictures, who came to greet him, Shirley Lansing hurriedly followed him and tried to explain that she didn't care how Westeros would arrange the 007 series afterwards, even if it was directly shelved, but she didn't want it to affect herself. Seeing that Simon had already started chatting with Peters, Lansing could only stand by patiently. During the chat, Lansing obviously noticed that Simon was very interested in Peters' young girlfriend. John Peters was already in his 40s this year, but his girlfriend was very young, looking like she was in her early 20s. Probably of Latin descent, the girl's skin was not that white. Although she had a charming face that was very attractive to men, it didn't seem to be the type that Westeros was interested in. However, Shirley Lansing still remembered the girl's name. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Simon didn't expect to meet the famous old man killer in Hollywood at the party tonight. In memory, Catherine Zeta-Jones' resume in Hollywood is brilliant. Not only John Peters, the Hollywood gold medal producer, Catherine Zeta-Jones also hooked up with big names such as Steven Spielberg and Sean Connery, and finally married Michael Douglas, who was 25 years older than her. It is never easy to get ahead in Hollywood. Even if you have a good figure, a pretty face, acting skills, and are willing to sleep with others, it does not constitute much advantage at all. Too many people have to return to reality after wasting their time. Therefore, the history of Catherine Zeta-Jones, who also has no background, can be regarded as a small legend. While chatting, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore also came up. John Peters unconsciously turned the topic to the film project he planned to invite the Willis couple to participate in. This is a thriller about a murder case caused by domestic violence, called Deadly Minds. The plot is similar to Sleeping with the Enemy, but with a murder element. It tells the story of a woman helping her best friend kill her deadbeat husband. We hope Bruce and Demi will join together and start filming early next year. However, Demi said that the schedule may conflict with MGM's A Few Good Men. John Peters said, looking at Shirley Lansing, and then turned to Simon. Simon looked at Lansing again. The preparation of the project of A Few Good Men is much smoother than Golden Eyes. Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro and Demi Moore have all been confirmed to join. The original script has also been revised. It is expected to start filming in November, and the preliminary schedule is early August next year. The schedule at the end of the summer season allows A Few Good Men to avoid the impact of blockbusters such as Terminator 2 and Batman: The Dark Knight. Demi Moore was much more tactful than Meg Ryan in the option contract with Deaneries Entertainment. She directly accepted the $2 million salary offer from Deaneries Entertainment, and Simon was happy to give the other party some convenience. Shirley Lansing noticed Simon looking over and nodded. If necessary, we can try to arrange Demi's role before the new year. Demi Moore suddenly said, Simon, why don't you take some time to read the script of Fatal Minds? If possible, I think Peter and John will definitely not mind making it a co-production between Deaneries Entertainment and Columbia Pictures. After so many years of hard work, Demi Moore cherishes the popularity brought to her by Ghost, but she also understands that continuing to keep in touch with Westeros will only benefit her and not harm her. When John Peters heard Demi Moore say this, he also showed expectation in his eyes. Judging from the box office of Sleeping with the Enemy and The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, which have already been released this summer, if Deadly Minds can join Deaneries Entertainment's 10 film projects, even if half of the profits have to be shared, the result will definitely be much better than Columbia Pictures' single-handed production. Simon was not interested in participating in a film he had never heard of, and simply refused. After chatting for a few more words, John Peters and his friends said goodbye and left. However, Catherine Zeta-Jones, who had been very conscientious and had not interrupted since she introduced herself, clearly glanced at Simon when she left. Simon noticed the girl's little move, just smiled, and looked at Shirley Lansing, who was still with him. Knowing what Shirley Lansing was worried about, Simon said, Shirley, I've been too busy lately to care about 007. Since the Broccoli family wants to maintain control, let them make another one. In any case, the 007 series has never lost money. MGM has been tossed around by Kerkorian for so many years. Your next task is to restore MGM's normal operations as a major studio. Wait patiently for a year, and I will make other arrangements. Shirley Lansing was relieved, nodded seriously, and said, Simon, I understand. During this period, the news that Deaneries Entertainment was about to intervene in the acquisition of MCA made Shirley Lansing realize the reason why Simon was unwilling to formally intervene in MGM when he had the opportunity. It's just that Deaneries Entertainment, which has risen rapidly in recent years, has reached a level comparable to traditional major studios, and Deaneries Entertainment has now officially become a member of the American Film Association. Once the Westeros system controls MGM in advance and wants to acquire MCA, it is equivalent to intending to control the three major Hollywood studios, and will inevitably encounter antitrust obstacles. On the contrary, after the merger with MCA, intervening in the relatively weaker MGM would be easier for all parties to accept and things would be much simpler. After sending Shirley Lansing away, Simon hadn't even taken a step when another person came up to him. Terry, tonight is a celebration party, so let's not talk about the acquisition. No matter what, the cooperation between Deaneries and Warner Brothers will not change. Good evening, Bob. Has the post-production of Havana been completed? Of course, no problem. I happen to have time next week. You can call me when you make the arrangements. You look so beautiful tonight, Julia. Yes, I know about Captain Hawk. Stephen called me specifically. Deaneries Entertainment just doesn't have any projects suitable for you, so there is no problem for you to play Tickober. Pierce, I didn't expect you to know Joanna. Northern Lights? Maybe I should take some time to watch it. Don't worry too much, Joe. Terminator 2 is much better than The Abyss, and I am also watching it personally. I will make sure Cameron completes this project within $70 million. Well, you can tell Barry that I actually thought $50 million was unlikely from the beginning. I'm sorry, sir. You can submit the script to the screenwriter department of Deaneries Entertainment. This is not my working hours. It seems that you already know each other, Jane and Holly. I think the heroine of the piano is tailor-made for you. How about this, Ella? You arrange a formal meeting next week, and call Harvey, so that everyone can have a good talk. As for me, I'll go over if I have time. I saw the finished film of Dangerous Days for the first time last week, and I have to say that the performances of you two are better than I thought. By the way, May, how is Dakota recently? Maggie, isn't Warren coming tonight? Oh, happy breakup. Haha, stop, I don't want to have a scandal with you. Speaking of which, the last tour took in $70 million at the box office. Don't you think you should give me a share? Okay, let's change the subject. I'm sorry, Kurt. The heroine of The Flash has basically been confirmed. Besides, the release dates of Scream 3 and The Flash are close, so you are not suitable for this movie. If there is a suitable project, I will definitely consider you first. Spy Kids, Kurt, if you want to play it, I can agree now. However, you are almost stereotyped by horror movies. Do you want to be labeled as a vase in comedy movies? Spend 2 or 3 years trying various types of roles. Don't care whether you are the heroine or not, and don't pay too much attention to the salary. The most important thing is to hone your acting skills and broaden your acting range. After 2 or 3 years, you will probably be able to complete the transformation. Nice to meet you, Ms. Michaela. Yes, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills has not been cancelled, but it has been suspended this quarter. I think Iger should have talked to you. Well, you have now got personal confirmation from Westeros. Dinner, tomorrow night. I won't be in Los Angeles tomorrow. The day after tomorrow night, unfortunately, it won't work either. So, you can talk to my assistant later, she arranges my schedule. Simon shuttled through the crowd in the hall, and spent more than an hour socializing with the constant compliments, seductions, flattery, probing, lobbying, and introductions around him, before he finally had time to meet with Amy Pascal and other company executives. Robert Iger was also in Los Angeles these 2 days. While everyone was chatting and laughing, an incident Iger mentioned casually quickly aroused Simon's interest. The incident was related to ESPN, a TV station under the parent company of ABC TV Network, Metropolitan ABC Group. Although Iger left ABC, his related connections were not cut off. In the original time and space, ESPN, the largest sports TV station in North America, which was as famous as CNN, HBO, MTV and other cable TV stations, was established in 1979. It was originally invested by the famous Getty family in the United States, the Getty family whose descendants were kidnapped and one of their ears was cut off, but they still refused to pay the ransom. The Getty family has long lost its glory due to the ongoing air battle. ESPN's shares were also sold during the family's internal fighting in the 1980s. 80% of the shares were acquired by ABC, and the remaining 20% fell into the hands of Nabisco. As ESPN's prospects continue to improve, this shareholding ratio has remained since 1984. During this process, ABC TV Network was acquired by Metropolitan Media and integrated into Metropolitan ABC Group. Nabisco was acquired by Reynolds Tobacco Company for a huge sum of $25 billion, achieving the largest leveraged buyout in American business history. ESPN's shares also changed the parent company unknowingly. Now, after the disastrous merger a year ago, Reynolds Nabisco has to repay its huge debts by selling a large number of assets. As a tobacco and food company, Reynolds Nabisco's ESPN shares naturally became a non-core asset that needs to be sold to repay debts. Although he knew that Simon had always wanted to develop in the television industry, Robert Iger did not expect that he would be interested in this equity, and explained, "Simon, this is only 20% of ESPN's shares. We will not get any control if we buy it. The offer is also very high, about $200 million, and we have to get the approval of the Met ABC Group." ESPN's valuation reached $50 billion at its peak. In the original Time and Space, there were even media comments that Michael Eisner facilitated Disney's $19 billion merger with the Met ABC, and the biggest gain was ESPN. In memory, ESPN was exactly the largest sports TV network in the United States in the 1990s. Now with an investment of $200 million, Simon believes that in 10 years, the annual dividends of this batch of shares will be more than that. Although Simon has more demands on ESPN and the entire Met ABC Group, it is a very cost-effective investment to take this 20% stake first. After asking Iger to help him collect a more detailed information as soon as possible, Simon looked at the time and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, so he left early with his female assistant. It only takes a little over an hour to fly from Los Angeles to Seattle, but if we leave now, it will probably be almost gone by the time we get settled. Chapter 373, Taking Advantage of Age. Entering the last week of September, MCA and Panasonic held another meeting on Tuesday, September 25th, but the meeting ended unpleasantly. Deanery's Entertainment, which was closely watched by the media, did not make any moves, and the acquisition case that was once a hot topic seemed to be deadlocked. After the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans at the beginning of the month, the Westeros system team resumed the early preparations for the acquisition of Bell Atlantic this week. James Raybould also began to quietly absorb Bell Atlantic's shares, intending to take 4.9% of Bell Atlantic's shares in advance before the acquisition was exposed. Although Forbes magazine will release the world's richest list next month, Simon's ranking on this list is no longer a surprise, so it will not cause much waves. On Deanery's TV, the sitcom Seinfeld that Simon personally selected at the beginning of the year also officially started broadcasting on ABC TV this Tuesday. ABC gave it a 9 o'clock broadcast time slot and used Who Wants to Be a Millionaire as the lead. After the official launch, the first episode of Seinfeld had a viewership of 15.6 million, which directly led ABC to announce that it would renew the next 2 seasons at once. In terms of movies, David Lynch's Wild at Heart, which won the Palme d'Or at Cannes, opened on 532 screens last Friday. This controversial and polarized movie from Cannes to North America has grossed $5.73 million in the first 7 days from September 21st to September 27th, with an average of more than $10,000 per theater, which was beyond many people's expectations. After seeing the box office data of Wild at Heart in the first 3 days of the weekend, Guillaume Films began to urgently allocate screens. It is expected that the number of screens in the second week of opening will reach about 800, and the film is expected to hit the $20 million box office mark in North America. Although the signed distribution contract is a profit-sharing contract, the North American box office exceeds $20 million, and Deanery's Entertainment can still make a good profit, including the subsequent distribution of videotapes and television broadcast rights. Compared with Wild at Heart, Italian director Giuseppe Tornatore's new film Family Trip, which was released earlier on September 7th, failed to rouse any response from the audience after several previews, and finally only hastily recovered $170,000 in the North American market. Guillaume Films invested $1 million to obtain the North American full-channel copyright of Family Trip. Judging from the box office results of the theaters, losses are inevitable. Including Cinema Paradiso, which was bought by Universal Pictures for a large sum of money but messed up due to a mistake in the distribution strategy, Tornatore's 2 films failed to make any waves in the North American market. This Italian director is destined to find it difficult to gain the favor of Hollywood in the future. Of course, Simon is an exception. If Tornatore's future two outstanding films, The Legend of 1900 and The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, still appear, Simon will definitely make a move. Los Angeles. After a short day of rest in Seattle with his female assistant, Simon returned to Hollywood to start a week of work. Upon learning that Simon was going to readjust the pace of the DC movie universe, Warner Bros. Pictures CEO Terry Semel immediately expressed his opposition, and then Steve Ross also called Simon's office. The follow-up plan for the first phase of the DC movie universe has been a highlight project that Time Warner, which has been in trouble since the merger, has been promoting for more than half a year. Moreover, although most investors recognize the win-win situation between Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group in the DC movie universe plan, there are also shareholders who criticize Time Warner's management for giving too much benefit and initiative to Deaneries Entertainment. It can be imagined that once the first phase development cycle of the planned 5-year 10-film DC movie universe plan is suddenly extended to 7 to 10 years, those shareholders who have been accusing Time Warner's management of giving too much profit will definitely be more dissatisfied, and some investors who originally stood on the side of the management may also change their attitude. What's more serious is that this incident will definitely affect the stock price of Time Warner Group. Since he has made up his mind, Simon will not change his mind easily. After several disputes, Time Warner still had to compromise, because the control of the entire DC movie universe was actually completely in Simon's hands. If things really get out of hand, Deaneries Entertainment will definitely not be afraid of the plan being shelved completely, but Time Warner cannot bear the consequences. However, Simon also made appropriate compensation. The last 2 remaining spots in Deaneries Entertainment's 10-film plan were all given to Warner Bros. Pictures, further tying the interests of both parties together. Moreover, Simon also agreed not to officially disclose this adjustment to the outside world, and would only delay the plan unknowingly through excuses such as some project preparations not going smoothly during the implementation process. Although they barely reached an agreement on this matter, Simon understood that there must be cracks in the cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group. However, this kind of thing is inevitable. Deaneries Entertainment and the entire Westeros system want to continue to expand, which is bound to harm the interests of more and more people. Friday, September 28th. In the office loft on the second floor of Deaneries Studios, the team responsible for the DC movie universe plan occupies a special office area next to Deaneries Special Effects Company in Loft Number 2, where all aspects of the DC movie universe planning will be generated. Moreover, the team is stationed here, which is convenient for discussing the feasibility of various special effects scenes with Deaneries Special Effects Company at any time. Simon, Amy and Semel are all in an activity room of more than 70 square meters in the office area of the DC movie universe today. The activity room was used for auditions a few days ago. At this time, the walls are densely packed with photos of various actors, mainly involving the 3 major series of Batman, Wonder Woman and The Flash. The core role of Batman has been decided long ago and does not need to be discussed. A series of main creators of Wonder Woman have also been finalized during this period, including Famke Janssen, who plays Diana Prince, Joanna Cassidy, who plays Queen Hippolyta, and Linda Hamilton, who plays Queen Hippolyta's sister Antiope. This week, the various supporting roles in the series, such as Steve Trevor and Ares, the God of War, have also been finally decided. What everyone is discussing today is the final candidates for the roles of the Flash. Of course, it is said to be a discussion, but the power to make the final decision is still in Simon's hands. Since everyone has no objection, the role of Barry Allen will be given to Jason Jedrick. Simon said this after carefully watching several sample clips and the actor's background information and discussing it. Jason Jedrick, 25 years old, debuted in 1983. He had previously starred in Tom Cruise's Admission to College, Oliver Stone's Born on the 4th of July, Michael Hoffman's The Land of Dreams, etc. His acting skills and qualifications are sufficient, and Simon also appreciates his performance in The Land of Dreams. Moreover, when Simon was invited by Robert Redford to watch his new film Havana on Wednesday night, Redford also specially recommended Jason Jedrick, who had already entered the final list, to Simon. The difference between the last few candidates was not big, and Jason Jedrick had enough conditions in all aspects, so Simon went with the flow and sold a favor to Redford. After everyone nodded, a staff member in the activity room nailed Jason Jedrick's photo on the wall at the position of the male lead of The Flash. After finalizing this, Simon put down another document in front of him and said, "Next, the female lead, Tracy Pollan, Robin Wright, and Amanda Wise. Let's rewatch a few audition videos of the three." After Simon finished speaking, the staff in the activity room closed the curtains and turned on the projector without being told. A moment later, Tracy Pollan's audition video first appeared on the projector screen on one side of the activity room. Tracy Pollan is 30 years old this year, debuted earlier than Jason Jedrick, and has the same rich acting experience. In addition, this actress is also the wife of Michael Fox, a popular Hollywood actor, which is the most important condition for her to enter the final round of casting. Robin Wright is 24 years old this year. Not only is she the Jenny in Forrest Gump and Mrs. Underwood in House of Cards in Simon's memory, but Robin Wright also happens to be the heroine of the hit TV series Santa Barbara, produced by New World Pictures and later taken over by Deaneries Entertainment. Santa Barbara was first broadcast in 1984 and was officially discontinued last year. During this period, Robin Wright also participated in Rob Reiner's The Princess Bride and other films. Amanda Pays, 31 years old, also started as a TV actress. Because she is the oldest, she has more acting experience than the first two. Moreover, Amanda Pays should be considered the most beautiful of the three candidate actresses. After the audition videos were played one by one, Simon looked at the people around him. Terry Semel said first, "I think Tracy Pollan is good. As the wife of Michael Fox, this can also be a very good publicity point. Although the Back to the Future series starring Michael Fox has ended, it is not a problem for this popular Hollywood actor to continue to maintain his first-line popularity for a few years. As Fox's wife, Tracy Pollan does have innate advantages, just like Demi Moore." However, as soon as Semel finished speaking, Amy said, "I think that the advantage of being Michael Fox's wife is not obvious. Amanda Pays should be better. She has more acting experience than the other two. Moreover, her image and temperament are more in line with the setting of Iris West, a journalist." George Cosmatos, the director of The Flash recommended by Warner, said at this time, "But, Amy, Amanda Pays is already 31 years old." George Cosmatos has served as the director of big-budget movies such as First Blood 2 and The Dark Knight Rises. Although he does not meet Simon's standards for selecting directors for the DC Movie Universe series, Warner is not as bold as Simon after all, so he hopes to have a more experienced director to direct the Flash series. The budget of The Flash is borne by Warner, and Cosmatos cannot intervene in crossover films such as Justice League. After several communications, Simon confirmed that the other party's production ideas did not contradict his own too much, so he agreed. After hearing what Cosmatos said, Amy picked up a photo and showed it to him, saying, "George, if I say Amanda is 20 years old this year, maybe some people will believe it. Amanda Pays has a soft Asian face. Although she is 31 years old, she is well maintained. Even if she is 20 years old, some people will believe it." Since the final three have been selected, Simon is actually satisfied with every actor. Any of them can be the heroine of The Flash. The other few people will discuss it seriously because they know Simon's attitude. Otherwise, everyone can just wait for Simon to make his own decision, and there is no need to waste words. "But, Amy," Cosmatos said again, "Amanda Pays is indeed very beautiful now, but if the Flash series lasts for 10 years, can you imagine that she can still maintain her current appearance at the age of 41 in 10 years? Simon did not pay attention to this problem at first, and Cosmatos' words suddenly woke him up. Imagine the Friends series that lasted for 10 years. When the series started, the female protagonists were all very good, but when it ended, even the most beautiful Jennifer Aniston and Courteney Cox gave people a strong feeling that time was a killer. Moreover, even if we don't use the Friends analogy, the Iron Man series, the little pepper Gwyneth Paltrow, who was originally quite good-looking, appeared again after the series lasted for 10 years, which was also unbearable to watch. Amy said at this time, "According to your statement, George, Amanda Wise and Tracy Pollan can be directly eliminated." Simon ignored the dispute between the two and looked at the information in front of him again. Although any of the three candidates can play Iris West, Simon naturally has some preferences. He originally preferred Amanda Pays. This actress not only has the intelligence of a female reporter, but also has another capable temperament. Moreover, in the plot of The Flash, Iris West is definitely not a vase-like existence. Because of her job as a reporter, she will also trigger a lot of plots, including the plot of the DC movie universe crossover. Amanda Pace in the original Time and Space was not very famous, and Simon could not remember what she would look like 10 years later. Moreover, Simon could see that this woman must have had plastic surgery. He did not care too much about this at first, but it is obvious that women who have had plastic surgery are more susceptible to the ravages of time. After considering these, Simon directly drew a cross on Amanda Pace's profile page, then looked up, interrupted Amy and George's dispute, and said, "Amy, George's words just reminded me that age is indeed a very important issue. I remember that I have considered this matter before. If it weren't for George's reminder, I almost forgot it. Amanda Pace is indeed not suitable, pass." Amy paused, nodded, and said, "Then, what about Tracy Pollan?" Simon did not hesitate too much and said, "Put it out too. The heroine of The Flash is about to emerge." Everyone in the office also realized that a certain girl, who was only 24 years old this year, had unknowingly taken advantage of her age. Chapter 374 Hearst Family. The DC movie universe, even if it can only reach half the box office level of Batman Begins in the future, is enough to support the performance of a large studio. Therefore, the senior executives of Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group will personally come forward to finalize the role candidates for the project. Similarly, because these roles mean a chance to rise to fame for many actors, the whole of Hollywood, whether it is the actors who are looking forward to it or the various brokerage companies, are paying close attention to any relevant information from Deanery's studios. When the news of the finalization of the male and female protagonists of The Flash came out, not to mention the joy of the parties involved, countless eyes inside and outside Hollywood instantly focused on Jason Jedrick and Robin Wright. Both young people, only 24 or 25 years old, became the focus of Hollywood's attention in just a few hours. Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group allow actors who have signed long-term contracts with the DC movie universe to appear in other film projects. Although there are very strict restrictions, many studios have already sent a series of invitations to the two actors' agencies before the DC movie universe team officially contacted the parties to sign the contract, trying to get them in advance. The male and female protagonists of The Flash were determined in the morning, and in the afternoon, the core supporting roles of the project were also finalized. Although they cannot be compared with the male and female protagonists, these people have also received a lot of attention. Speaking of which, the casting process of the DC movie universe is very different from the Hollywood tradition. Traditional Hollywood movie projects are constantly contacting and negotiating with filmmakers to slowly piece together the entire team. In the DC movie universe project, the initiative is completely in the hands of the producer, because this series will not deliberately pursue any first-line stars. Superheroes such as Batman, Superman, and Flash are household names. Stars. Therefore, once the casting starts, if an actor wants to get a role, as long as he passes the initial selection, he must first sign an intent agreement, the terms of which include accepting a long-term contract, salary rules, image authorization, etc. of the DC movie universe. If you do not accept it, there is no need to waste the time of both parties. This casting process also means that once an actor is chosen, both parties can quickly sign a formal contract without having to haggle over the details. If an actor changes his mind and wants to raise the price after being selected, he will not only be abandoned immediately, but will also face huge claims. After confirming the main cast of The Flash, someone will take over the subsequent signing and arranging for the actors to undergo relevant physical fitness and performance training. Simon sent Terry Semel and others away and just returned to his office in the administrative district when the female assistant followed him in and told him that James Raybould had called before and said that there was something important. Without turning to the leather chair behind the desk, Simon sat down directly on the edge of the opposite table, picked up the microphone and signaled the female assistant to dial. Jennifer dialed a number skillfully, and just after she finished dialing, a hand came over from the side. She struggled a few times, both angry, but when she saw Simon start talking to her father across from her, she had to give up the struggle, but the hand let go of her again. Smiling at the female assistant, who was pretending to help him tidy up his desk with red hairs, Simon chatted with the assistant for a few words, but his expression gradually became restrained. The matter was about the 20% stake in ESPN that Robert Iger mentioned at the party last Saturday. Robert Iger returned to New York and quickly compiled a rough document for Simon. ESPN was established 11 years ago and now has more than 57 million subscribers, annual revenue of $500 million, and net profit of $51 million last year. Simon was a little curious at first why the Met ABC Group did not buy back the 20% stake itself, because the veto power of the major shareholder gave the Met ABC Group a greater advantage than any other buyer in wanting to buy the 20% stake. Because of the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the Met ABC Group's financial situation in recent years has also been relatively good, and it can fully afford the funds. The information collected by Robert Iger gave the reason. Tom Murphy, the conservative chairman of the Met's ABC Group, and Warren Buffett, the major shareholder, were unwilling to pay too high a price for the equity. The valuation of $200 million for 20% of the shares was equivalent to a price-earnings ratio of nearly 20 times, which seemed too high to the two old men. They were only willing to offer a price-earnings ratio of 10 times. In addition, ESPN had just signed a huge 4-year, $400 million broadcasting agreement with a Major League Baseball. ESPN's annual revenue is only $500 million. Because of this agreement, the annual content cost increased by $100 million, which also made ESPN bear a very large risk. If this very risky huge agreement ultimately failed, ESPN, which had a good development momentum, might turn to decline. Since the Met's ABC Group was unwilling to buy the shares, Simon thought that his move would be a sure thing, so he directly handed the matter over to James to deal with. Unexpectedly, things suddenly changed again. James told Simon on the phone that the acquisition of this equity was going very smoothly. He had communicated with Tom Murphy, chairman of the Metropolitan ABC Group, and the other party was very happy that Westeros could buy this batch of shares. He then contacted Reynolds Nabisco, and the other party's feedback was also very positive. However, just this morning, Tom Murphy suddenly called James again and said that the Metropolitan ABC Group might not accept Westeros's investment in ESPN. The reason given was that other partners of the Metropolitan ABC Group were interested in this batch of shares. After James asked, Murphy revealed that it was the Hearst family, who had been interested in entering the cable TV industry in recent years, who wanted to buy this 20% stake in ESPN. The Hearst family, like the Newhouse family, is a super media family with deep roots in the United States. Although there are no members of the Hearst family in the top 10 of the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans this year, only the Newhouse brothers occupy 2 of them. But in fact, the wealth of the Hearst family is comparable to that of the Newhouse family. It is only because William Hearst, the first-generation founder of the Hearst family, has a total of 6 children, and the wealth has been passed down that the family's equity has been overly dispersed. The Hearst family has been prosperous for 100 years. At that time, William Hearst directly instigated the Spanish-American War between the United States and Spain with the Hearst Group's nationwide media network. Although it is still criticized today, the influence of the Hearst family on American news and public opinion can be seen from this. The current Hearst family has gradually begun to be in power by the 3rd generation. However, this media family still deeply influences the direction of American news and public opinion with hundreds of newspapers, weeklies, magazines and other media platforms in major cities in North America. The San Francisco Chronicle, which has a huge influence on the West Coast, is an industry under the name of the Hearst Group. Although Simon's personal wealth is several times that of the Hearst family, James thinks it is better not to provoke such a media family that is deeply rooted in the United States and is enough to instigate a war. James originally wanted to find out more specific details before discussing this with Simon. This afternoon, William Hearst III, the 3rd-generation heir of the Hearst family, contacted this side again, but he invited Simon to attend a party of the Hearst family tomorrow night. As for the purpose, it was obvious. After talking to James on the phone for more than 20 minutes, the female assistant had just left. Simon put down the microphone and continued to lean on the edge of the desk to think about this matter. During those days in New York at the beginning of the month, Janet told Simon that if possible, it would be best to make friends with a media family such as Newhouse and Hearst in the United States. If these media families that manipulate American news and public opinion can establish connections, it will definitely help the development of the Westeros system. However, it is not so easy for Simon, a newly rising wealth upstart, to break into the circles of those old-fashioned families. There is no aristocracy in the United States, but the aristocratic complex of the old-fashioned families in this land is actually more serious than that in Europe. Moreover, Simon has his own pride. If others do not welcome him, he will not lower himself to get close to those circles. At present, an unexpected opportunity has appeared. Hearst, Newhouse, or the Graham family that controls the Washington Post Group may still control American news and public opinion, but Simon knows that with the advent of the Internet era, these old media families will gradually decline. After the new century, many well-known newspapers and magazines that have been passed down for 100 years and are still completely unattainable at present, such as the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and the Time, will be sold to a series of newly wealthy people at clearance prices, just for the newspapers and magazines to continue to survive. Simon carefully recalled his memories and soon found a message. After the decline of the American paper media industry, the 20% stake in ESPN held by the Hearst family accounted for more than half of the annual profit of the entire Hearst Group. After completing the acquisition of MCA, as long as the timing is right, Simon's next goal will be the metropolitan ABC Group that owns ABC TV Network and ESPN TV. Now that 20% of ESPN's shares have been given to the Hearst family, in a few years, with the rise of ESPN and the decline of print media, the Hearst family, which is heavily dependent on ESPN's 20% shares, is likely to become a vassal of the entire Westeros system. The huge media network composed of hundreds of newspapers, weeklies, and magazines, even if only a small part remains in the future, will be a force of public opinion that cannot be underestimated. Jennifer knocked on the door again, holding a few documents in her hand. Noticing the smile on Simon's face, she asked, "What did Dad say to you?" Simon roughly told him the content of the phone call just now. Of course, he did not reveal what had not happened yet. After listening to this, the female assistant frowned slightly and said, "In this case, we still don't want this equity. It will be very troublesome to have a conflict with the Hearst family." Simon nodded and said, "However, the Hearst family can't just use a party to make me withdraw from the competition. They must give some benefits." The female assistant thought for a while and said, "The San Francisco Chronicle happens to be owned by the Hearst family. This time, perhaps we can exchange a content cooperation agreement between Egret Portal and the San Francisco Chronicle." Egret Portal has previously established a cooperative relationship with the Murdoch family's news corporation, but Murdoch is only willing to provide Egret Portal with news information from Europe and Australia. In North America, on the one hand, the media strength of News Corporation is not that strong, and on the other hand, it may also be the instinctive defense of the old fox Murdoch. Egret Portal has not been able to obtain content support from media platforms such as the New York Post under News Corporation. At present, Egret Portal's North American news mainly comes from the cooperation of a small local newspaper in San Francisco, and the content quality is difficult to satisfy people. It would be great if the news could be obtained from the San Francisco Chronicle, which is headquartered in San Francisco. "That's a great idea," Simon nodded, and reached out to pull the female assistant in front of him over, saying with a smile, "But now, let's think about where to spend the night tonight." The female assistant was held in Simon's arms, and her side face pressed against Simon's prickly chin, saying, "Jenny has been very dissatisfied on the phone recently, saying that she would bring back a bottle of red wine mixed with chili water." Simon smiled and said, "Just don't drink it." The female assistant nodded seriously, but added with a little bit of a dark tone, "She said she would give it to you to drink." Janet went to Europe last week and successfully acquired Chateau Latour for $120 million. She then attended this year's Autumn Fashion Week in Milan and planned to return to North America tomorrow. The Boeing 767 had already flown to Europe to pick her up in the morning. At night, he could only take the Falcon business jet owned by Deanery's Entertainment to San Francisco with Jennifer to spend the night. The next morning, Simon sent his female assistant back to Los Angeles and continued to fly to the East Coast on the Falcon. The time had been arranged. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast, Simon arrived in New York. After waiting at Kennedy Airport for less than half an hour, the Boeing 767 that Janet and her group took also landed on the runway. This time, it was not just Janet who came back. Sophia Fessy would also come, and she also brought her family, including her parents and a pair of children. In a phone call a few days ago, Sophia said that she hoped that the two children could go to school in the United States in the future, and her parents would stay with them. Simon had not seen Sophia's children, but he knew that the woman had arranged for the two children to study in a private school in Geneva, Switzerland. Switzerland is well known for its excellence in private schools, and there is not much language barrier to studying there. Sophia suddenly sent her children to North America. Simon guessed that there must be other reasons, perhaps her ex-husband wanted to take the children back again. However, Sophia did not say it clearly, and Simon did not ask too much. Janet walked out of the cabin beside the runway at Kennedy Airport. When she saw Simon, she immediately trotted down and threw herself into the man's arms like a bird returning to its nest. It was not until the sound of high heels rang out behind her that the woman bit Simon's lips gently before letting him go. Simon also saw Sophia and her group. Sophia Fessy was wearing a white professional OL suit, still intellectual and beautiful, holding a child in each hand. The boy was older, about 10 years old, and seemed a little shy. On the other side, the little girl, who was 7 or 8 years old, looked at Simon with a pair of sparkling blue eyes without any fear. Behind Sophia Fessy was a couple with gray hair. When they saw Simon looking at them, they nodded a little restrainedly. Because Sophia's parents were present, Simon originally just wanted to shake hands with a female executive as a greeting, but Sophia let go of the two children, stepped forward and hugged Simon generously, and then introduced her family. The two children, the boy is named Daniel Fessy, 10 years old this year, and the girl is named Gemma Fessy, 7 years old this year. When introducing her parents, the female executive did not seem so enthusiastic. Although it was only the first time they met, Simon noticed that the couple was very accommodating to their daughter. However, although Sophia brought them to the United States to see the children, the gap between the female executive and her parents was very obvious. Chapter 375 New Housekeeper. After leaving Kennedy International Airport, the group did not return to Manhattan, but rushed to Greenwich, Connecticut, which is adjacent to New York. Greenwich, located 30 kilometers northeast of Manhattan, has nothing to do with Greenwich Village in Midtown Manhattan. If you must care about it, you can only blame it on the lack of naming talent of Westerners. Compared with Greenwich Village, where artists gather, Greenwich is a wealthy area that is as famous as the Upper East Side of Manhattan and East Hampton on Long Island. Many wealthy people often have properties in the Upper East Side and the surrounding Greenwich and East Hampton. They usually live in the Upper East Side on weekdays and return to the suburban mansion on weekends. Janet has been helping Simon buy properties privately. While living in New York a few days ago, he bought another estate in Greenwich. Not only that, Janet is still looking for properties in cities on the east and west coasts of the United States, such as Las Vegas, Chicago, Boston, Washington, Miami, etc. Simon's current wealth is enough to support his original idea of having properties all over the world. Sophia Fessy had already purchased a property in Greenwich before coming to the United States, intending to send her children to school there. As a well-known wealthy area, Greenwich undoubtedly has the best educational resources on the East Coast. Coincidentally, the party Simon will attend tonight is also in the Hearst family's mansion near Greenwich. Several luxury cars shuttled through the well-developed highway network on the East Coast and entered the Greenwich area of Connecticut in less than an hour. The property Sophia bought for her children is in the center of Greenwich, and Simon's estate is in the northern suburbs. After making an appointment for lunch with a female executive's family tomorrow at noon, everyone went their separate ways. Simon and his group drove north along the asphalt road in the forest for about 5 kilometers and arrived at an estate on the outskirts of Greenwich. The manor is surrounded by a symbolic stone low wall, but the terrain is obviously higher than the asphalt road next to it, and it is difficult for pedestrians and vehicles to directly peek in. Inside the low wall, dense bushes and tall trees further completely concealed the interior of the manor. These plants were not taken care of, which was completely different from what Simon saw when he went to East Hampton to attend Steve Ross's party last time. The mansions in the East Hampton area all have neatly trimmed hedges and lawns. In Greenwich, the vegetation along the way remains natural. Simon has always been more inclined to a sense of order, but he has no intention of changing the layout of the manor here. Keeping it natural is actually a kind of order. The manor covers an area of more than 30 acres, equivalent to 12 hectares. It is an irregular quadrilateral with a north-south length of nearly 500 meters. The east-west boundaries are of different lengths. The narrowest point of the northern boundary is less than 100 meters, next to a lake, and the southern boundary is next to an east-west asphalt road with a length of more than 400 meters. Simon and his group entered the manor from the west entrance. Most of the manor was covered with vegetation of varying heights. After driving about 200 meters along the curved asphalt corridor, A European-style villa with a blue roof and white walls appeared in front of them. There was an annex about 7 or 8 meters away to the east of the main villa, which was obviously the residence of servants. 3 cars stopped in front of the main villa, and a group of girls in uniform black suits came to greet them. Janet followed Simon out of the car, took the man's arm, and gestured to the 7 girls who came forward with a smile, saying, "This is the housekeeping team of our North American real estate in the future. I picked them myself. Aren't they beautiful? Sophia is still in charge of Europe." Simon nodded, looked at the 7 tall and fair-skinned girls who came in front of him, and subconsciously said, "They seem too young." Janet pinched Simon's arm dissatisfiedly. "That's it. If you are not satisfied, you can choose it yourself. I don't care." The 2 were whispering little things. The short-haired girl with a delicate face and a slightly cold temperament who was walking in front had already stretched out her hand to Simon and said, "Hello, Mr. Westeros, I'm Alice Ferguson." Simon shook hands with the girl and said, "Nice to meet you, Alice." After saying hello, Alice Ferguson turned slightly and took the initiative to introduce Simon to the other 6 beautiful girls behind her who were clearly eager to try. She said, "Mr. Westeros, they are Mira, Emilia, Naomi, Doris, Isabel, and Zoe." After quickly introducing them one by one, the new housekeeper turned around and faced Simon again, saying, "Mr. Westeros, let me take you to visit this villa." Simon looked with interest at the other girls whose names were not even introduced and were blocked by Alice Ferguson behind them. They were obviously angry but dared not speak. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay." Janet had been smiling all the time. After hearing what Alice Ferguson said, she let go of Simon and said, "You go in first. I'll arrange for them to pack their luggage." Simon did not refuse and walked towards the villa first. Alice Ferguson followed Simon step by step. The 2 walked into the villa, and Simon looked around. The size of this villa was comparable to the one he had on the hillside of Palisades in Los Angeles. The high-ceilinged 2-story villa was taller than some ordinary 3-story buildings. The villa lobby only had 1 floor, and the gorgeous crystal chandelier was hung directly on the dome. The interior of the villa was decorated in pure white, and the home decoration had obviously been changed, all in the simple style that Simon liked. After a few simple glances around, Simon walked up the spiral staircase on the west side to the 2nd floor. Alice Ferguson was still following Simon, and had no intention of introducing herself. Coming to the 2nd floor, Simon stood in front of the corridor wall and looked at a painting Janet had drawn herself. He was the first to speak. "How old are you this year?" 27 years old. "Which university did you graduate from?" "Princeton." Simon retracted his gaze and continued to walk to the side of the corridor, with a little more dissatisfaction in his tone. "Then what?" Alice Ferguson finally said a few more words, saying, "I studied economics and got a doctorate 2 years ago." It's amazing to get a doctorate in economics at the age of 27. Alice Ferguson paused and corrected, 25 years old. If someone asks you about it in the future, just say you are 27 years old. Why? If I say I am 27 years old, I will be 27 years old. Okay. Simon pushed open a door and saw a bedroom in front of him. Seeing the French window leading to the terrace, he walked in. Arriving at the terrace, Simon stood by the railing and looked at the people who were still busy in front of the villa, and asked, "What is the topic of your doctoral thesis?" Alice Ferguson said, "The imbalance of U.S. foreign trade caused by Reagan's economic reforms." "Are you interested in politics?" "I've considered it, but gave up." "Why?" "It's hard for women to make a difference in politics." "Not necessarily. Maybe in less than 10 years, there will be a female president in the Federation. The possibility is close to zero." "Okay, then why do you want to work for me?" "The salary is high enough, and there will be better opportunities in the future." "Huh?" "The helmsmen of the 4 core companies under Westeros Company are all women." Simon asked with a smile, "Which 4? I can hardly remember how many companies I have invested in. Deaneries, Melisandre, Ygritte, Cersei." "Okay, then tell me, which of these 4 companies has the greatest development potential?" Alice Ferguson hesitated and said, "Deaneries, or Ygritte." "I only let you name one." "Ygritte." There was a flash of surprise in Simon's eyes. He turned around and leaned his back against the railing, looked at the girl in front of him again, and said, "In this case, you can go to Ygritte if you help me be a housekeeper for 5 years. Of course, the premise is that you must prove your ability." If I think you are more suitable to be a cleaner immigrant, then you can only go to sweep the floor." Alice Ferguson pursed her thin lips and said, "I need authority to understand the authority of immigrant." "No problem. In addition, since you are so smart and can get a doctorate at the age of 27, then you should study computer technology in the next few years." Alice Ferguson said, "I also have a master's degree in computer science from Princeton University." Simon's eyes swept over the girl's white neck and said, "Do you have any other degrees? Tell us about them together." "No." "Then continue to study, and get a doctorate as well. Anyway, you are just helping me manage the real estate and you have a lot of free time," Simon said, and without waiting for the girl to respond, he asked, "By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "Really? I have had several girlfriends." Simon was speechless. No wonder he always felt a little strange. Alice Ferguson saw Simon choking, paused for a moment, and then added, "But I don't reject the opposite sex." Simon nodded, deliberately adding a bit of aggression in his eyes to look at the lesbian who was captured alive, and said, "I understand, this is a hint." Alice Ferguson shook her head. "No, this is a clear indication." Simon clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a slight snapping sound, and said, "I will make you accept it." Alice Ferguson still looked at Simon and said seriously, "I will bite you." "Well, this is too cruel." Simon noticed that Alice Ferguson occasionally showed her very beautiful white teeth while talking, but he only felt a chill on his back, and retreated. "I give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight." Alice Ferguson turned her head to look at the direction of the door, as if calculating whether she could walk out of the bedroom in 10 seconds, then nodded to Simon, turned around and walked out on her black high heels. Leaving the bedroom and closing the door gently, the new housekeeper stood at the door and exhaled slowly, her lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her originally cold face. There was a sound coming from the direction of the stairs, and Alice Ferguson quickly put her mood in order and walked over. The two girls each carried a suitcase and walked upstairs. When they saw Alice, they stopped and their eyes were obviously a little wary. Alice walked up to the two women, looked at them calmly, and said, "Allison Norris, Becky Hope, A and B, you will be under my control from now on." Allison retorted, "We only follow the boss and will not listen to you." Alice said, "This is what the lady wants. If you are not satisfied, you can go and talk to the lady." Allison wanted to say something, but Becky pulled her and said, "The lady asked us to move these 2 boxes into the master bedroom." Alice nodded, walked to the other side of the corridor, and said, "Come with me." The party at the Hearst family was at 7 o'clock in the evening, and Simon and his group arrived in Greenwich after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After a busy time and settling in the villa, Simon and Janet quickly set off for the Hearst family's mansion. You must know about the Spanish-American War, although that happened a century ago. However, after almost 100 years of accumulation, the potential influence of the Hearst family is actually even stronger. In the car rushing to the Hearst mansion, Janet and Simon talked about this matter. Speaking of which, the influence of the Murdoch family in Australia is similar to that of the Hearst family in North America. In the 1960s, Murdoch wanted to enter the UK. At that time, Australia still had very strict capital controls and did not allow large sums of money to be transferred overseas at will. Do you know how he did it? Huh? That was in 1968, which happened to be an election year. Murdoch mobilized the entire News Corporation to help a candidate he supported become prime minister. For this reason, he even slandered another, I don't remember the name, anyway, it was another competitor, as a Japanese spy. Later, the candidate he supported was elected and soon signed a charter approving News Corporation's investment in the UK. Simon didn't expect that the Murdoch family was so powerful in Australia in the 1960s, but he quickly asked, in that case, why didn't Murdoch prevent the introduction of the Media Restriction Bill and could only sell the 7 network? The Australian 7 network, which Johnston Holdings is taking over from the Kintex Group, was originally owned by the Murdoch family. In order to prevent media platforms from controlling public opinion, Australia introduced a media restriction bill in the 1970s that did not allow paper media groups to own public television networks. The same is true in the United States. Paper media giants like the Hearst family can only get involved in cable TV networks like ESPN now, which is the result of the government's relaxation of regulations in the 1980s. Janet said, Murdoch is too profit-driven. He will support anyone who is beneficial to him, and will not hesitate to abandon those who have lost their usefulness. Therefore, He has always lacked firm allies. In the 1970s, a prime minister who had been squeezed by News Corporation for a long time came to power, and then he was unlucky. Grandfather said that Murdoch is a businessman without a position. He can cooperate, but that's all. Simon recalled the wiretapping scandal in his mind. That incident was also a collective backlash after the British political circles were suppressed by News Corporation for a long time. Thinking of this, Simon asked again, Murdoch should have been involved in the abolition of inheritance tax in Australia, right? My grandfather was in charge of the liaison and coordination at the time. The Murdoch family, the Fairfax family, the Pike family and many other forces were involved. Janet seemed reluctant to talk more about this matter and quickly changed the subject, saying, in addition, it is a coincidence that the Hearst family has always been a supporter of the Democratic Party, which is also conducive to our two sides to establish more cooperative relations. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.